Desmond is just about pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
I'm not yet.
Close combat onto a Morgan. Is that enough? She did. Triple cross gets the knockout. Defeats Ochua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Get the leg down. Can you leg down the Wiz Cash? Really has a little bit of health left. Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Guten Morgen allerseits. We are here in Frankfurt for the 2026 Pokémon Frankfurt Regional Championships. You saw the skyscrapers, you saw the lovely day. This city is on the Main River, known also as Manhattan. And guess what? We are the casters, going to be broadcasting this lovely stream for you across the weekend. I myself am Kasarai Dimos, and I am joined by the ever so lovely motley crew of David Puddington, Zoe Liu, and Lee Provost. So, we are here. It is a new day, a new season, Regulation Set H 2.0. David, are you pumped and excited for this version number 2?
So pumped, Costa, honestly. Like, I really enjoyed Regulation Set H Part 1, and now it's back. I'm super excited because I think there was so much creativity we had not yet explored, and honestly, I just really enjoy using Sneasler.
Yeah, can't doubt it. Well, how about yourself, Zoe?
I also think that a lot of players who, got really creative in Regulation G suddenly with a new not so much a new format, but when you go back to an old format, there's always room to adapt to what you've learned from another format to then add to your old teams in Regulation H for 2.0.
And me as well.
Yeah,
well, I mean, it's the first EU regional of the season. How can I not be excited? This is the first major event we've got. It's amazing to be here. It's great to be back, starting again. Yep. You know, we're at the very beginning before we're able to eventually get further down the line and crown our next world champion, which is amazing. But we're in Regulation H now, and like you say, 2.0? 2.0? 2.0,
it's a thing.
2.0,
yeah. Round 2.
Yeah, round 2.
Fight.
Yeah.
So very exciting to be back and to see how players adapt coming back into this format after they've already played it for an extended period of time, to see what the changes up are, whether we'll see more kind of lean into balanced teams or whether we'll see a bit more innovation.
Yeah. Could not have been said any more better. But of course, this is just our first event. We have got a new schedule upon us, of course, with a couple of new entries as well. But at least for now, we are starting off with Germany yet again this season, but a different location, of course, that being Frankfurt. Last time we were here was in 2022 for the European International Championships. And yeah, what an event that was, soon to be continued, to follow up by this one too.
Yeah, Lille in, just a few weeks' time as well. Gdansk as well. We've obviously been there before last year. LAIC, Sao Paulo, and then Stuttgart too. But we've got a few new names that you can see a little bit further along in our schedule here. We've got Prague, and we've got Turin as well, going back to that amazing city.
There's a lot of really amazing new locations and old locations, and my eyes just really drawn to the Prague location. I don't believe we've had a regional there since
29-ish, 19, around that sort of time. Yeah, beautiful city. So yeah, amazing to be back.
Yeah, exactly that. But let's not forget, we are only several weeks after what was an emphatic World Championships earlier on, of course, in August in Anaheim, California. So to go ahead and start the new birth into this new season, I think it's only fair for us to go ahead and delve in a bit onto the ongoings of Worlds, where we're going to have so many of those fierce competitors here in this weekend too.
The 2025 Video Game Championship season was a long one, filled with thrills, chills, and surprises all around. But in the end, just over 600 trainers remained to compete for the title of Pokémon World Champion. In the juniors division, Luke Whittier kept opponent Sosuke Aranori guessing, starting off slow in Trick Room, then closing games 1 and 2 out with a speedy Choice Scarf Miraidon to become the world champion. In the seniors division, Kevin Hahn made history when he beat Xian Li and set a new record, becoming the first person ever to win the world's title in 2 age divisions after winning in the juniors division just last year. In the masters division, while the meta game was what many expected, with Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider once again coming up on top, finalists Giovanni Siski and James Evans showcased that it was Koraidon, the overlooked ancient paradox Pokemon that would be this year's world champion, featuring it on both of their teams. Giovanni made a bold choice to leave Lunala behind, opting instead to bring his Brute Bonnet to the battle. With a couple of predictions on his side, Giovanni was able to position his Fluttermane and Koraidon in front of James's Koraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider for major damage to win game number 1. Giovanni took the lead in game number 2, putting both of James's legendary Pokemon to sleep. It looked like he was close to winning the set, but James kept calm and used prediction after prediction to stay in the game. With James down to his final 2 Pokemon, Calyrex was able to encore Giovanni's Brute Bonnet into Rage Powder, bringing the finals into a decisive game number 3. With the title of World Champion on the line, Giovanni used his stellar Terrastalization on Fluttermane, and Chi used Beads of Ruin ability to find the extra offense he needed to power through James's incredible defensive play. With one final Shadow Ball and Heat Wave, Calyrex was knocked out, and Giovanni Siski became a world champion.
Oh, and just like that, Giovanni Siski is your 2025 Pokemon World Champion!
With the 2025 season behind us, it's time to start planning for the road ahead. Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for all you need to know to chart your path to Worlds for the 2026 season.
What a way to be able to send off what was such an enthralling World Championships. Giovanni Siski against James Evan. Giovanni being able to go ahead and essentially win it all out the way that he did, of course. But yeah, I think being able to go ahead and check out the teams themselves and how the matchup was quite influential in terms of the Koraidons that we saw, especially Lunala Koraidon, that I personally did not see winning. If I'm completely honest, I was a naysayer. I'm not sure about yourself, David.
Well, no, I didn't see it coming either, honestly. And I think not a lot of other people did either. Going into the World Championships, it was Calyrex Shadow Rider, Zamazenta was on everyone's radar. And I think Lunala was the last pick anyone was going to be choosing. But Giovanni, sticking with his team throughout the entire season as well, comes through it with all his practice and hard work and just wins it all. Amazing.
Yeah, it really, really was. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Lunala wasn't even brought as well in the finals from Giovanni. What an excellent way to be able to manage a matchup. But they weren't the only competitors there. We also had top 8 too, in what was a good way to be able to figure out what the meta sort of development was between the gap of North American International Championships leading into the World Championships themselves. And we saw a lot of variety when it came to what other trainers did feature.
Yeah, as you can see, when we went into Worlds, a lot of players were really prepped for the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Zamazenta core. It is, of course, one of the strongest cores in the game, and even though that didn't make it into the finals, it still had quite a strong presence in the top 8.
Yeah, exactly that. I think we saw Montana piloting that core in particular so well, you know, taking it very deep into the tournament, nearly as deep as it could go. But I think the adaptations, if you look above that, you see the Koraidon being the pick of the meta going into Worlds. And, you know, credit to Giovanni, James, and Hirofumi for picking that Pokemon and kind of believing in it coming into the World Championships.
Yeah, truly was championships to remember, of course, and it's a good way to be able to tee us up going into this event, the first one globally speaking as well as European region based into the 2026 season. So we are here at Frankfurt, of course, where I know there's going to be a lot of competitors that as we mentioned, that were already well placed at World Championships. We saw Michael Kelsch, for example, there. No doubt he is going to be here too. But yeah, we're going to have to see how it's going to unfold. But I guess what we can cover is a bit of our own predictions going into this weekend. And yeah, we got a lovely little visual illustration of what a sorry, I think there's a bit of a mistake.
Zoe?
Zoe?
I'm just telling you.
Okay.
Malamar is the best Pokemon in the world, and it will win Frankfurt Regionals.
Big claims here.
I'm not sure about that, Zoe. I think looking at like previous seasons, it hasn't done too well.
Malamar is the best Pokemon. Malamar is my best friend.
Oh, okay, Zoe, might have to have a chat afterwards. Make sure you're okay.
Yeah.
Malamar is the best Pokemon.
I mean, yeah, it does have great stuff going.
Not swaying on this.
Maybe.
Malamar is the best.
We're gonna have
That's
to...
all I am saying. You should all have Malamar on your teams.
Okay, well, looking at more serious picks, we have got...
That was serious.
Over on my side, we've got Golden Go over on David's side. I'm not looking at that Murkrow. And we've got Sneasler on Lee's side. So, great picks, you guys, with those two.
Thank you, yeah. I think...
Thank you.
Sneasler was a bit of a cop-out from myself. I think we know how good it is in Regulation H. So I think we're going to see a lot of it this weekend.
Okay.
No doubt. I think it's one of those Pokemon that every player really needs a good answer for and ways around that Pokemon, because it can be flexible in a lot of ways in which people use it, you know?
Yeah, I need to touch on Murkrow here because, like, I love Murkrow, my favorite Pokemon, and it's actually good in Regulation Set H, all right? It's a really good Tailwind setter, and combined with Golden Go, my number 2 pick there, you can set up Tailwind, go for a Choice Specs, Make It Rain, Haze, get rid of your special attack drop that you got from the Make It Rain before, and just keep on going. It was really good in the GC as well, and I think a lot of trainers have seen good success with it, and I expect it here this weekend.
Okay, all right. You know what? You've sold that a bit better to me, so thank you very much. So that means, Zoe, I'm going to give you a final opportunity to actually comprehensively break down why Malamar is good.
Malamar is my best friend.
Okay.
It's all I am saying.
On to players to watch.
Is the best Pokemon.
Okay.
We will skip forward, have a chat with Zoe at some point in between.
On your team.
Not sure what's going on, but it's okay. Players to watch. So we spoke a bit about a couple of players to watch, but we've got some foreign trainers from other regions attending, and that's going to be Mr. Shohei Kimura being one of them, the best representative, of course, being able to be a world champion way back in Japan.
Yeah, already getting off to a great start here in Frankfurt. 1-0 after round 1. Incredible player, of course. Didn't have quite a strong performance at the World Championships as they probably would have liked, but off the back of that Japan National Championships, getting to the finals, and we know previous world champion coming here this weekend is going to be one of those players that I think a lot of our other trainers want to avoid in the early rounds because they are just that good.
And the other 2 players here, Mishael Kelch and Victor Medina, hot off World's top 8, just ready to start that fresh season. You know, we know these players are capable of making really deep runs, so just excited to see what they can show us.
Surprised there wasn't a Malamar there if you'd infiltrated.
There were 3 Malamars on the screen.
I mean, players to watch.
They were all
There were
Malamars.
4, actually. Were there not 4?
There were 3 Malamars on the screen.
Okay, well, that says a lot.
For the players, Zoe.
Yes, Malamar is a player. I'm telling you.
Okay, we'll have that chat, Zoe, very soon.
Okay,
we'll get you some help.
David, I think it's time to look into what to expect this weekend and whether it's going to be Malamar or not. It's not going to be. It's going to be Don't Stand in My Way. Tyranitar.
I love that.
Impact.
You did that. You delivered that so well, Costa.
Did I? Get it. I wasn't sure if that's sarcasm or not.
That's what I thought of when,
Okay, cool. Well, break it down, please.
Well, we got a lot of reliance on weather in this format in particular. I think when you look at Pelipper or Caledon as a combination, you've got the sun. We've seen Charizard have a huge impact with that Torkoal as well as being part of the kind of a switch Trick Room mod. But I just feel like Tyranitar recently, I think a lot of players have started to look at it a little bit more. It's a good anti kind of meta pick. It's very strong in itself, got very good defenses. And then you can combine it with the Excadrill as well, with that Sandstream ability, the Sand Rush that the Excadrill gets, getting that double speed when the Sand's in effect. You get a lot of benefit from having the Sand up. And then you've got that Excadrill that can put a lot of offensive pressure onto the opposite side of the board, especially when you're looking at things like Goldingo, Sneasler, that don't really want to face down against those Earthquakes, high horsepowers, and things like that. So I think if players lean into it a little bit more this weekend, we could maybe see it go deep into the tournament, but obviously we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we did see Niels Dunlop last season as well win out at Lille Regional Championships with a core of it. But we have got also featuring the Standard Supreme. Balance wins the Grand Challenge. Can it be beaten? Please tell me more.
Yeah, so the Grand Challenge last weekend, obviously the online competition that we could all play from home and try and earn a bit of championship points in the current regulation as well. So technically the first tournament where you could actually earn that CP. And the winner of it was this kind of just general balance team that we saw a lot of throughout the official season of Regulation Set H last year as well, with Ursaluna, Rillaboom, Golden Go, all that sort of like balancey sort of stuff that doesn't necessarily rely on speed control, but just relies on really good Pokemon with really natural bulk, which just has really good matchups into kind of everything, really. I believe there's a load of Ninetales as well on that team too. So basically, like, despite a brand new season and all this new creativity people could have put in, it's still this really solid 6 that seems to be winning it, even in a closed team sheet format. So I think it's going to be even stronger in this open team sheet format here in Frankfurt.
Yeah, I think there was a general influence from Gabriel Agachi from last season as well when it comes to the usage of Alolan Ninetales with balanced compositions too, which, you know, we saw do so well and have lasting effects on multiple events coming straight after. But talking about events themselves, we have got an awesome little broadcast hub that you lovely folks at home can access. It is available at pokemon.com/broadcast. But that is not all, lovely folks from the internet. We have also got channels that you can use in order to be able to tune into all of the visual action itself, whether it's going to be live or it's going to be recording. It was there available on YouTube and Twitch. And then, of course, our socials. Last but not least, we have got X. We've got YouTube as well with the community posts and whatnot. We've got Facebook and, of course, the little camera lens at the bottom right of the screen, which is Instagram, is what the kids have told me it is. But yeah, that being said, there's so many mediums that you can go ahead and access. Make sure that you are plugged online and you are not missing anything in of itself. So, with that being said, we are going to go ahead and roll straight into action with
Topsy-turvy into action.
Laugh at that or not. Okay, we're going to topsy-turvy into, we'll give you that one, Zoe, into the action. So please make sure you get your refreshments and you stay tuned because we'll be back in just a hot minute.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open teamless format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Well said, Rose. Thank you very much. We are here finally, the first major event of the 2026 season. I am Costa, this is David, and oh my lordy, what a lovely day we've got in Frankfurt, Germany so far, and we are ready for all the action.
We definitely are, Costa. I'm so excited now. We're so close to actually showing some games really, really soon for this really exciting tournament.
Yep.
And of course, as we saw from our players to watch, we even attracted international stars in world champions in Shohei Kimura, who is here with us this weekend too, to see if they can actually even like steal away an invite from the EUC, which would be really cool to see.
I know, and what a way to do it. The first event.
Yeah.
First opportunity that you've got.
Scary.
Shohei, well played. But we're going to have to see how things unfold. At the moment, we've got so many trainers with us over across the season. I think, if I'm not mistaken, over 750 masters in what has been already a great way to re-merge into the Regulation Set H format, because even though we felt that, okay, at the time, there was so much meta development and evolution that we witnessed, there's still more that can be done, building on the pre-existing knowledge from the previous season.
Yes, particularly how you run Dondozo, I hear. You could just be like, right, different Terra type. Okay, I'll just go Surf, or I'll go Wave Crash, or I'll go a different Tatsugiri. So yeah, even if we don't see loads of changes, like, at least the particular Pokemon that we do see lots of could see those individual changes in the abilities, or the natures you use, or the team composition you use it on.
Yeah, exactly that. But what are all of our trainers vying for? There's a lovely little things called championship points. But that's not all that is left to be said, even though, let's say, if you do get first spot at a major event, first of all, huge congrats. Second of all, you get 350 championship points, but you have the auto invite. So it's a great way with the duality of being able to not only secure your world championships, maybe even try to build up travel awards going into future ICs.
Okay, interesting. You're kind of convincing me to go.
You should, David.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, have you won one of these before? I'm not sure.
A while ago now. A while.
Ever so modest.
But there's tons of championship points here, obviously, as you can see. So it may not be about winning for you here this weekend. It could just be about earning some championship points.
Yes.
It might be about getting a certain number of wins in your rounds. But either way, this is what's the stakes for our players here this weekend here. And you can see what in the right-hand side here, the number of qualifications per region that can get into the World Championship. So it's 80 from the EU region, for instance. 80 players can get in, and that's aside from the auto invites that you can get when you win as well. So there's potential for more than 80 potentially.
Yeah, and not only that, I think an update from the previous season going into this one, we've got 5 extra spots when it comes to the NA and EU regions in particular. So a nice way to be able to actually add something further. But another nice delicacy are also prizes, is what I hear apparently. I wouldn't know because I've never got any prize, any attendance I've done. So yeah, take it away, David. You should know.
Yeah, okay. Right, it wasn't this much back in the day, Costa.
Okay, fair.
And so anyway, for first position here in the Masters division is $6,000 US there, and 108 boosters as well. So like that will take you quite a long time to kind of get through.
That's massive.
And if you want to buy more boosters with that money, then of course, if you want to make a plushie mountain, just do that as well.
Please do.
Or if you want to just kind of attend more events or whatever, then that's absolutely fine as well. Like so many prizes on the line for this regional and some of our future events as well across the season.
Oh yeah, and we do have to, of course, call out that same equivalence when it comes to being able to be rewarded for your performance for the other divisions as well, juniors and seniors. They have been absolutely running riot at these events. We just see the level of competitive play keeps advancing more and more, and it's sort of that interaction with the Masters divisions as well, where knowledge and experience seeps through down to the lower divisions, and that sort of builds up future champions that we will be seeing in the forthcoming seasons.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It just kind of keeps investing in our players constantly, doesn't it? And it attracts those bigger players, more people come, and you start to see these stars really shine through. So I really got to ask, like, how, like, what would you do if you'd won the World Championships, Costa?
I mean,
$30,000.
You're tapping into a long-desired dream of mine, which I'm probably never going to see. I'm not sure, you know. It would be amazing. I would be probably doing sort of what Giovanni did as well. Have a little break from it, but then that will probably last for like a couple of weeks. And then I'm like, okay, break's over. I'm done. I'm ready to get back into it, because you want to strive for more and, you know, self-fulfill your own passions. So if you're in love love with this game, you just keep it going. You keep wanting to go for the grind, especially when we will, at some point, have more variations of even more formats to come.
Yeah, that's really true. So there's so much on the line for our trainers as well here. So, like, there's plenty of opportunity to earn prizes, to earn those championship points. And of those two people who we know are definitely vying for it is Jamie Boyd.
Hello. What a way to start this up. I wasn't even looking at the screen, but my lord, my eyes have beseeched me. What a way to start it off. Julio, known to have so much consistency when it comes to, you know, the high level of major events and accomplishments, multiple top cuts, as well as top 16, top 8, if I'm not mistaken. And then we've got Jamie Boyd. We've got Jamie Boyd, the self-proclaimed master of Cottony, which, to be fair to him, stands factually because of that regional win. He's bringing such a fascinating team as well. Is that a Magna Zone? Wait a sec.
Yep. I think that is a Magna Zone. I'd be really interested to know if it's Magnet Pull as well, to kind of trap in Golden Goes as well. That could be really interesting too. But obviously, Jamie Boyd known for some very interesting Pokemon and ones that aren't used typically in the regulation of whatever he's playing. But interestingly, we've got a bit of a weather war here as well between the two players. But looking down the rest of our kind of highlight list there as well, we've got at the bottom there, Bisaya Kelch coming off of a top 8 at the World Championships just a few weeks ago, up against Patrick Unger versus what is arguably much more of the balanced sort of team that we do expect. But we've also got Matty Morgan there too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wow.
Another top cut Worlds competitor as well.
Yeah.
So many high-level players here this weekend.
Oh, 100%. Top 20, you've got top 8, you've got the whole sort, and such great way to be able to sort of tackle this first event. We know it was highly anticipated. You want to be able to make that big splash the moment that you can. And Michael Kelch rocking his famous MDB balance team from the last season as well. Seems like he's like, yeah, there's still more potential for this. I could run it through, but we're going to have to see how that unfolds. But there's loads of variation when it comes to the different situations of team archetypes. But we have got Julio versus Jamie on our screens. Julio just having a bit of a chill moment there, getting prepped and ready, and Jamie just being a statue like he always is.
Yeah, it really is. Like, both players who are quite used to the stage, honestly. Julio, a bit of a newer player, kind of out after the pandemic, kind of really came out in the Dynamax era, doing a really well, really consistent top cuts, really strong Italian player, whereas Jamie Boyd has been around a little bit longer than that.
Tiny bit.
Tiny bit as well. So with multiple regional championships at his back as well. So, but always coming out strong here at the regional level events too. So it's all to play for, Costa.
Honestly, this is such an exciting first stream match. No caster bias, of course, but just being able to see both of them butt heads right now. I know they've played against each other in the past. I don't have the current records of the wins between them, but I'm going to have to find that out shortly. But when it comes to these two great players, you know that they have got the eye on the prize. They've got a lot of influence when it comes to the team archetypes that they try to opt in for, especially in the early season. This is the time where you can get some surprise elements and factors into your team. Even if it looks like a normal, regular meta team, you can add those variations of text.
And here we have the achievements on your screen now. So, Julio Tarlau on the left, top 16 at NIIC last year. An incredible feat, such a huge tournament there. And the Lille Regional finalist back in 2022 here. That regional's just up in a few weeks. Well, maybe we'll see him there as well. And a few more top cuts to be speaking of here. And on the right, Jamie Boyd here with, there's probably a few more on that list that he can't yet include. Hence, we've got the 3 times regional champion, 2 times world's top 16, and most recently a top 4 at the Stockholm Regional Championships a few months ago.
Yeah, and he's even had a really strong performance over across the pond in, if I'm not mistaken, it may have been Vancouver Regionals where he was able to get top 4. So he is no stranger to the high-level competitive play. No matter how many jokes that we make of him, he is an emphatic player.
100% there, Costa, honestly. I think we're definitely going to be seeing a really intense match here as the teams are now on your screen here. So a really interesting team from Julio here. So there's that sand mode with the Tyranitar setting up that sand, making itself so bulky, which makes sense if we've got a bit of a safety goggles Pokemon on this team as well in that Mousehold. So you've got that Mousehold Annihilate duo that's really good at just being a decent lead and having so many options at your disposal, even if you've just got those 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, I think Niels Dunlop really hit the mark when it came to his Lille performance last season, picking up that regional win and really illustrating why Sand is nothing to mess about. It's just so potent and powerful. That Tyranitar in particular, no extra drill, of course, the steel type being replaced by the Golden Go in this scenario. And I think Ghost in Sin is sort of like a common standard right now, especially in this format. Safety goggles usually gets opted on in Sin, but you see the variation of the team compositions. They're wanting to make sure that you go with that Annihilate Mousehold focus core, which can be so powerful, and pick up surprise KOs because of the multiplying base power effects of the Rage Fist interaction.
Yeah, there's a lot that could be on the stakes here for our trainers. And there is Jamie Boyd's team as well. So much to talk about as always here with
Wow.
I don't know where to start. I mean, what's to start in the top left, really?
Okay, go.
Ceruledge is a really cool Pokemon. Obviously, the kind of the sibling to Armourouge, you could say, but having that Ghost type instead. Yeah. But that Ghost type does make it really effective at like taking fake outs and being a really good piece into all those balance teams as we were talking about, where it can take on any fake outs. It can take on the fire and grass Pokemon that are so common, and water types being slightly less common is really helping out Ceruledge in this format as well. And when you draw a setup Pokemon with Bitter Blade, you're healing all of that damage.
Yeah, and it's just a great way to be able to have that sustain potential, especially when you've got Aurora Veil available on your team in order to further enhance the defensive prowess of your Pokemon. There was so much to break down. You can tell we had zero time because there is so much to dive into. Salamence Life Orb is really cool, has a good niche, but of course rocking the Air Slash, it's got great speed tier and Tailwind access. Bastion Legion, that's probably one of the most, if not the most common and meta norm Pokemon on Jamie's team. The Scarf has such great late game sweep potential.
Yeah, it really does. It's a really good kind of call out there, Costa, to kind of say, right, could be my win condition here? What do I want to save to be able to kind of get me out of a tight spot, for instance, too? So yeah, there's a lot going on here, and the Weather War is going to be a really big one too, because you could argue that Jamie Boy doesn't really want to bring Ninetales here. It doesn't look great into that matchup. But as we get straight into game one of the Frankfurt Regional Championships here in round two, it's Mousehold Annihilate here and Bastion Legion Magnezone to kick us off here, and what a start it's going to be.
Oh, 100%. Magnezone, not a Pokemon that you commonly see in this meta, or generally speaking, poor Magnezone. But you've got Terra Flying already as an option. It's just got so much power because of the choice specs. Might even be within range of picking up a straight KO, especially in combination with the flip turn interaction, double up into that Mousehold. So Julian's going to have to be quite careful here, whether he goes for the Protect on the Mousehold, anticipating that play, maybe just goes absolutely risky with the Annihilate, going for setup to make sure that he sort of establishes a place, but no Protect on the side of field.
Wow, it's straight away a Wave Crash into the Mousehold, doing a lot of damage there, but there's no choice bound on that, so it's able to take that fairly well. And there's the classic beat up plus into Annihilate to really boost up the power of those Rage Fists.
Oh yeah, and this is going to be a pounding. Rage Fist will move first, goes into the Magnezone. Is it enough? There is no Sturdy on this Magnezone. It is not enough. Magnezone's got the Bolt. It goes for the Volt Switch. It deals a lot of damage, but because of the Citrus Berry option of item, you've got that additional sustainability and longevity for the Annihilate. That's what it wants to do. It wants to stay on the field as long as it can in order to further boost its Rage Fist.
Yeah, that's a really big pivot there for Jamie to be able to have that, again, that slow pivoting option that Incineroar's so good at doing. But here we have a Magnezone doing it. Of course we do, Jamie. So, classic. But, like, and that's the interesting thing about using a Pokemon that people don't really prepare for. Julio probably was thinking, oh, I'll probably get the knockout here. It's a Magnezone. People don't use Magnezone for a reason, right? But suddenly it tanks the hits so well. It's got really good defense. And now Jamie gets to bring in this Sneasler now, which has that fake out pressure going to the next turn. So a really nice pivot option for Jamie. And he's also maintained his Bastion Legion on the field with a really good move that he's locked into that Wave Crash. So still maintaining that offensive pressure and forcing Julio to maybe play defensive this turn.
Yeah, and there is an interesting interaction of Dire Claw into the Annihilate. Julio won't be happy to try to keep the Annihilate on its own susceptible to an attack here, because there's no way to be able to resist the Dire Claw. If he goes for the Terra, he's a Terra Fairy, so he's going to be super effectively wasted there. So bringing in that Incineroar right now is a great way to be able to lower the damage output from Jamie's side, as we've got the Dark Terrestrialization on this Assault Vest Sneasler.
Okay, so maybe kind of covering for a Rage Fist potential into that slot from Jamie's end, but it is just that protect from Julio making that defensive play, and there is the wave bash into that slot too. So I imagine Jamie Sneasler is maybe targeting that mouse hold slot here, and it is that throw chop, but no, it's into the Annihilate as well, so great call from Julio. Amazing pivoting into that Incineroar, which can now fake out this Sneasler.
Yeah, it's a classic 1-2 trying to reposition your board state, switch out your Pokemon, bring the fake out, support, and go for the protect with the main sweeper. So Julio already has a lot of momentum going for himself right now. Fake out on his side of the field. No protect available on the Sneasler because of the Assault Vest, and of course Bastion Legion is the ghost typing. So it will still be free to go for a move, but it needs to make it count, because right now Julio's at a point where he's going to start being able to turn the sort of advantageous situation that we first had with the speed over on Jamie's side straight onto him.
And there's the Bastion Legion switching right out instead. Switching, rather, getting rid of that Intimidate drop that it had before. And maybe a sack onto this Magna Zone here. This Fake Out goes into the Sneasler slot. As you said, Costa, it cannot protect him. But what's the Annihilate going to do?
Oh, goes for the Rage Fist. It is targeting the Magna Zone. Of course, it was previously the Bastion Legion. And that's sort of what Jamie wants right now. Like you said, reset that Intimidate drop onto it. Means you could bring it in, guarantee a KO onto the Incineroar, no doubt about it. But most likely, because of the chip damage dealt onto the Annihilate, that as well. So you've got the situation where if you're not sure, you just double into the Annihilate. But once again, you're lulling yourself into a situation where Julio might just go for the protect.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I think it's just that defensive core that you can see Julio has that's making this Annihilate Mousehold duo so strong. And if you want to make it stronger, put on an Incineroar.
Yeah.
So, which we've definitely got already. But Jamie has come out of this turn unscathed on the Sneasler relatively. And you'd imagine because it's Assault Vest, it practically has a lot of bulk training into it and may even survive a Drain Punch from this Annihilate. But we'll have to see as the turn plays out. It has taken Fake Out, chip damage. Let's see.
Yeah, oh, it's just going to be a flip turn here. Wanting to make sure you deal so much damage onto the Incineroar, get a bit of the Rocky Helmet chip damage dealt, but the important thing is you're able to bring it in to maximize the potential of those last respects as a late game sweeper. And Ceruledge is being brought in here, so there may be a knockoff targeting into that slot from the Incineroar, but that doesn't matter because the Sneasler is able to absolutely dispatch it, bringing Julio down to his 3 Pokemon remaining versus 3.
So we saw how Jamie earlier in that match did actually double target into the Annihilate, which protected.
Yep.
But this time, Jamie makes the correct call. Annihilate protects, but he double targets the other slot instead, which ends up being so crucial. Not only getting that KO there, but Bastion Legion is able to get on out and reset itself for another turn to lock itself into something else, giving him that flexibility, giving him that choice, which makes Jamie's Pokemon so powerful into this matchup.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting bring from Julio's side. Whimsicott as mid to late game support, which is really good for himself. You've got tailwind pressure right now, and you can pick up KOs left, right, center. You just need to make sure you get the targeting correct, and Jamie needs to make sure he does the exact same with the defensive switches. Tailwind now being set up. Annihilate is going to be the fastest thing on the field versus Jamie's Pokemon. It's going to be going into the Ceruledge. No Focus Sash, no chance for you to survive Ceruledge. Jamie now down to his final 2 Pokemon.
Cool to see the Ceruledge, Jamie, but we need to see more of it next game, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, not what you want to be seeing here, having switched that in. And now with Tailwind up as well, this Annihilate is most likely very, very speedy. And there's no unburden boost on this Sneasler either. It's that Poison Touch ability too. So there's no way it's going to be able to outspeed this Annihilate going to the following turns. But Julio can only target 1 target at a time per Pokemon. So has he targeted correctly here? But the thing is, Jamie has no protects. So Jamie needs to really try and see if he can find a way out of this, but it's going to be looking pretty tough.
Yeah, Terra Ghost wanting to make sure it doesn't fall short of a fake out into that slot. Moonblast not enough to pick up the KO onto that Sneasler, but Rage Fist will be so effective versus this Bastion Legion. Of course, just bringing it down to the point where you just want to make sure you get rid of the Sneasler. Sneasler has to try to go for statuses right now because there's no other out at all. And even in that case, let's say you do get the sleep or whatever, the Whimsicott's just going to finish up the KO as it does right now. Game 1 for Julio Tarlao in what has been such a great way to illustrate protect the king/queen strategy with so much support available for Annihilate.
Yeah, it's a really good point. I think it's interesting to see how Julio just kind of commanded that game so expertly. like calling the double up into the Annihilate, just keeping things safe.
Yep.
Even if it goes into the other slot, you've still got all these supporters in the back that you can still kind of go for.
Yep.
It was kind of pretty much a risk-free play, really. And even when Jamie got the call right, Annihilate protected, Jamie double targeted the Incineroar slot, it went down, it still put Julio in a really nice position to get in Whimsicott safely, set up that speed control, and just kind of dish out the rest of the damage that was needed. And I think we could really see the weakness, maybe, of Jamie not having much protect on his team, which meant that as soon as Tailwind went up, there was no way to pivot around, no way to try and catch moves, no way to slow it down, and it was just kind of the falling pieces from there.
If you know Jamie and have chatted with him, seen the sort of team archetypes he's been bringing across the seasons, you know he's a big fan of no protect because he's mentioned it multiple times. Like, why should I put protect when I could just have something useful there? Here's a quote directly from him. But in this case, just doesn't allow him a lot of adaptability, no pun intended with the Bastille Legion there, when it comes to being able to navigate awkward sort of board state positions for yourself. So you need to make sure that you get rid of the sort of legs of the support of that Annihilate, but ideally, you need to make sure you get rid of the Annihilate. The moment the Annihilate goes with the strategy that Julio brought in game one, you're probably going to be able to absolutely win out against the support Pokemon that remain.
Yeah, 100%. And Jamie, if he wants to match the Tailwind on Julio's end, has to bring Salamence for Tailwind. But as we saw, Annihilate was on the field for the entire game. So as soon as you bring in Salamence, your Intimidate activates the Defiant ability and boosts up Annihilate even further. So it's a really catch-22 for Jamie as to whether he wants to try and match that, either or prevent the Tailwind from Whimsicott, or try and find a way to stall it out. So it is definitely a tricky matchup here, especially when you've got a Ninetales as well that has its Weather Shot off by Tyranitar. Let's see.
Ooh, all right, we're going to change up. It is the Salamence and alone Ninetales over on Jamie's side. No change up needed from Julio's, wanting to make sure that he brings that solid core. But this is such a great way to be able to have the speed advantage. Of course, there's the disadvantage of the Defiant proc right there, allowing Annihilate to already have a +1 in its attack. But at this point, Jamie needs to make sure he finally starts outspeeding, outpacing, and gets rid of the resources available on Julio's side.
Yeah, 100% there. I think what's going to be interesting is whether this mouse hold actually also outspeeds either of the targets on Jamie's end as well. It does have that naturally higher speed, but often this sort of mouse hold maybe doesn't run that much speed because it wants to run all the bulk to be able to use maximize follow me.
Yes.
So there'll be a lot of information that we'll kind of see come out here. And also we can see Jamie's brought Ninetales as well. So maybe hoping Julio hasn't brought Tyranitar like he didn't in game one as well to make the most of it here too. Because if these Pokemon go on the offense here, then Annihilate is taking potentially a lot of damage.
Oh yeah, and especially from this Terra Flying Life Orb boosted Salamence, scaring the Annihilate outside of its regular fighting type weakness, going straight into the Terra Fairy instead. But if there's any sort of damage that's dealt onto this Annihilate and it survives, it's going to further boost the damage output of the Rage Fist. I think Jamie's trying to go for Hatsi! Oh. He's got the freeze on the mouse hold! No beat up potential! We're going to have to see if it's able to move! Oh my lord, the Salamence is outspeeding, going for the Annihilate! He has a flinch potential! Jamie is looking for the RNG! He is praying at this moment. We're going to have to see what unfolds, whether there's an unfall from Mousehold, whether there is no flinch or flinch on the Annihilate! Mousehold frozen, no beat up in effect, or potential taunts coming out. Rage Fist, however, is going to finally be able to target the Ninetales, not pick up the KO. This is why the freeze is so important. You didn't have that additional proc of the Rage Fist boost by the beat up.
Yeah, exactly. That is pretty heartbreaking for Julio there. Would have gotten off a decent move there to be able to support the team slightly. But Jamie really putting his foot on the gas right now. Going with two Pokemon that now know is faster, and still no Thor from the mouse hold.
No Thor indeed. We got the Sable, however. Rage Fist is gonna make sure to not actually be able to get launched out for the next couple of turns. Air Slash from the Salamence once again outspeeding. Going for the mouse hold this time. Oh, just barely survives. And that is such a powerful multiplier combo there to take into effect. Drain Punch in anticipation of a potential disable there is a great way for the Annihilate to be able to finally get rid of that Ninetales. It's already been so disruptive
Yeah, it's done a really good job here, honestly, piling on that pressure immediately, thanks to that Blizzard, like, obviously, spread not only damage, but also that freeze chance too. Like, even without the freeze there, I think we've got that spread attack. It's still doing a lot here. So Jamie's put himself in a really nice position, but as we can see, the attack boost on that Annihilate from the Defiant has probably made itself able to actually KO that Ninetales in the first place.
Yeah.
But as we can see, Julio showed us there in the back, Incineroar and Whimsicott yet again. So if Julio is able to get in that Whimsicott at the right time, get up that Tailwind, this Annihilate's going to make use of those attacks that it's already taken, which therefore boosts up its Rage Fists, and the attack boost is already boosting up its Drain Punch too. Yeah. It just has to stall out those disable turns to really make the most of this Rage Fist too. And it's got that Protect, and especially if Bounce Hold does Thor, it can also get off those Follow Me's to be able to redirect away any sort of those attacks and shenanigans.
Yeah, and you can see how great the Friend Guard has been to make sure that Annihilate can actually sustain all of this damage. But talking about Annihilate, we actually have the raw switch out here. Incineroar instead. I actually anticipated the other slot switching out, but not the case at the moment. Slash will be focusing on the Mouthhold, finally getting rid of it. It is no longer online, available for Julio for the remainder of this game too. And this, it may be just free damage or maybe even a Diaclaw status going into the Incineroar, dealing a bit of chip damage. And there's a poison. I'm not sure if that is Poison Touch enabled or it is the Diaclaw, but it has the additional chance factor to be able to make sure that it is definitely a poison status.
I believe Poison Touch says it activates when Poison Touch.
Yeah, because it comes first before the Diaclaw secondary effect. Right.
Yeah, so we would know if it was specifically that or not. But obviously, Diaclaw is just a really good move to be able to get any sort of status you want or bail yourself out of any position. But Jamie's already in the driver's seat at the moment. Yep. But I do like this position from Julio now, though. You've set up a Fake Out. You've got the potential to start setting up Tailwind, get your Annihilate in. It's not going to be disabled, and you could potentially reverse sweep this game, you could argue. But Jamie does have an Activate a potential to maybe get up Tailwind of his own as well, if he's able to use that Salamence to its full potential. And that means this Sneasler and then say a Basculegion in the back could really make the most of it and deal the rest of the damage needed on this team, because looking at Julio's team, it's just the Annihilate that really has any sort of damage behind it.
Oh yeah, and the Fake Out will be targeting the Salamence. At this point, Tailwind is so crucial to make sure you set up, like you said, David, to ensure the Annihilate is going to be able to outspeed the pesky Pokemon on the other side of the field. Diaclaw will be bringing the Windscop down to Focus Sash. We
wait for it.
Have not seen
Wait for it.
Of a poison. Is there a poison?
No. Okay.
Just the poison damage from Incineroar. We are not cheering on. I promise. I promise. But no, Whimsicott able to survive. This means Whimsicott is a huge threat because it has Endeavor. It will be able to deal damage relevant to how much remaining HP it has. So it will bring a Pokemon down to 1 hit point, and maybe in combination with Incineroar pick up a KO. So Jamie's going to have to really make a strong decision here. Does he go on the defensive with a Salamence or try to switch out the Sneasler, which seems to be the case?
Yeah, so here is Jamie's fourth and final Pokemon.
Okay.
It is that Basculegion. It did do a very good job in game one, getting a lot of damage out. And there's the Protect, scouting out for that Fake Out as well. And on this Whimsicott, there is no Encore either to kind of punish it. So there's the Endeavor into the Basculegion. Great choice from Jamie there. And the Flare Blitz into that protecting Salamence. So an expertly positioned game here. And also in arguably staggering that Tailwind slightly as well. So you can KO Whimsicott in the one turn and set up Tailwind in the same as well, so that you're at least matching, so that you're always ensuring that all of your Pokemon can outspeed this Annihilate going into future turns. Yeah,
and the poison on the Incineroar is so crucial because it puts it within range of a potential flip, not flip turn, apologies. There's no Aqua Jet, so regardless, we're going to have to see. It will probably go down to any sort of water type move that goes into its slot if it's allowed to do so. Moonblast deals 0 to none damage onto the Assault Vest Sneasler, and the Incineroar will finally be failed, at least at the cost of being able to deal a tiny bit of chip damage via the Rocky Helmet. But this brings us in a position where Julio's down to his final 2 Pokemon, although he does have Tailwind still set up for another 2 turns, if I'm not mistaken. Jamie has 3 Pokemon. He's brought the Salamence back in right now, and he's going to be able to try to focus down on the Annihilate. I don't see the Whimsicott being able to pick up a KO on either of the 2 Pokemon, so Annihilate's going to have to be able to pick up some quick damage, and I just actually saw final turn of Tailwind still effect.
Yeah, but we do have that fake out turn now for Jamie, and that fake out can now affect this Annihilate as well because it's tethered into the Fairy type. So you can either suppress either of these slots. Whimsicott can't even protect from it either. And so if assuming that you survive an attack on Salamence from Annihilate, you could safely fake out Whimsicott and set up Tailwind to go into the following turns and make sure you know you're going to outspeed and get off that guaranteed damage being that super effective Dire Claw.
Yeah, and there it is. Whimsicott has now been felled. Annihilate is in a 1 versus 3 scenario. Tailwind will be ending the final turn. Rage Fist targeting the Sneasler. It is enough to pick up a KO and brings Jamie down to his final two Pokemon. Air Slash or Draco Meteor has the potential of missing, but they will not in this case. Air Slash will deal so much damage, allows the final late game sweep potential come true for him, and this, of course, will force a Game 3.
Yeah, I think the Salamence is probably faster than this Annihilate now that the Tailwind has expired.
Yeah.
But SH does need to connect Costa.
Well, but then you've got the Bascullegion, right? And
That's
you're
true.
able to
That's
go for
true.
the last respects, guaranteed. You've got 2 counts of further base power boost onto it. And I don't think Annihilate got any sort of bulk up set up at any point, right? It just was brought in raw within the Tailwind conditions.
Yeah, so Bascullegion is going to definitely clean this one up here. And yeah, Julio sees the writing on the wall. Going into a Game 3 is definitely going to be the best thing for us here.
Yes.
And I think that was an amazing showcase of like how you can play into Annihilate Mousehold and still lead things that you wouldn't maybe want to normally.
Yes.
As in an Intimidator in that Salamence, activating that Defiant and still being worth it as well, as we saw, because that snow boosting the defense of the Ninetales was able to kind of boost it up a little bit more. The question is, do you think Jamie can get away with doing that again here, when Julio could so easily bring a Tyranitar and have such a good matchup into that duo exactly?
Mate, this is a 50-50 really, because Jamie really needs to use like his inner sight right now to be able to anticipate whether Julio is going to fall for the immediate adaptation play or not and say, right, no, I want to counter your counter, so I'll bring the exact same. But I agree. I think Julio will be forced to make some sort of adaptation. He doesn't want to fall short of just being absolutely swept by it. However, on the other hand, we knew that the freeze came into effect, so that was RNG based. There's a good chance that if they lead the exact same, that may not happen again. However, it's about whether you want to trade that cost potential if you're Julio and say, okay, well, if I do get frozen, I'm probably going to lose. Maybe or maybe not, or it just won't be a good position for me. So this is going to be a personal play style preference, whether he likes playing risky or not. Knowing him, I think he's trying to go a bit more safe sometimes. He only goes for the reads when he has to, and he's forced to, depending on the board state. Commonly, when it comes to leads, though, he's open to adaptation. But we're going to have to find out, as we do have the leads. It's the exact same on Jamie's side. It's the same on Julio's side. So he's like, okay, well, things may play out differently.
Indeed. So it does depend on what Julio has in the back, of course. If there is that Tyranitar, that would be quite an incredible switch in right now obviously, you've got that rock offense. You've got so much damage potential behind you, and you shut off that snow as well, allowing your Annihilate to do more damage as well. But the question is, does Jamie kind of go for that Blizzard? And as you say, Costa, does he get the freeze again? Probably not, right?
Probably.
And so puts you in a such much better position, even if you go for the exact same play.
Yeah, exactly. And we're going to most likely see that unfold as well. No terrestrialization over on Jamie's side, because of course he does have inherently the 2 faster Pokemon than the Annihilate, which has opted for the Terra Fairy. Wants to make sure that it doesn't fall short of any sort of air slash. Focus into it. Blizzard does come out. Will it?
Oh my god!
Oh my god! What are you doing, Jamie? He's picked up a freeze. We're gonna have to see if that does unfold to be very important. Draco Meteor connects, picks up the K on Mousehold. Annihilate. Will you unthaw, my friend? You don't have Flare Blitz to get yourself out of this precarious situation. Will you be able to do it for your trainer? You will not! You will not, Jamie! Oh, wow. Okay, well, so far his strategy's working. Game 2 and Game 3 leads. Impressive.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that's why you train your Pokemon day and night, don't you?
Yes.
And you make sure you can consistently get those freezes to be able to put you in these positions. So, yeah, honestly, well, like, it was a very offensive lead, and also a good call to kind of Draco into that Mousehold slot, too.
Yes.
You absolutely nailed it, too. But actually, interestingly, Julio has brought the Golden Go this time, and as we see, Salamence does switch out, and Aurora Veil is set up.
Yeah, and what a great board state for Jamie. He has got the advantage. Golden Island has thawed out. It will now opt to go for the Rage Fist. It has only been hit once. It will not be able to deal even half of the HP remainder on the Sneasler, but most importantly, Golden Go, like we said, the adaptation had to come somewhere, and Golden Go is now at +2 of its special attack thanks to the nasty plot setup.
It is, so it'd be interesting to see what Julio did not bring to this matchup, right? Because we've seen Incineroar come in a lot to kind of intimidate these physical attackers.
Yes.
And the main thing affecting this Golden Go right now is the potential for a Throat Chop from Sneasler, which can also still go for a Terra Dark as well to boost up that damage even further as well. Likely not getting a KO, but still doing a heap ton of damage, especially when there's no threat of speed control. Following that up with just a Blizzard could threaten an immediate knockout here. So Julio really needs to call which slots Jamie's going to be targeting into at the moment, because his back is against the wall.
It truly is, and Nihilip has seen it as well, going for the Protect, wants to make sure that it will not fall short of any sort of KO dealt onto it. Blizzard will be hitting a resisted Golden Go. No freeze. Oh, Dying Claw trying to focus down on Nihilip. This gives Julio more of a chance to be able to get himself out of this rut. Goes for the Make It Rain, is able to pick up a KO on the Ninetales, just falling short on the Sneasler, showing how Assault Vest out of all items, great choice right there on the Sneasler.
Yeah, that was a +2 Make It Rain.
That was insane.
Go. And Sneasler, not known for its bulk to any extent, takes that really nicely. And so, obviously, it can go into the next turn now, threatening either Throat Drop into Golden Go again, or a Dire Claw into the Annihilate, which is just protected as well. And if Julio does switch out the Annihilate, they are losing the attack boost gained earlier from the Intimidate, activating the Defiant. It will still keep the Rage Fist boost, as it does when you switch out or switch back in. But it does put Jamie in a nice position to be able to secure down that Annihilate slot. But obviously, Julio did come out of that turn with a lot, right? A huge KO and Ninetales, and really making the most of the damage behind that Golden Go, right? And I think we probably also know that Sneasler needs to Terra to actually have a chance of KOing this Golden Go as well. But there's that Whimsicott in the back. Very cheeky Pokemon, right? And being able to set that speed for either of these big sweepers could be really key. But another question is, do either of them then outspeed or have enough speed to outspeed a Choice Scarf Basculegion is another question.
That is a very good one as well, because, Basculegions, they tend to try to go for the adamant nature when it comes to the Scarf in order to be able to maximize damage output, so they may not necessarily be the fastest things, but we're going to have to see that interaction. Julio opting to switch out the Golden Go, wants to make sure that it's actually saved in the back and brought back in under tailwind conditions. But can Jamie actually dispatch of the Whimsicott straight away, or anticipate a KO onto the Annihilate? We're going to have to find out as Terra Fairy Basculegion's out.
There it is. So it's going to be able to take on a few extra attacks here. But Last of Space coming out here with that 100 base power coming out instead. There's the cycle to Annihilate, but it's not enough though. Hat clinging on. Jamie.
What are you doing? It's asleep. It's fallen asleep. 50% chance for 1 of 3 status potential to come out. It is sleep. There is no vital spirit on this Annihilate. Its spirit has been broken with all of the status applications dealt onto him, my lordy.
The awkward shift at the chair for Jamie. The head in hands for Julio. It was not looking good that turn, because Julio most likely getting a knockout that turn and be able to kind of start sweeping with this Whimsicott. But it's still not over. Tailwind can still be put up here, and Golden Go in the back as well can still start sweeping with that Make It Rain and that extra damage, especially now that Basculegion is gone for Terra Fairy, and there's therefore weak to Make It Rain this time. You want to be weak to those spread moves so you can start picking up multiple KOs with one Pokemon, especially important when you're one Pokemon down compared to your opponent. We're not at that point yet, but we could be at the end of this turn.
We could very well indeed. Tailwind has been set up from Julio. It's going to be able to allow the Annihilate to try to outspeed if it could wake up. Unfortunately, it could not. Last Respects picks up the KO onto the Whimsicott. It's in such a great position to be able to deal damage, potentially a KO, onto this Golden Go that will remain on its lonesome self, because Annihilate has just been knocked out.
Yeah, a massive knockout there. Obviously, if that Annihilate had woken up at that point, Rage Fist, as we saw, would have come out before either of these targets. Most likely gotten a KO, and then Golden Go comes in, most likely with that amount of health, survives an attack, potentially from either of these locks, or even gets to the KO here. So it probably did come down to that sleep turn on that Annihilate, and of course coming down to the fact that he got the sleep in the first place, and so many other factors, Costa. That is too much to name. But that is Regulation Set H, that is Sneasler, and that is Jamie Boyt.
I could not say that any better. Jamie going ahead and just trying to make sure he ensures a guaranteed board state position for a win, brings the elements in right now to be able to resist in favor of the fake out potential, at least the throat shot potential later on with the Sneasler. Not even enough to pick up the KO onto the Bastille Legion. Wave Crash, Last Respect, not able to do so as well. This is a leftovers set. Commonly, they invest a lot of Bolt into their side. But, let's not forget the Aurora Veil, of course. That's what allowed the Bastille Legion to survive.
Yeah, I think, even then, though, I think it might have actually been quite close, to be honest.
Because it's not a life orb set, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it may even have still survived anyway, but there's another Make It Rain. It's not with Bastille Legion. No critical hit on the Salamence either. So it's able to hang around for a little bit longer, but it most likely just needs to connect one move here. Yeah, and that's the problem. And this Pokemon does go down. So we'll have to see. Does it happen? Because Tailwind is still on the board. There it is. Draco Meteor connects. Golden Go goes down. And that is Jamie Boyt. 2-1 in this 3-game set of Frankfurt, taking the win and going into Swiss Round 3 undefeated.
What a way to go about it. Of course, you know, like, you're not going to be absolutely ecstatic for getting all of the statuses and whatnot, especially when, you know, both of these trainers have faced against each other a couple of times. You know, they're absolutely appreciative of one another, you know, with just general high-level competition of play that they see. But in that case, you know, that's Regulation Set H. I think you said that, right? Yeah, in a nutshell, because Diaclaw does what Diaclaw does. You're starting to realize, if you haven't before, why Alola Ninetales is a good shout. One of the reasons why, because it's got the great typing, it's got the Encore, Aurora Veil, but let's not forget the Blizzard. The self-setting, 100% accurate Blizzard hits with potentials. In my opinion, I feel like there's a conspiracy. I feel like in snowy conditions, Blizzard's secondary effect is higher. Officially, that's not the case. It's still like around 10%. But I'm paranoid Android. I think I've seen so many freezes under snowy conditions that, you know, like, I think it's just a set thing.
Okay, well, we'll talk about that afterwards, Costa. Sounds like there's a bit of a issue behind there for you.
Tiny bit.
Okay, well, let's have a look at this replay here. As we can see, there was that Rage Fist in Game 1 here that came out into that Magnet Zone and actually tanked the hit.
It did, wow.
That's a lot of damage, right? That had been a beat-up boosted Rage Fist.
Yeah, it was 250 base power at that point with 4 hits, only 2 remainder for potential 350, and now there we see the freeze. It was so crucial in Game 2. The fact that it remained for 2 to 3 turns frozen meant that it wasn't able to allow beat-up support to get the Annihilate to hit the KOs it needed to, and there we see how the Bastille Legion was able to sweep up that Game 2.
Yeah, we did. There was the freeze as well. Lest we be, or you be reminded.
Oh, please don't.
I'm so sorry. Look away. Look away.
I shall.
You shall. Make It Rain coming out as well. Yeah, this Golden Go could have done the sweep despite some of the status, but that is the reason that people run Caesar, right? Yes. So it's not, yes, there was an element of luck there, but like, if you roll the dice enough, you were going to start getting those like extra rolls, those extra kind of bits of help for your team, right? Yeah. Part of the reason Blizzard's good, you keep spamming it. And Julio did have the opportunity to bring a Tyranitar in to kind of shut down the Ninetales and its ability to actually connect with those Blizzards. And like looking at Rock Slide and Dark coverage versus that team, apart from maybe the Sneasler, to the other 3, it's a really solid option.
I know, but it's a really tough decision because you have to choose between Golden Go or Tyranitar, because you always have to bring the Whimsicott. You need some sort of Tailwind speed control in that matchup, especially against, let's say, a Choice Scarf Bastille Legion. So it just clearly felt that maybe Julio had considered all the different Terra Fairy potentials over on Jamie's side, like let's say the Bastille Legion, maybe visualize the sort of mid to late game sweep of the Golden Go. But the fact of the matter is, Aurora Veil was in effect. It allowed Bastille Legion to survive. It allowed Sneasler to survive on a slither of health, and just didn't pick up the KOs that it needed to. And that's sort of the downside of this kind of very bulky set of Golden Go, which has leftovers as opposed to Life Orb, which is more common standard.
Indeed, and I can't help but think that Tyrannosaur would have also shut off that Aurora Veil too.
It's true.
So, like, it's
spot on.
Obviously, Blizzard might have still connected. Diaclaw might have gone into that slot anyway, so
might have.
We don't know.
Yeah,
we don't know. Yeah, like there's a lot of mites, but either way, I think both these trainers are still going to go far in this tournament. Honestly, Julio still played it really well, as we can see. Like without those statuses, I think he was most likely getting like a win towards that end game state there. Given that Jamie's Pokemon don't have a lot of protects,
yes.
Not, as soon as his back against the wall, there's hardly any way for him to kind of turn it around.
Yeah.
So we can kind of like path that a little bit more.
Yeah.
But Jamie obviously taking it really well here with a really cool team as well. So
it is very
nice to him to kind of build yielding this and still going undefeated.
I know. And what a way to go about it as well, of course, against Julio. As we're going ahead and we are prepping things for the interview, there was a lot of things that, you know, remain to be able to be broken down in terms of maybe different positions and whatnot. But like you said, it was, I think the overwhelming factor from Julio's point of view was don't get felled by RNG. Please, like, if I don't get hit by certain statuses, like when it comes to that matchup, because you've got such a great defensive backbone of support available for the Annihilate, or even in that case, the Golden Go, you're usually able to have high sustainability and allow yourself to be able to take the hits and just reward your opponent with so much more of damage output overall. And unfortunately, that strategy didn't work 100% because of the alien RNG factors, but that's sort of what Jamie thought. It's like, okay, well, my strategy of not going for the RNG-based stuff in game one didn't work. I have to fall back on this right now and at least force a position where I outspeed, I disrupt as much as I can, and I pick up KOs where I can. And clearly, Air Slash, that's another consideration of RNG. You got the secondary effect, if I'm not mistaken, like around 30% flinch potential, if you can connect, which he was able to with the Draco Meteors too, so fair play.
Yeah, absolutely fair play, honestly. Like, there's a lot of, like, pieces here that kind of put you into that favorable position.
Yep.
So you play enough games, you're bound to get it at some point.
It's true. Yep.
Yeah, and here we saw it did happen too. Sad not to see more of the Ceruledge in that game one.
I know.
Sad to see, but yeah, obviously it was more in Julio's court to be the one who was actually doing the setting up, right? Using those bulk ups, using those nasty plots, and more on Jamie's end to kind of respond, as he doesn't seem to have as many tools to kind of set up his own kind of Ceruledge with this bulk up and stuff. Yeah. Not making like enough gains to be able to kind of outpace on the other end. But obviously we could see that just hard-hitting, immediate offense and those extra effects.
Oh, yeah.
Worked very well.
They kind of did, but let's go and find out from the man himself. Jamie Boyd is ready to be able to divulge all of his potential surface level secrets when it comes to the cool teams. He probably won't, though, but let's find out.
Thank you so much, Costa and David. Well, I'm here with our round 2 winner. Everyone going to be familiar with you, Mr. Jamie Boyd. Firstly, congratulations, Jamie. Great win.
Thank you.
And off to a good start in the regional this weekend. You've got an interesting team. No surprise to probably a lot of us that are familiar with your team building. And how was that match?
Yeah, that was Regulation H. That's all I can say about that. Like, I know I got very lucky there, and I feel like that's a really good game for me because of the fact that I've lost quite a few games, and specifically at the World Championships twice in a row, there was some very skewed RNG against me, and that felt very bad. And I'm a maths teacher. I know that it does even out. You get some good luck, you just forget the good luck. And now it's imprinted, like on stream, I do actually get lucky sometimes as well. So I kind of needed that. Like, I'm sorry to Julio, but I did need to see that I actually do get some luck here and there. So
yeah, I think firstly, I want to just say you've got to be using and selecting the moves to get the rolls in your favor. So you've got to give yourself credit there, Jamie. But I think as well, one of the things I wanted to touch on coming into the interview was it felt like a difficult matchup, especially that Annihilate and the Mousehold, and with how popular it's probably going to be as a combination coming into this tournament. How are you feeling about facing future ones? I mean, you dealt with it pretty effectively there, as long as you're getting the rolls in the right direction.
I think it depends on whether the Mousehold outspeeds or underspeeds my Salamence, just based on that. When I found out that it undersped my game, like I already had my game 3 plan sorted, I'm just going to go for Blizzard Draco, and that will KO based on the fact that Terra Flying Air Slash didn't KO with the Blizzard. So I think that's going to be the key thing, because otherwise they will probably get the beat up, and otherwise I'll just stop them with a Blizzard, I guess, and steal the game, that game 2 that I probably didn't deserve.
Yeah, and you've got a really interesting Ninetales build as well with the Disable and the Encore there. I really like that. And I think another thing that you're looking for to outspeed the Mousehold when possible, so you can shut down the Annihilate. Like we saw with the Rage Fist, you can disable that and then cause a lot of disruption from that Pokemon in particular. But how key was the Aurora Veil through that match? I think, especially in the late game when the Goldingo came in and Julio still looked like they could maybe pull it back if they could get the damage off, especially after you terrestrialize the Basque Legion.
Yeah.
But you just saw how well your team just took that Make It Rain.
I mean, like, I think I did capitalize on the slight luck, but getting the positioning afterwards, I think, was quite crucial. The Terra Fairy ended up, like, maybe biting me afterwards, but I knew that with Aurora Veil I would be able to survive the Make It Rain. I didn't think his Goldingo would be able to survive the last respects, even though it was only one Pokemon KO'd on my side. So I guess that he was, like, very bulky on the Goldingo, but yeah, I knew that my Basque Legion was going to be able to survive the Make It Rain, and then it was just, he's going to get Tailwinds. How do I position so I'm still definitely going to be able to hit this Goldingo twice? And the fact that he was able to survive meant I had to hit it twice. And yeah, the Aurora Veil coming in clutch there, I think, at the end.
Yeah, really clutch. And I think everyone's going to want to know a little bit more about, at least I do, about the Magnezone. Talk to me, Jamie. Tell me about Magnezone. I love that you've got it on your team. It hits so hard, but it's not a Pokemon we see that commonly used in any VG format.
Yeah, so like coming into Regulation H, I had so many ideas and went through so many of them, and loads of them were okay and probably not good enough. And a lot of the team building that I did was, well, here's my fire, water, and grass Pokemon, and then let's build some stuff around it. And that's the most common way of building. And then when that wasn't so successful, I wanted to try and find some other cores. So electric and ice was a combination that I wanted to try as well, because that's a 2 Pokemon combination. So then when I had the Ninetales on the team, I was looking at the electric types, and then the Magnezone was the one that stood out the most. It was almost going to be a Rotom Frost, but Magnezone did. When I saw the calculations of how much stronger an analytic Thunderbolt is from a Magnezone compared to a Rotom, then Magnezone was sold quite quickly. And even in like something my round 1, they had one Pokemon, the fire type, and that was it against the Magnezone. So it was an Electabuzz that couldn't do anything, and it was a Whimsicott that couldn't do anything against the Magnezone, because it resists 12? I think it's 12 or 13 different types. So
many resistances.
So yeah, like, and one of the biggest pluses for Magnezone, I think, is that it quad resists Goldingo. So it is actually a pretty significant Goldingo counter. Yes, they can still Shadow Ball you, but you're able to shrug off the Make It Rains, forcing a Shadow Ball, which prevents the Make It Rain from going onto your partner that turn. I think that's probably the biggest selling point of Magnezone. Also, it hits really hard. You'll be surprised how much an analytic Thunderbolt will do.
Yeah, it's very strong. And in that sense as well, it gives a lot of room, especially in those scenarios where you maybe have terrestrialized Basque Legion. You're given a second thought for your opponents to click that Make It Rain, because is it going to be more optimal to go for the Shadow Ball? And in that scenario, you think, okay, yeah, well, the Basque Legion's kind of in that safest spot where it can get those big attacks off. Take advantage of the last respect, the flip turn there, which is really useful to just get in and out of the field.
Flip turn and Volt Switch. That's really good.
Very strong.
Like Basque Legion and Magnezone as a core does actually do really well. Like the fast flip turn or the slow Volt Switch, or just the massive damage if you go for the adaptability, wave crashes, then the last respects and Thunderbolts and stuff.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
It is a good combo.
Nice combination. Getting aside from the event here, we've had a good start, which is great. Now, hopefully that does continue for the rest of the day. What are your goals for this season, playing-wise?
Yeah, because I'm obviously going to be trying to commentate as much as I can, because it's awesome and I love doing it. But just when I'm not commentating, I will just compete. So I'm hoping that if I get to commentate like as many as I did last season, then I'll probably play half the regionals. So it's quite difficult to get an invite when you're only playing half the season, but I managed it last year. I managed to make day 2 at every single regional last year, so
yeah,
the fact that I was able to do that means that I can do it. I'm still going to aim for that, so hopefully that's going to continue.
Yeah, well, hopefully you can maybe even wrap up a Worlds invite this weekend. Of course, one is on the line for a winner this weekend, so that golden ticket might be yours to take, Jamie, and after such a good start, we'll hopefully see that form from last season continue and take you into day 2 and on there. But before we let you go, get a little bit of a break before the next round starts. Any shout outs for anyone here at the venue or at home?
Yeah, I would always go for shout out to the EU casters, and I've been told that I must also shout out my family and my girlfriend every single time. So there is that shout out. So
there we go.
There we go.
Can I get a special shout out for looking after your very lucky breakfast?
Oh yeah,
muffin?
okay. So when I told Costa to look after my pizza in Stockholm, I had a very good run. And now that I've told you to look after my blueberry muffin, hopefully that's going to be a lucky blueberry muffin now as well.
The pressure is on me now. So
it is entirely your fault if I do not make phase 2 now.
I take full responsibility. Jamie, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure. Good luck at the rest of the tournament. Hopefully we'll see a little bit more of you throughout today and into the rest of the event. But stay tight. Sit tight, everyone. We'll be right back with round 3 very shortly.
I first got into Pokemon when my parents got me the Pokemon Blue version for the Game Boy, and I've been hooked ever since. I love it. My first starter Pokemon was Squirtle back in Pokemon Blue. This was around 1999. My earliest memory was when I was a little kid, and it was Christmas time. We had school off, and I could not wait to play my Game Boy. And I just remember drinking hot cocoa and catching a Haunter. If I were a Pokemon, my type would be Ghost, Poison, like Gengar. I go by Gengar Boy, and I love that Pokemon. I've really learned how to just be a more nice and friendlier person, because at the end of the day, it's still a community. We're hanging out with friends, and we also meet a lot of people we don't know. What drives me to compete, it's just preference. I love competition. I just love winning. I love the feeling of it. And it's a game that I'm good at. Well, I try to be good at. So, if I have more wins and losses, then it's just a fun activity.
Both Wolf and Riley winning regionals in the 2015 season.
Oh, yeah, I looked up to Wolf. Yeah. He's a really good player. He always plays optimally. I look up to Alberto, too, my friend, and Gio as well, and Chase. Number one goal is definitely to just play optimally at every event that I go to.
Maybe when I was like 7 or 8 on the Game Boy, Fire Red, Leaf Green, that's the first games, and then start from there. Mudkip was my favorite. It's just some guy back from Knoxville. In the competitive scene, I look up a lot to Aaron Zhang. He's just a great content creator, and I think he's just a great face for the community, and he's one of the reasons why I got into VGC. Really, really great guy. Flying after today, the Salamence, so that'd be kind of cool with all the bird types. My favorite Pokemon is Pancham. I always bring him to every event, and he's just kind of there. It's just kind of my persona. So yeah, there he is. My favorite part of Pokemon events is meeting new people and just playing just like new players and just anyone I haven't faced before. It gets like a strong challenge, and it's always great to just meet new people overall. My go-to event snacks will be protein bars. I usually have one on me all the time. They're just very convenient, and they're easy to eat. And my Team Rocket? I am not Team Rocket.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here. When preparing to compete at a Pokemon tournament, it's important to ensure that you choose the moves, items, and stats that best suit a Pokemon on your team. But what are these stats, and how do you ensure that you're training them in a way that unlocks their maximum potential? Let's break it down. Pokemon have 6 individual stats that determine its performance in battle: HP, attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. Each species of Pokemon has different stat potential. Fully evolved Pokemon typically have higher stats when compared to the Pokemon from which they evolve. To determine a Pokemon's primary role on your team, take a look at its stats. An attacker will have an attack stat that's naturally higher than its other stats. An example of a physical attacker is Rapid Striker Shifu, and an example of a special attacker is Fluttermane. Support Pokemon typically will have higher HP, defense, or special defense when compared with their attacking stats. But that's not always the case. Examples of support Pokemon popular in VGC include Amoonguss, Tornadus Incarnate, and Cresselia. So how can you optimize a Pokemon's stats to best fit its role in your team? Start by picking a nature that aligns with that role. Most natures will boost one stat while lowering another, so attacking Pokemon should pick a nature that raises its favorite attack stat while lowering the other. For supporting Pokemon, raise your chosen defensive stat while lowering its lowest attack stat. And for speedy Pokemon, a boost in speed is best offset by dropping its lowest attack stat. Next, maximize a Pokemon's potential by training their individual strengths, which are the innate affinity each individual Pokemon has for each stat, ranging from no good to best. A Pokemon with a higher individual strength and attack will be able to reach a higher maximum attack stat than a Pokemon of the same species with a lower individual strength and attack. To examine a Pokemon's individual strengths, complete the main story of Pokemon Scarlet or Pokemon Violet and talk to the nurse at any Pokemon Center. This will unlock the Judge function, which allows you to check a Pokemon's individual strengths in your boxes. You can maximize a Pokemon's individual strengths by talking to the Hyper Training Trainer in Monte Nevera in exchange for a bottle cap, which can be purchased from Delibird Presents. Now it's time to train a Pokemon's base points, which help determine the growth of its 6 stats. Each Pokemon begins with 0 base points in each stat. There are limits to how many base points each stat can earn, as well as the combined total of all 6 stats. So you won't be able to train your Pokemon to have the best possible stats in every category. These limits allow you to either hit the maximum in 2 stats, with a tiny bit left over for a third, or spread your Pokemon's training more evenly amongst a greater number of stats. The simplest way to start base point training is to refer to your Pokemon's role. Attacking or speedy Pokemon should maximize their chosen attack stat alongside of their HP or speed. Supporting Pokemon should maximize their defenses alongside of their HP. You can earn base points by defeating Pokemon in battle or by using vitamins, feathers, or mochi. To maximize base points for an individual stat, you'll need 26 vitamins or mochi or 252 feathers. For more information on base point training, make sure to check out Pokemon.com. A Pokemon's stats are only one aspect of its effectiveness in battle. Champion Pokemon trainers pay close attention to a Pokemon's abilities, moves, and overall team composition to come up with their winning strategies. Testing your team and how your Pokemon are trained is an important step in figuring out your team's strategy. Make sure to practice online via Battle Stadium or in person via your local Play Pokemon League. Looking for inspiration? Check out Pokemon.com for more information on past events, upcoming tournaments, or ways to train your Pokemon. Until next time, trainers, see ya!
Guess what? We're back for round 3 of Phase 1 here at the 2026 Pokémon Frankfurt Regional Championships. David has transformed into Lee. Who would have thought? Hello, Lee.
Hello.
David, Lee, Malamar.
Lee.
Wait, what?
Malamar.
What?
Don't talk about Malamar.
Sorry, Zoe's just getting in my head.
Yeah.
Sorry, but
what was that about earlier?
I honestly, I have no idea. I don't know.
I'm worried.
I don't know what she spoke to production about, but clearly she's got something cooking in a way. I mean, I'm not even sure. Have you checked to see if there's any Malamar in competition today?
I actually haven't, because I was so engrossed in that Jamie Julio match.
Yes.
And I couldn't take my eyes off it for a moment, so I haven't looked in the field to see if there is a Malamar. I'm sure one person we know has already, so we could ask them when they pop up a little bit later.
Actually, production just confirmed there are 2 Malamar.
2?
Yes, here we go. So we will be watching your progress throughout the weekend. But yeah, like you said, that was such an emphatic match between Julio Tarlau and Jamie Boy. Lovely little interview as well that you had with him. I'm surprised you didn't dig in more to him in the RNG factor of things.
The opportunity was there, but I thought, I'll go easy on Jamie. It's nice seeing him do so well on stream as well. You know, like he said, he's not had the best of luck sometimes, so to get the rolls in his favor was quite nice. But we are going into round 3, of course, and it is a community choice. So all down to everyone at home to decide who will be featuring next.
Oh, we've got Niels Dunlop, previous EU IC champion.
Look
my lordy.
Michael.
Okay, well, that's going to be one of the contenders of the fall that we've got. Niels Dunlop versus Tano Rosenkranz, of course, Luca Cherubelli versus Michael Kelsch, Armin Lena versus Lorenzo Alemania, and Francesco Razzini versus Michal Kwiatkowski.
Wow. You know, we're round 3 of a regional, the first one of the season, and look at this. The pairings, we couldn't go wrong with any matchup that is decided from everyone.
Oh, 100%.
They're voting to say which match you would like to feature, of course, but I mean, just phenomenal matchups throughout, and it's just a sign, I think, of what's yet to come from this tournament.
So much to process as well. We've got great archetypes throughout, a good variety of them. A couple of Blood Moon Ursalunas. I think I've spotted 4 so far, so be quite curious to see what the usage that is of that. We know it is one of those primary Pokemon that are just so powerful. But we've got a lot of variations. We've got sort of Sun variations. We've got Lilligant Hisui as well on the Sun. That's great to see. General balance comps, the MDB balance comp in of itself, and of course the Elizabeth Rain team that we saw Victor Medina essentially run through to the finals of Latin American International Championships last season versus Marco Silva's Sun mode.
Yeah, exactly, and I think it's one of the beauties about regulation here is the variety of teams and concepts that we're seeing, you know, and are we seeing mashups slightly as well from players where they're kind of combining 2 teams together to make one, so they have
like multi-modes.
But yeah, you can see what Pokemon a lot of trainers are leaning on, the ones that we're commonly seeing, the Goldengo, and of course that Blood Moon Ursaluna is such a strong pick in this format, and it all comes down to how these players are training them, what item choice they've got. Are they going Assault Vest? Are they going Life Orb? Are they going Throat Spray? There's so many options with that Pokemon, and the Terra type as well makes a big difference to how it performs in the field.
Yeah, but it's not only the most interesting Pokemon. We've got like a Weavile, for example, very niche pick on a Dondozo team run by Francesco Razzini, and a Klefki by Armin Elena, which functions in a similar way in terms of support. It's got Prankster, a really great typing that's lacking in the general pool of available Pokemon. Steel Fairy, it's able to get the screens set up, it's got weather potential set up, and you've got the Poltergeist as well, which adds further support in terms of HP recovery, redirection, and there's a lot of great ways to be able to sort of play that protect the king/queen sort of strategy, as we saw coming out from Julio just the last streamed match.
Yeah, I think it's a really good Pokemon in this sort of format as well, where it's a little bit more slower paced, a bit more positional in a sense, where you can really take advantage of that hospitality and kind of, you know, cycle in and out of the field, keep your king or your queen protected, topped up with that HP. So, and it's got really nice typing as well. It's able to flip the dimensions with Trick Room a lot of the time, and it's got a lot of disruption. The Magic move as well has that secondary effect to burn, which in such a heavy physical format is a really key thing if you can get fortunate in those scenarios.
Yes, but we have got the results. What have you lovely folks at home chosen is the big question. We don't know. We're finding out. There it is. Okay, it's going to be Luca Cherubelli versus Michael Kelsch, previous world champion, of course, back at Honolulu, Hawaii, a couple of seasons ago, versus Michael Kelsch, previous world champ finalist in Japan, into top 4 of top 8, I believe I'm not mistaken, last season as well, and top 4 in the previous. I think every single season he's been in, he's literally been just topping worlds, which is so impressive ever since he started playing VGC.
Absolutely incredible. I think, you know, the 2 regional wins that they had last season as well, on top of that, just shows how strong a player they really are. And Luca, no slouch either, having a really good run. NAIC going into the World Championships to defend that title, and that's not an easy feat, of course. No. I think when you do become world champion, you have that feeling where, oh, maybe I can take it easy the next season because I've got that automatic invite. But Luca didn't do that. Luca came out, he showed up, he played, he kept consistent throughout the season, and then had a good showing at the World Championships. Probably not quite as well as what Luca would have liked, but still an incredible player. What a talent, and what a match we've got going up next.
I know.
Good choice, everyone. everyone.
No, fantastic choice. I mean, all of them would have been great choices as well, but I think when it comes to sort of influences of the meta that can apply and change the flow of it, these two trainers are at the top of their game. Of course, we've seen previous Regulation Set H Part 1, let's say, of last season, compositions come to the fore. Michael Kelsch rocking what was a very common balance archetype that he actually went ahead and got quite a few good results with, and he was able to sort of like influence the meta in that way. With the Magma, you've got the Vital Spirit, redirection options, Will-O-Wisp, Taunt, you name it, and it's just sort of covered around in a nice little lovely wrap of balance, essentially, with the Kingambit being such a big player there.
Yeah, I'm pleased you mentioned the Magma because I think it is something that we kind of can associate with Michelle.
Yeah.
That has used it in past to a lot of success. So very comfortable Pokemon.
Magma the best, yes.
Magma the best?
Yeah.
I love it, yeah.
Trademark.
But, you know, a lot of players we see kind of tend to lean into Electabuzz, but Magma is the alternative option. And I love the Vital Spirit choice as well, where, you know, Flame Body is there if you want, but the Vital Spirit, I think, gives you almost a free safety goggles item in a lot of scenarios. So it just makes things so much easier and frees up that item maybe for something else where you don't need to worry about Dire Claw or the Spores, anything like that you see maybe coming out.
Yeah, it's true. And, you know, like we just mentioned, Eviolite, you've got the redirection potential of the Magma and the Electabuzz having so much of the defenses bolstered because of that item, because they're not the final evolution, of course, of that line. But talking about evolutions of lines and how we've seen great trainers come out to the fore, Luca Cherubelli being able to get his World Championship title a couple of seasons ago has been incredible. And like you said, Lee, he has not slowed down. He went ahead and got a finalist position at Bologna last season towards the end of it.
Yeah, and this is it. I think ever since we've seen Luca kind of come onto the scene in the senior division, make their way up into Masters, they've just been incredible. And the performances and the accolades that they've achieved along the way is just remarkable for such a talented trainer. And you can see here, world champion. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that, of course. That was last year in Honolulu, of course. Not being able to kind of replicate that in Anaheim, but I'm sure going to be hungry to replicate it again coming into this new season with what we've got ahead of us. Starting off in Turin, though, very familiar with these regional settings. And, you know, even on the bigger stage, I mean, you couldn't get any more experience than Luca's got. Interesting team, though. We'll talk about that for a quick minute. We've got the Rain combination there with our Arcaladon, and I feel like that is very strong. Something that Michelle's going to have to really watch out for coming into this game, because if those Electro shots get stacked up, especially with the Rain active, then things can get carried away quite quickly, and that momentum swing can be
and I mean, talking about Michael Kelsch, his achievements are just at the top of the game, where you want to be in order to be considered of the very best. 3-time regional and special championship champion, world's finalist, of course, world's top 4, world's top 8. That's what I mean. He's been doing 3 seasons ever since he started VGC, and in all 3 of them, he's been able to at least get top 8.
I mean, it's not often we take a look at the player profile and 3 of the top achievements are all world's finalist finishes, you know, so,
classic.
You know, just
Michael.
an incredible player and has been very consistent with showing that ability the last couple of seasons since coming onto the scene. I'm sure it's not going to be any different this year, but of course, players are developing, metagames are changing, so things can all change, and Michelle, once again, has to prove that they can get to the World Championships this season. It is the start, and I'm sure they want to get off to a good one. Baxcalibur, though, talking about teams, I love the usage of this, and it's not a Pokemon we see too often in Regulation H. But Michelle really leaning into that, I think, believing in that, and the Kingambit as well. A really good meta pick, I think, with how much Golinga we're going to see in the field. I think that is just a really good answer for that one particular Pokemon, as well as many others as well.
Yeah, it truly is fantastic. And there you've got other checks on the team. I'm looking at you, Dondozo, in the bottom right corner. It's Solo Dozo, which you'd think, okay, wait, where's its good old buddy pal Tatsugiri, either form? No, this is going to be the unaware Solo Dozo set that we saw last season come to quite prominent when it comes to the Yawn sort of sustainability and disruption that it's able to sort of execute onto the other side of the field. You've got either Wave Crash or some form of single target damage, or double target damage, should I say, as well, with Earthquake potential. But the most crucial thing is the unaware ability. It's able to ignore stat boosts on the other side of the field, the Pokemon in particular, and what a great way to be able to sort of check another Pokemon that's like, okay, well, King Gambit, Swords Dance, okay, I'm set up. I've got +2, I've got Black Blasters, Dark Terror, I'm ready to go and just pick up KOs left, right, center. Then you've got a Dondozo on the other side. It's like, no, buddy, slow down. Take a sleep, take a rest, yawn, chill, and it's got leftovers. It's able to just sort of sustain and disrupt so well, where it just forces your opponent's game plan and chucks it out of the window, essentially.
Yeah, it's going to be so important, especially we already talked about the threats on Luca's side that Archaladon, where it can set up with those electro shots and quite quickly as well and get that special attack boost.
Great example.
Dondozo has a nice Terra typing as well to kind of get around that, not have an ineffective attack against it, but take it neutrally and then won't care about those boosts. The same it can be said, like you say, with the King Gambit as well and the scale shot on the Dragonite. You know, so there is haze there on the Dragonite to remove the stat boot, but we're getting away from the point of the unaware being such a prominent thing that Michelle can lean into. And of course, can't forget about one of the options on the Dondozo as well.
I intentionally did not mention it.
Okay.
I was hoping you'd pick up.
Maybe we'll leave it for the match. Keep you all suspense.
If you were playing Regulations Head H last season or you're aware of it, you may be aware of it. The movie. The movie. Fisher, the movie. Sorry. Spoiler. Sorry. But yeah, I mean, you want to be able to make sure you have as much disruption and also KO potential.
Yeah, you've got that get out of jail free card.
That's it.
Almost.
That's it. Exactly.
If you're in a pinch and you need to just click something other than Wave Crash or the Yawn, the Fisher is great because if you land it, it can be game-changing. We've seen it many times when utilized on Pokemon like Ting Lu. Not available in this format, but Dondozo can do just as good a job. But I love Solo Dozo. I think for the ability to yawn, disrupt your opponent, you kind of cut off the flow of your opponent, what they're trying to do, because they can't get that momentum. And all the while Dondozo's doing that, you've got other Pokemon next to it, like the Sneasler, like those big powerhouses, like the Baxcalibur, like the King Gambit, that can set up and start really making a big impact on the field.
Yeah, it's quite crucial. And it's going to be interesting, right, Lee? Because we're seeing a team archetype that Michael was running early days to mid-season of last season with Regulation Set H. And then you've got the Elizabeth composition, which was a Japanese player that brought it to notoriety. And Victor Medina did an excellent job in being able to reach the finals of LAIC in Sao Paulo, Brazil last season with it. But that was at a later time in comparison to when Michael's sort of composition was very popular. And it was sort of in a way where you had a couple of great options to be able to deal with a couple of sort of key role players or pieces in the Michael team. But the Dondozo is a bit of a better adaptation in being able to, like you correctly said, handle electro shots. You're able to sort of slow things down to such a great extent where I don't think Michel's earlier variations of that team actually had that availability.
Yeah, and that might be the reason why he's went back to that original build where, you know, you're looking at it and you say, okay, well, it performed very well in the early stages of that format of Regulation H the first time around.
Yes.
But yeah, it has got those discrepancies that later started to kind of pop up. Players started to be able to have answers to this team. But like you say, Michel's patched that up potentially with that Dondozo in particular that can come in and be so disruptive. It is maybe going to be a bit of a terror hog if the Archaladon is lent on quite heavily by Luca, but do you mind that really? Is there anything else on your team where you think, I need the terrestrialization elsewhere? I don't think so. I think the Dondozo, if it is going to be that centerpiece that you're going to use to enable the other Pokemon on your team to be able to perform the way you want them to, and I don't think you mind too much.
Oh, 100%, because in the end of the day, you want to make sure that you're put in a board state where it's able to complement your other partner Pokemon to be able to dispatch or finish up the game. But we do have our trainers available and present on screen, getting prepared, ready. You see they are stone cold focused right now, trying to consider the matchups. Luca will have definitely seen this team archetype quite a few times. I'm sure Michelle will have done the same, but we're going to have to see how they actually try to find the appropriate flowcharts. And shoutouts, there may be an unfair advantage over on Michel's side with Avettini, the spirit and guidance of victory along his side. Cute little mascot.
Very cute mascot. Always there alongside them. A good luck charm as well. But I think you rightly point out, I think both players are probably familiar with the opposing matchup. But I think there's a deeper layer here because of the level that both of these players can play at, you know, and I would say they're both very close to each other in skill level across the board. So this essentially, we're round 3, but this could be a regional final match, you know? So I think it is about almost playing your opponent at this stage, not just the matchup as well.
Oh, 100%, as we've got the team list available. Lucas rocking the Dragonite, Golden Go, Pelipper, Sinister, Archaludon, and the Ursaluna. No Protect, of course, on the Sinister. We see the Choice Scarf, Golden Go. Last I checked, it was sort of the popularized version of this team was modest, so you want to capitalize off of the additional damage output available with the speed boost via the Choice Scarf. But Focus Sash Pelipper with the Dark Terror, maybe in anticipation of Prankster, Taunt, or Encore from, let's say, Whimsicots in the current meta.
Yeah, and I like that a lot. And, you know, I think what we're going to have to see from Luca as well, where is he going to prioritize? I think the Archaludon is a big key player for them because I think the Electroshot we've already talked about, that means you're going to need to bring the Pelipper, so we're likely to see that combination. I think because of the body press, how threatening it is to the Kingambit, you almost force a Terastallization on that if Michelle decides that is the big player there, or you force a Terastallization onto the Dondozo, and then that might open the door for you to take advantage of some of the other options that you've got. The Pelipper, if we do see the Kingambit go for that Ghost Terror type, it will be able to hit it for good damage with the Hurricane. Same with the Dondozo as well. It will get rid of that water typing, so then the Weather Ball and the Rain will become a little bit more effective. So there is some options there, but it's going to be interesting to see how Luca approaches with those 4 Pokemon.
Yeah, and then we have Michelle's 6 as well. Kingambit, Sneasler, Magmar, Rillaboom, Baxcalibur, and the Dondozo. Loaded dice, Baxcalibur with no Sword Stance, makes sense. You want to be able to have priority via that Ice Shard, and of course capitalize off of the Icicle Spear and Scale Shots. Getting speed boost is actually really key with the Scale Shot in particular, but you need to make sure you connect. And like we said, Magmar there with the Terra Fairy. That may be in anticipation of Dragon-type Pokemon like Dragapult, which can be overwhelmingly powerful in the current meta with Choice Band, especially when further powered by Dragon Terra too.
Yeah, the Baxcalibur are going to be a big player here because it does pressure, especially with that loaded dice. The Pelipper doesn't Terastallize, is going to be hitting for very good damage, and then doesn't worry about the Sash either. And then also the Dragonite on Lucas' side of the field, if it's not Terastallizing, it's really not going to sit in front of those Icicle Shots, Icicle Spheres as well, that can do so much damage. So I think that's a big Pokemon that Luca needs to deal with quite quickly. Maybe looking at maybe the Goldengo there, you know, it doesn't need any setup with that Choice Scarf. It can disrupt as well with Trick if something else comes out that you don't expect. So you can trick that Choice Scarf, get it off yours, give yourself a little bit more freedom with those moves, but you can also pressure the Baxcalibur straight out the gate, maybe force a Terastallization onto that Pokemon with that Make It Rain is so super effective.
Oh, but we're gonna find out the leads at game 1. Make some noise, folks. We got Dondozo, Rillaboom available on the field with Michael's side versus the Dragonite and the Choice Scarf Golden Go. I think what's really fascinating with this Golden Go in particular is Terra Water as an option. Sure, it's not very helpful against the 2 current Pokemon, but if there was a Magmar lead from Michael's side, it forced it in sort of a pin of does it Terra or not, because it's going to be susceptible to either attack from Golden Go's side.
Yeah, and I think the option here of Trick onto the Dondozo is really appealing here, because if you get that Trick onto it, it can't disrupt with those Yawns. It has to look into something. Does it look into that Fissure? Does it look into Wave Crash? It becomes way less effective, so a really nice pressure here. Maybe why we're seeing Michelle switch it straight out.
Well called, as it is gonna be the Sneasler, the Snee Boss, should I say, on the field. Fake Out will be able to break the multi-scale on the Dragonite, and like you called out, Lee, this Trick is in effect. The Sneasler is now the proud owner of the Choice Stuff, whilst the Golden Go actually gets a Focus Sash.
Yeah, it's not a bad trade, is it?
It's not bad at all.
Focus Sash, which is really good. Normally with a Choice Scarf, you're trained a lot more offensively, not with the defenses, so that Choice Scarf going to be really beneficial if you can keep it intact. The Golden Go's still in a nice position. It's going to be able to throw out and make a rain, do some good, respectable damage to the other side of the field, but you do have that active Fake Out from the Sneasler. But does it look into that, or does it just go for that Diaclaw? Now that it is got that Choice Scarf, it is going to be the fastest thing on the field momentarily, but it's going to have to choose wisely what attack it goes into.
Yeah, and the Sneasler does have the option of going for the Dire Claw, deals so much damage, it's a critical hit. Does it pick up a status? It does not. Scale Shot will connect, target into the Rillaboom. I don't think at that range it's enough to pick up a KO, even if it goes for the 5 hits, but the critical hit may have actually helped if maybe there was a couple of more. But the important thing is here, it's going to be able to deal so much damage onto the Golden Goes. Typically are faster than the Rillabooms. We're going to have to see the speed interactions play out. However, the Make It Rain is confirmed. It does connect. It does pick up the KO. The Rillaboom is out, and the Sneasel has been dealt so much damage as well.
Yeah, the problem now is you would say in most scenarios that Dragonite probably in a good position with that speed boost from the Scale Shot, but actually kind of double-edged sword here where the Sneasler with that Choice Scarf is still going to outspeed the Dragonite the next turn, and it's in range to get knocked out. So something for Luca to think about. Do you want to preserve that Dragonite? Because the Goldingo's still in that comfortable position where it has got the Focus Sash's Comfort Blanket. It can throw out another Make It Rain, and you can just start chipping away. The Dondos are now on the field, and it hasn't got that threat of the trick. I mean, you can still try and trick a Choice Scarf onto it to get rid of the leftovers, but is it really going to be that useful? I think the thing now is that Luca needs to react. What is that reaction?
Yeah, as we are going to see Michelle actually react first, switches the Sneasler out for the Baxcalibur. It has been brought. Scale Shot goes into the Dondozo. It's going to be able to deal, I would say, just about 40-ish%, probably if it has a 5th hit, but not even the case right now. It's just around 25 with the 4 hits. Of course, yet another defense drop here in favor of the speed. -2 versus +2, Make It Rain. Deals so much damage onto the super effective interaction against the ice typing of the Baxcalibur, but Wave Crash finally focusing onto his Golden Go. Can't even bring it down to a 2-shot, showing how much of a menace this Pokemon is.
Yeah, and I think really backfiring here for Michelle. Maybe not expecting Luke to stay in and attack the way they did, but staying true, convictions, and going for that Scale Shot, and really paying off there, especially into the Baxcalibur that now is in range of another Make It Rain, despite those special attack drops. It's -2 at the moment, so maybe Luca wants to start thinking about switching it out. After this turn, you get one more Make It Rain onto the field. You take a Wave Crash for your troubles. You're still in an all right position. The Dragonite is threatened, though, now. It's taken all that attention away from the Baxcalibur that can go for an Ice Shot. It has got the priority. It is going to be able to pick up a knockout. So do you preserve the Dragonite, or do you get brave again, defy Michelle's thinking, and stay on the field and just go for whatever you feel is right?
Oh, we're going to have to find out. There is Terrestrialization commit. It is going to be the Baxcalibur going into the Ghost typing. Wants to make sure that it can essentially navigate away from the Dragon type weakness that it previously had. Ice Shard will connect into the Dragonite, of course. The priority makes sure it has been dispatched off. Luca did not opt for Protect in that scenario, any sort of defensive play. Make It Rain will not pick up the KO. This is why it's so crucial to go for the Ghost Terror. It allows the survival of the Baxcalibur. Wave Crash, is it enough? Definitely not, but it puts it so much more closer, maybe even to a potential Ice Shard pickup via the priority. But I don't think so because of the resistance.
Yeah, the resistance there, and then that little bit of recovery, the residual from the grassy terrain, probably just putting it out of range from that Baxcalibur. Now you can see although the scores are tied at the minute, the return that Luca's got, the damage, where the Baxcalibur, with anything that goes into that next, is going to pick up a knockout. The Dondos are not in a great position either. Now, if Luca does have the Pelipper in the back, you've got a scenario where you could potentially switch the Pelipper in, Electroshot into the Dondozo, and then you get that +1 in your special attack, and it helps you kind of navigate the rest of this match, although you're leaving that Baxcalibur alone. We all get straight into it with the Icicle Sphere.
Here we go. Picks up the KO, of course, with just 2 hits and a little style points with that critical hit on the final one. But the question is, the Archaludon, isn't going to be able to pick up a KO? There's no switch-ins of any sort of Pelipers to be able to capitalize off an Electro Shot. Flash Cannon will, of course, pick up the Baxcalibur, but this allows the Dondozo to get funky with its position in the board. Goes for either Yawn or Fissure if Michelle's feeling very risky, but no, just going for the safe Yawn, wanting to make sure that now Luca has final 2 Pokemon remaining. There will be a mandatory sleep turn incurred onto the Archaludon in the subsequent turn.
Yeah, of course, now unable to switch that Pokemon out to get rid of that drowsy effect. Comes down to Luca's last Pokemon, which is that Ursaluna, up against the Sneasler, half health, The Dondozo still in a not too bad position. I think it would prefer that grassy terrain still in effect, though, because if it does, it's got that expedited recovery that it really enjoys with the leftovers. But you've got the option now where you can go for that yawn into the Ursaluna. The problem is that Flame Orb will activate before that yawn can take effect, so you're not really going to be able to get the most out of it. And the key here is that Luca's still got that terrestrialization they can utilize on the Ursaluna, get rid of that water weakness that is so apparent from that Dondozo.
And this is quite a precarious situation. The Sneasler does not have fake out, so it has to lock into either close combat or Dietl, or maybe even coaching onto the Dondozo in hopes that it's able to run this game out with the leftovers recovery long enough versus the Archaludon. And there it is, goes terrestrialization on the Ursaluna, going for the offensive.
Yeah, it just wants to avoid any of those big fighting type attacks from that Sneasler or the fake out. If that was locked into, I don't suppose it would be. No. But here it is the coach.
Hey, hello.
He called it.
Dondozo getting beefed up even further than what it can normally do without the Tatsugiri on its side. Flash Cannon is going to resist. It's going to be able to survive so handsomely so. Facade into the Sneasler, however, will pick up the KO, but Dondozo really needs to be able to find a way around this. If he goes for the yawn, there won't be any effect. The Fissure's coming out, and it's going to avoid the Ursaluna, and this is sort of not all over for either side, if I'm completely honest. The Archaludon is susceptible to sleep turns now, has to take a mandatory one in the upcoming turn. Ursaluna does have the proc of the Flame Orb, so even going for the yawn there would not have made any sense. It would have been nullified because of the burn status being applied just beforehand. And you're going to have to be able to deal as best as possible against this Ursaluna, henceforth why we saw the coaching from Sneasler, hoping maybe to have that out of the fissure.
Yeah, and it's all going to come down to how much this Facade does. But yeah, Michelle not wanting to go down quietly here, going for the Protect one to get as much recovery as possible. In doing so, though, you give that Archaludon the room where it's not really going to be affected. It's going to burn that mandatory sleep turn we talked about, and now it's got a chance this next turn to potentially wake up, and the 2v1 situation might just be a little bit too much. You've even got room to go for the Electro Shot now if you are Luca, although it's not really, it's going to be hitting super effective, but those boosts won't really be affecting the battle too much, but that extra damage might just be enough to help you get rid of this big, bulky boy.
Yeah, you're going to have to, and that's going to further extend the turns remaining as well. Archaludon will be asleep from the first opportunity that I had to be able to wake up. Facade comes out first. Not enough to pick up the KO. Is that going to be a fissure to that? There is not. Ursaluna says, not today, sir. At least not in this game one. And it's going to be able to see this match out for its trainer, Luca.
Yeah, definitely. And a really good choice, I think, in the back there with the Ursaluna, knowing that you got that Flame Orb, knowing that the Dondozo could be so impactful in this match and disruptive. Having those tools to be able to deal with it with that Gold Ingo, forcing it out turn one with that trick, and then later on bringing the Ursaluna in with that Flame Orb where you don't have to worry about those yawns that can be so disruptive and would have been a way back in for Michelle in that match.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But Luca was able to prevail in that scenario, avoided two consecutive crucial fissures. It was so important because I feel the 1v1 between Archaludon and the Dondozo probably would have resulted in Dondozo being able to win as long as he protected the right times and he got the yawn vortex going too. However, we have got game two right now, Lee. Luca is in the lead, has the advantage. Michael did not have a good start to that game. What are the adaptations he needs to consider going into this game two?
Yeah, it's really tough because I think we talked about at the top of this match how the teams kind of match up against each other, whereas one of them is a more newer version in that first phase of Regulation H, whereas Michelle's was a very early concept, and there's that adaptation of the Dondozo that feels to come in to kind of patch this matchup slightly, and I think Luca identifying that so well going into that game one and making sure that, okay, if the Dondozo does come, I've got this answer to it. If the board switches round, I've got this answer to it. And I think they're the things, the Gold Ingo, the Ursaluna, are what Michelle really needs to get a little bit more value out of his Pokemon in particular. Can the Baxcalibur, can the Sneasler be a bit more impactful? Really didn't get that return from those Pokemon. And maybe you bring the Baxcalibur out front and center so you can start getting those
immediate
skill shots. You can pressure the Dragonite if that does come out, because I think the disruption between just the Dragonite and the Gold Ingo from Luca's side, the returns that they got were just phenomenal, setting up that late game with the Archaladon and the Ursaluna.
Yeah, but we have got game 2 upon us, and we have got a shiny Magma next to a Rillaboom over Michael's side. Ursaluna and Dragonite, however, on Lucas. We've got the adaptation of a single slot from either side here, and maybe gives us a bit of an insight into what mode each of our trainers want to go for.
Yeah, this is a dangerous situation for Michelle. I love the switch up, but the Magmar here is not really in a great position because that Ursaluna on Lucas' side has the option to go for Terastallization, avoid any fake out, gets rid of that grass weakness that it's got, and it can go for a headlong rush into the Magmar slot. And the one thing that Michelle doesn't have is any ground resist in the back. No ground resist on the entire team, so whatever stays on the field here or switches in, it's going to take some big, big damage. And the Magmar does have the Fairy Terastallization, so can't even resist that hit.
No, it doesn't, but there is a saving grace in the Earthquake actually not being able to dispatch as much damage output because of the available grassy terrain currently on the field, so forces a single target management consideration there as we've got Tailwind now being set up. Headlong Rush, no protect, no reason to not pick up a KO if you're that Ursaluna staring down the Magmar. What a cataclysmic KO straight away in turn 1. But this allows the Rillaboom to maybe focus in with the Woodhammer. Does connect, of course, does pick up the KO. So there's a bit of a trade-off between both of our trainers. However, Luca does have Tailwind set up.
Yeah, it's a good trade-off for both players when you look at it on paper there. You get rid of the Magmar, that redirection that can be so a hindrance to your game plan if you're Luca, but at the same time we saw how impactful that Ursaluna was for Luca in game 1. So Michiel saying, okay, I'm not going to commit to the fake out. It's not really going to be that valuable here anyway. I'm just going to go after that Ursaluna. If it does Terastallize, that's fine, it's burned. But if it doesn't, I'm going to pick up the knockout, get that big, big damage with the Woodhammer.
Yeah, exactly that, as we've got the Dondozo now being brought onto the field, as well as the Archaladon over on Lucas' side, instantly going for the modes that they need to be able to essentially gather up as much damage output as they can, especially up against this Rillaboom. But crucially, like we said, the Dondozo is such a huge threat, even though it's a passive threat. It's there to be able to stay on the field as long as it can, but force disruption plays onto the other side. But the Dragonite at least is able to be susceptible to, should I say, not susceptible to fissures, and it's also able to resist wave crashes. So there's nothing necessarily directly threatening it right now.
No, and it is a surprise to see it switch out, because Luca obviously wants to utilize it later on and maybe take a full advantage of these tailwind turns, especially when you bring the rain onto the field, and you combine that with Archaladon and that Electro Shot that turns from a 2-turn move into a 1-turn move.
Oh yeah, Grassy Glide though will be breaking the Focus Sash onto the developer. Not quite enough to do a 2-shot at the moment, but there it is, the Electro Shot combination you just called out. The target is Dondozo. There is no Terastallization right now. It's not going to be dealing that +1 special attack damage, but that is still so much. Yawn into the developer. Just trying to make sure you guarantee A, break a multi-scale if you can, if the Dragonite stayed in, and B, you got that Yawn disruption going.
Yeah, the pressure here from Lucas' side is so well done. Switching the Dragonite out, especially after you said, wasn't really in that awkward position. It was pretty comfortable where it was. It could threaten a nice damage onto both things on Michelle's side of the field. But no, getting that rain up, and now the Pelipper in a great position to really pressure down that Rillaboom with those Hurricanes. And now this Archaladon getting set up with those Electro Shots. You can see how much damage it's doing to the Dondozo. It's almost forced to go for a Protect this next turn, because if it doesn't, Luca can punish that with a big knockout from another Electro Shot and doesn't need to rely on those special attack boosts. Because of that pressure, though, Rillaboom on out of here.
Yeah, and for good reason, too. It's going to be the Sneasler being brought in. Let's not forget, the Fake Out is not available on this Sneasler. It has Protect instead. However, coaching could be a strategy that Michelle is trying to opt for, wanting to forego its weakness to the Electric type. Goes for the Terra Poison instead. It wants to ensure that it's still on the field for as long as possible to go for the impactful moves. Hurricane is able to bring the Sneasler down to its Focus Sash. Unburden will be procced, but at this point, I would say initially it doesn't matter, but the Tailwind is still in effect over on Lucas' side. There's a confusion. No, that is not what Michelle wants to see if the Sneasler does not go down. Electro Shock. We are expecting it to go into the Dondozo. Does it do so? It's not going to be dealing the damage of plus special.
Into the Sneasler! No! Into the Sneasler! Protect!
Wow!
Picking up a huge knockout!
Oh my lord, that is so crucial! There goes the option of the coaching strategy Michael wants to try to rely on. Yawn does does go into the Archaludon will mean that you either switch it out or you have to stay and accept the subsequent turn it being put to sleep.
Yeah, and it all comes down. There's a lot of emphasis on this Dondozo being able to claw this match back for Michelle now, because now you've got the Rillaboom coming back onto the field for one turn. It's going to have a way to disrupt the opposite side. The Yawn's an effect on the Archaludon, so it's going to have one turn before it goes to sleep. But you've got that active fake out now that can slow that Archaludon down for a turn. But the thing is, Luca does have the numbers. It can switch around. You switch Archaludon out now, forgo those boosts because you don't really need them against the Rillaboom. You can bring the Dragonite onto the field. So like you say, you resist those attacks from the Dondozo, but can Michelle capitalize here? Expect that switch out, go for a Yawn into that slot, so it makes it more difficult. But all the time you're doing this, you're ignoring that Pelipper. If it wakes up and gets a Hurricane off, especially into the Rillaboom, the numbers are cut down even more significantly, and it becomes even harder to get this match back in a position that you're comfortable with.
Yeah, if you're looking at this from Luca's side, enemy number one is that Dondozo. He needs to make sure he finally gets rid of Flash Cannon. However, it's actually going into the Rillaboom. Not enough. Even a +2 of its special attack to pick up a KO. Woodhammer will be targeting the Pelipper, picking up a guaranteed KO, definitely from that range, being so powerful. But this allows a free switching of the Dragonite in the subsequent turn. But the crucial thing here is, of course, Archaludon did not switch out. It stayed in, and you see Michelle wanting to try to guarantee any sort of anticipation of a switch outs there to stick that Yawn Vortex in play and always guarantee by picking up the KO on the Pelipper.
Yeah, it's a nice play from Luca here, because you're just saying, okay, well, I'm just going to make sure that I am going to sleep. I'm going to burn that sleep turn next turn. It allows me then to get Dragonite in where it's not having that drowsy effect. I've still got the multi-scale and effect as well, so Rillaboom not really threatening me. Your Dondozo attacks are boosted by the rain, but again, I resist those, so I can just concentrate all my energy down into that Rillaboom and then wait for my Archaludon to wake up, and then we can go for it 2v1.
Oh, 100%, but there's no protect from the Dragonite, actually. Not wanting to slow down the momentum. Multiscale is broken because of... Oh, my Lord! It misses! That is so big! The Rillaboom's going to be able to stay on the field for yet another turn. Archaludon is asleep yet again, but the Yawn will now, of course, launch itself onto the Dragonite and say, buddy, you need a rest as well. Please take a sleep.
Yeah, really unfortunate scale shot miss. You're going to have to kind of rerun that, run it back this next turn to get rid of that Rillaboom. You've got to say it will be in range of the scale shot to pick up the knockout. But unfortunately, the Dragonite at the end of this turn will go to sleep. But now there is a chance the Archaludon can wake up and start chipping down that Dondozo. But it's so much health at the moment, especially with the grassy terrain and effect that leftovers, keeping it so healthy. So a lot to do for Lucas still in this match, even though the scale shot does connect this time.
It does, and it does pick up the KO. Now you'd think in the macro scale, it may not matter the previous scale shot turn that did miss, but it's a battle of attrition, these sort of matchups. You need to make sure you have as much resource available to yourself as possible in order to take away from your opponent's side. Archaludon remains asleep, not able to wake up just yet. Fissure, here it comes, and there it goes. It did not connect. Thankfully for Lucas, you see he's able to just let out a breath of relief from that scenario. That was clearly so impactful.
Yeah, and you've potentially got a few more of those to dodge as well for the next few turns. Now, the Dragonite is asleep, and it is going to have to take a few turns before it can attack again. Doesn't want to go for that haze, though, as well, to get rid of that defense drop, because if it does come down to an endgame between that and the Dondozo, that could be the difference maker here. But again, another sleep turn for the Archaludon, another fissure, and another miss.
Wow.
Here we go.
Okay, I mean, this is Michelle's only out, but how he deals with the Dragonite is something I don't see the true path towards, because it's going to be able to resist the wave crashes that are coming out, so you're going to be able to have to play around with a lot of extended protects every other turn with the leftovers recovery, and you just see there's so much damage being dealt onto that Dondozo thanks to the scale shot. And at this point, to be fair, there is the factor of the defenses being dropped each time by the Dragonite. That may be the way out that Michelle's looking for.
Yeah, the double wake up here is really crucial, because now the Dondozo this next turn, depending another fissure miss, it is going to be susceptible to getting knocked out by that scale shot, that flash cannon as well. The combination there will be enough to pick up the knockout, so you're almost forced to go for the protect, get that extra turn of recovery here, and hope then the next turn the scale shot only hits 4 times, and you can just squeak through avoiding that. But I think the big question is, how do you deal with that Dragonite even after the defense drops? You don't really have a way to deal with it, and the scale shots combination hitting 4 to 5 times are doing so much. I think it is in the bag for Luca. It's just how they play it out and get around. But the sleep going away is a big, big advantage for them.
Yeah, I think Michelle just needs to connect with one of these fissures on our Chaladon and then be in a position to be able to deal with this Dragonite whilst the Dragonite does miss scale shots, which in this turn, it does not. Puts it ever so close to the point where the Dondozo will be felled. And I think because our Chaladon is, of course, awake right now, it may well just be within range, even with unaware in effect, against the boosts that have been accumulated by the Archaladon to be felled by this Flash Cannon. It is no longer water type.
There we go.
Mishael has not been able to pull this back with Dondozo. Look at Cherry Belly getting his win number 3 in Swiss round phase 1.
Absolutely incredible. Just absolutely incredibly played there from Luca. Congratulations to both our players as well for just a good showing there, but just a little bit too much. I think the identification from Luca in that match really shone through how well they identified that the Dondozo was a big threat and had answers at every corner. Michelle just really didn't have a way to get around the threats on the opposite side of the field. And I talk in that match as well, I forget the unaware ability. Wouldn't really be a difference maker for the scale shot. The defense drops. They don't come into consideration. So you can go for those a little bit more freely. But I mean, Luca knowing that all the way through and then just ending game 1 the way that they did with the Ursaluna and then changing it up slightly and ending game 2 the way they did, just to kind of get rid of everything next to the Dondozo. So the end game is Dondozo versus my Dragonite, and then game is sealed up.
Showing his experience and prowess, of course. We know he's a world champ. We know that he is so good and in flow with the team that he feels comfortable with, and clearly that's the case with this one in particular. We saw the absolute onslaught of the Golden Go in that game 1, picking up 2 shots, 1 shots, you name it, to the point where Michelle just ran out of pieces available to him.
Yeah, and I love the way that Luca played that first game in particular, saying, okay, well, I'm gonna keep my Pokemon out on the field, so if you don't punish me keeping my Dragonite out with that ice shot, then I'm going to get an attack off and I'm going to knock out your Baxcalibur. So it almost forced Michelle in a lot of situations to have to target the Pokemon, and rather than kind of predicting protect or switches out from Luca's side of the field, we saw that happen in game 1 and it really backfired. So I think from that point on, Michelle had to kind of adjust the game plan slightly going forward, and then Luca capitalized on that as well. And we talked about at the start of this match, reading and playing your opponent as well as the team would be a big important factor here, and exactly that for Luca, showing how much of a strong trainer they are in doing so.
Yeah, well said. I think the handling of the Dragonite was exceptional from Luca's side. The point where we saw the game 2, where he actually switched it out when it didn't necessarily need to switch out, but it's A, you guarantee the multi-scale is still in effect, but B, most crucially, you've got it for that end game like you called out with the Dondozo interaction, and you need to make sure you don't terrestrialize the Dragonite. It's so easy to fall into that trap, especially when you've got Pokemon on the other side of the field that, you know, like a Baxcalibur. You're like, okay, well, Baxcalibur's there to threaten, you know, times 4.
Really good right
Steel
now.
type's great, it's so good. It's going to resist both Ice and Dragon. But you're like, no, I need to like hold off and guarantee its peace and play in the end of board state scenarios where you've got the advantage and the interaction, like you said, of the multi-scale and unaware stuff, and just exceptional. It's such a great way to be able to manage your resources to such a high level, especially up against one of the best and most prominent trainers to touch this game in the past seasons.
Yeah, definitely that. And I think, testament to Luca in general, and we'll see how far they can push on. I mean, it would be probably a dream start for Luca to lock up that Worlds invite at this early stage of the season. A bit like what they had last year after winning in Honolulu. Of course, you kind of went about it a little bit different way, but time periods not too far off each other, right? But yeah, I mean, on the back of a performance like that, you've got to say, definitely one of the favorites coming in to be able to go all the way in this event. And it's down to the other players in the field to be able to kind of combat Luca, who's so comfortable with this Elizabeth team comp that we've seen have so much success in the past of Regulation H when it's been in effect.
Yeah, it's sort of one of the questions that I had going into this event, Lee, is how many variants are we going to see of the Marco Silva Sun team team and of the Elizabeth team, because they were so monumental at the end of regulation set H. They sort of like set the scene pretty much, where we saw, you know, other niche sort of team compositions like Wolf Glick, that he was able to go ahead and win Toronto, if I'm not mistaken. And he was Parrish. Yeah, oh, that's it. Wolf come Parrish. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but like that.
Yeah, it started.
Yeah. But that was the final like global event to happen, and he was able to beat the Sun mode of Marco's team, and that's why I was thinking, okay, well, how many Sun mode teams are we going to see in the variant of Marco Silva? And so far, we haven't seen, at least on stream, that will maybe nullify or bring back other team compositions like Victor's, which has a bad matchup into it.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. When we get deeper into the tournament, it'll be interesting to see if we are featuring more of one than the other. And this could have a real big knock-on effect into the subsequent regionals that we're going into across the pond and other regions around the globe. So, yeah, I think it'll be really telling what players have lent on. Did they lean on that Elizabeth Rain mode with Archaladon a little bit more, or did they go for that fast defensive play style that Marco kind of capsulized with the Charizard? And that team scares me a lot more than the Rain team. I feel like you've got a lot more room to move around and operate against the Archaladon, the Pelipper build than you do maybe against that Charizard that is so oppressive if you get one turn wrong here or there.
Yeah, exactly.
The jump up as well is a, you know,
chaos energy.
We mentioned already Hisuian Lilligant can be another chlorophyll abuser that can take advantage of the sun when it's on the field. Pressure with Sleep Powder as well. It's got the nice option of that fighting combination that I really do like, and does put a lot of pressure onto many things that we see that are commonly used in this format as well.
Yeah, exactly. And its own sort of version of speed control is after you stuff with Torkoal versus, let's say, Tailwind. That's
traumatizing me.
Oh, yeah, just a tiny bit. But we have got the interview ready for you, lovely folks at home. We're going to hear it from our world champ, Luca Cherubelli himself. Take it away.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. I am here with Luca Cherubelli, the winner of our Swiss Round 3 of the Frankfurt Regional Championships. Luca, how are you feeling?
Well, definitely it's a very, very good feeling. Ultimately, like in the last tournaments, I had a kind of a bad streak on stream, so being able to like kind of break the curse against a player good such as Michaela like is very, very is a very, very good sensation.
That's really amazing to hear. So, going into the matchup, you were facing this Dondozo kind of balanced team. What was your approach and your thoughts on that?
Well, in my opinion, the matchup was in my favor. Like, there were a lot of different ways that my opponent could approach the matchup, and I really did not know what he could have done. It's just in my opinion, I was pretty scared of the Terragos King Gambit. Because it kind of restricts my brings in terms of like what to do. But like in general, like I'd say the matchup was kind of in my favor, and on top of like avoiding heavy fissure that I was thrown at, which, if we're being honest, were a lot. Like I'd say, like the combination of matchup plus a little bit of luck, like it really made the difference there.
Yeah, we did see in both games 1 and 2, it came down to a Dondozo endgame where I think Michael's win condition was to get that fissure onto your Pokemon. Were you worried at any stage whenever he clicked it?
Like, obviously, like every time like a fissure comes up on the screen, like you flinch a little. So, but in the end, like it went well for me. In the second game, maybe like since Dragonite was fast enough to wake up, like I just needed to delay a couple of fissure, but like I could have afforded like to get it at a later time, because then Dragonite has so many skill shots to throw at. Though like it's still like a messy game, because like there are the sleep turns, there's the skill shot accuracy. There's fissure that Wave Crash can create or something. So it's a very messy game. Obviously, until Dondozo was very, very low enough, I wasn't sure I was going to win. So
yeah, well, you played that match really masterfully. Just at really great positioning all round. So, I want to zoom out a little. You obviously just came from Worlds, and you're a former world champion. And how have you felt the regulation difference between Regulation G and Regulation H?
Well, obviously, like it's completely different. Regulation, like going from double restricted to no restricted, but not even Urshifu, not even Ogre Pawn, not even nothing. It really, like, it kind of feels like playing a different game. So honestly, I've been struggling a lot and like playing those balanced teams. So in the end, like, I tried to find the thing that was most similar in how I was playing Regai. Like, I was abusing a lot of Barcelona, so at least even if in the end, like, they're different, they have some middle ground that I can that I know how to approach, so in order to like make the team shine better.
Yeah, well, it looks like you're doing really well so far, Undefeated. So you're obviously a big inspiration to a lot of viewers at home who want to win that title of World Champion. Do you have any advice for viewers who want to get that title?
Really, if we're talking about winning the words, I don't know. Like, it's difficult. Like, obviously, like you have to be have a bit of luck, and actually, like, I don't think anyone has ever walked into words feeling I know I'm gonna win. So in the end, like the advice for that really doesn't matter. It's just you can go in if you go at words. You do not know if you will win, but yeah, it's like you can. So like don't sell yourself short before it happens.
That's really amazing. I'm sure our viewers at home are going to try and get forward. So lastly, do you have any shout outs that you want to give to anyone watching?
Oh yeah, like there are obviously a lot. First of all, like I'm shouting out my friends of Il Server. Then in particular Marco Silva, who helped me a bit with prep. Shout outs as well to Victor Medina, who is one of the regional front runners of this team, and he helped me a lot as well. Other than that, like, thanks to my parents who are watching from home and all the people who are supporting me.
Thank you very much, Luca. Well, trainers, we're going to let Luca get ready for the next round, so don't go anywhere as we cut to a short break before we're back.
The Ivy Cudgel, the Water Main goes down, and James Beck is your Peoria Regional Champion.
I got into Pokemon through the anime when I was a kid. I saw it when I was very, very young. They say that the Pokemon anime was actually played in my hospital room when I was born, but the one I can really remember is just watching it at my cousin's house. And basically have been ever since just watching the anime, playing the game. Pokemon's been a huge part of my life. So I began competitive in 2009. I was just playing very casually. I didn't know anything about competitive. And then after the 2013 World Championship, watching the live stream, I ended up going, oh, I want to start becoming one of the better players. So I ended up studying a lot and been transitioning ever since. I was able to qualify for the 2014 World Championship, and I qualified for every World Championship since. I think what drives me to compete is that I'm just a very competitive person in nature. It's always just been a habit of mine. And one thing that I think a lot of people dream of, especially me, is becoming that world champion. And it's something I've come close to several times, actually. 2019 got top 4, and then 2022 top 4 as well. So always been trying to get that world championship title since day one. One thing that I learned is everyone's journey is very different. You'll see a bunch of new players rise up. You'll see a lot of old heads that are still around, and everyone has a different experience with Pokemon.
James Beck back in top 4 of the Pokemon World Championship.
There are a lot of people that I look up to, not only as player, but as an individual. I'm a huge fan of my friends like Emilio Forbes. His play is absolutely immaculate, and Eduardo Cunha, absolutely incredible friend, but also really great at the game. It's 2022 London. Not only did I get top 4, but also one of my best friends in the community actually won that entire event. So it's always been inspiring and something that I just really treasure.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships in 2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokémon X and Pokémon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to competitive Pokémon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a single appearance in top 8. Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the metagame as we moved into the 2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokémon Omega Ruby and Pokémon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame by a high presence of Pokémon that could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just 2 months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan. This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World Championships progressed, it became clear that Chalk was the team to beat, even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
They go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thunderous.
Mega Salamence,
The Hyper Voice.
and Mega Charizard Y.
They go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding, even more interesting was the variation seen within Chalk just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokemon. Heatran was substituted for a different Fire-type Pokemon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei and one choosing Volcarona. The 6th Pokemon on the team ranged from Thundurus to Aegislash to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The 2 teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan were both defeated in the quarterfinals, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan was guaranteed to have her day in the sun.
Players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls, and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing. We've seen him. This is the 2nd time on stream, playing incredibly well.
After taking down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4, Shoma Honami would be met in the finals by fellow Japanese player Hideyuki Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my god. He's done. We get a medic in the field.
The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma won Game 1 thanks to consistent damage output from his Landorus Therian and clever use of disruptive attacks like Thunder Wave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through Confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through Confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these 2 trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a Game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still number 1.
Should do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon, as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge, and it's only a matter of protects before this one is over.
Fittingly, Mega Kangaskhan re-entered the field right before Hideyuki conceded defeat. Shoma's decision to stay true to his run to the Japan Nationals title with the original components of the Chalk team composition paid off as he became the 2015 Pokémon World Champion.
Shoma Honami is your 2015 Pokemon Video Game World Champion.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Hello, welcome back to the Frankfurt Regional Championships. My name is Lee Provost, and I have the pleasure to now be joined by the lovely Zoe Liu, and it's great to have you behind the desk for this next round. Zoe, how have you been enjoying the tournament so far?
Oh, that last round was just such a treat. Getting to watch Luca Cherubelli and Michael Kelsch just on stage so early in the tournament as well. It's just amazing.
Amazing.
And, my heart was skipping a beat every time we saw the fissure.
Oh, I know, every time.
Come up, I'm like, did that hit? Oh, okay, no.
Is the animation delaying it slightly, or is it? Yeah, I know. It was just, heart and mouth. A lot of those turns, especially imagine sitting in Luca's seat and thinking, please don't hit, please don't hit. And Michelle, the other way around, please hit. But no, that's one of the excitements about that move. We don't commonly kind of advocate for players to use for sure, but it is exciting when we do see those scenarios kind of play out. And fortunately, that time we didn't see any of those connects.
Yes, fissure is sometimes one of those moves where you don't really want to use it all the time, but if you really don't have a check to a team and well, there's a 30% chance to win in an otherwise very difficult matchup. So it is something you can just put as kind of just a sort of way to balance it out. But, you know, not something that most players would want to click unless it was a last resort.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good point. I think in a format where we've got so much variety and so much innovation where you kind of can't really definitively know what to expect each and every round from all the players. There might be an odd tech here or there, or there might just be a brand new comp that we haven't seen before. But those sorts of moves do give you that alleviation where you've got a way to get around and out of those really sticky situations where you think, okay, I can lean into this a little bit more now. I don't regularly need to do this, but this gives me an out, and that might be the difference in those scenarios. Sometimes when you get lucky to get further on in the tournament and get deeper into a better run.
And there's no Pokemon better to run these moves than the really bulky Pokemon like that Dondozo. Didn't quite work out for Michael in that last game, but I'm sure we will see a very deep run from Michael. He's consistently top cut every single Worlds he's attended, and that is a phenomenal achievement.
Yeah, and time again, I think we see Michael sometimes take a loss early in the tournament, but then go on a tear from then on out. So it won't be any surprise to see them advancing and progress into the next phase of this tournament. But we do have around 4 notable matches we can take a look at, and also have a look at which match we'll be actually featuring as well. And some really great matchups here, and this top one, I think they've picked the best one.
Yeah, we've got a lot of world champions here at this Frankfurt Regionals. Now, for our next round of 4, we've also got Shohei Kimura versus Jordi Casado. And of course, there's also a lot of other very notable pairings. Juan Garcia, Javier Conesa, Davide Fazio, Jamie Boyd, Eduardo Cunha, and another world champion.
Another world champion.
We've got 3 world champions at Frankfurt this weekend.
Wow, that's incredible. Really, when you boil it down to that, it just shows how much the competition is at such a high level here this weekend to kick off the new season. And you can see Jamie Boyd continuing on that good streak and staying undefeated there with that Magnezone and that Cereledge team that we saw featured earlier on the stream. Jean Garcia as well, such a strong player going up against Javier Conesa. And that match in particular, we see a Talonflame Primarina there on Javier's side of the field, and that is something we don't see too often at all. Really like the integration of Talonflame. It gives you that quick tailwind if you can get around that Gale Wings ability being broken, and it allows then things like the Garchomp, things like the Primarina, and even the Tyranitar to a certain extent to get that damage onto the opposite side of the field that you really crave in these sorts of matches.
And Talonflame is such a nice partner to Garchomp. It can just go for that priority Tailwind if it's got full health, and then the Garchomp can just safely Earthquake right next to its partner. Unlike some other Tailwind users like Whimsicott, which of course it does take resisted damage from an Earthquake, but you don't really want to be chipping away at your own Pokemon even if you do resist that damage. So, you know, there's a lot of really fun matchups coming here, and I do also like to see a lot of Chaladons in this format. That's pretty... It's a very strong Pokemon and one of my favorites.
And I think it really shone in that last match when we saw piloted by Luca. And using that Assault Vest, you think sometimes, is it really going to have the offensive capabilities that you're craving for? But yeah, I mean, even when you're not considering the Electroshock boosts that were ignored by the Unaware ability on the Dondozo, I know it was super effective, but it still did good damage each and every turn that it was connecting with the Pokemon on the opposite side of the field. So a big threat, especially in this format as well, where, you know, we're coming out of the World Championships where we had the restricted Pokemon, the Paradox Pokemon, well, they all have to kind of sit on the bench for this regulation, and it gives a bit of room to these other Pokemon that are capable, are strong, to have their time in the spotlight, and Arcaladon definitely one of those Pokemon.
I do like the fact that because Regulation H is a lower power format, there's a lot more room for Pokemon maybe that aren't quite as bulky, but because in this format, there's a lot less power. You can use slightly unconventional Pokemon like Malamar, you know.
Yeah,
we do have
the
two Malamar
Malamar
teams today in this tournament, so...
Be interested to see if we can feature one of them, maybe.
They're both going to be in the finals. That's my prediction.
Yeah, well, I do need to ask about the Malamar. So you feel very strongly about the Malamar, and there's some shenanigans going on socials as well,
There are no
I believe.
shenanigans. Everything is completely as normal.
I feel like you might have your hand in the some social posts with caster predictions. If you haven't seen, head over to X and have a look at our redone caster predictions. I feel like there was some tweaks to my Excadrill Tyranitar.
There were no tweaks. You had Malamar. Everyone voted
There is no conversation to be had. Just Malamar love. I don't know. Maybe you'll convert me by the end of the weekend. I don't know. I'm going to stand true to my picks. But we do have the day one statistics we can have a look at for the Pokemon.
It's all Malamar.
If it is, I'm going to... No Malamar here.
No, there's 12 Malamars on screen. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, we got Sneasler up top. No surprise there. I'm not playing this. So we're not going down this road with Malamar. Not just yet.
All right. Well, we can see a lot of other very strong Pokemon that have been featured, like the Golden Go, Incineroar, Rillaboom. In fact, you know, the top 6 Pokemon, that could just be a team by itself. It's so strong. And I do like seeing both forms of the Ursaluna on stream. And both the forms operate quite differently. Blood Moon tends to be seen more on those Tailwind style teams, whereas the regular Ursaluna is more of on a Trick Room style team.
Yeah, and then it still can vary as well, where the Ursaluna can perform in Tailwind. We've seen it perform in scenarios where, depending on what's in front of it, the Tailwind can be beneficial. But yeah, like you say, more predominantly in the Trick Room environments where it really thrives. And yeah, just being outdone a little bit by the Blood Moon brethren there, and but both very impactful, and for good reason as well. When you look at the top 6 Pokemon there, the Sneasler doesn't really like to face them down, especially when you're having to deal with that Terastallization from those to get around that fighting weakness. The Goldengo definitely doesn't like to face down against either Bear. Incineroar, not either. Rillaboom has a good way to hit it, but again, Terastallization, if that is a factor, that makes it a bit awkward. So it is just such a strong Pokemon, especially when it's positioned right, like you say, with that speed control, whether that be the Tailwind or the Trick Room, to make it hard for an opponent to capitalize in those moments in game.
Yeah, Ursaluna is such a bulky Pokemon, and there was also a Volcarona, which I really like. We've got a Volcarona on the desk here and a Larvesta, so technically 2 Volcaronas.
Good representation.
Eventually, that would be a Volcarona.
Yes.
But I do think Volcarona
not a Malamar.
It's a Malamar if you squint.
Oh, it's Malamar, yeah.
Paint itself red and white and beige.
Yeah,
and
it's got the tentacles.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of. We can make it work.
Yeah, everything's a Malamar. That's it. No questions asked. Well, I do also want to say that Volcarona was a Pokemon that was quite strong in Regulation G as well.
Yes,
with the electric
it was.
Seed.
Yeah.
And it got that defense boost, could boost itself up with that Quiver Dance, and suddenly you got +1 speed, +1 special defense, +1 special attack, and it's got a lot of fantastic utility moves. So I really like seeing that Volcarona rise to the top.
Yeah, it's a really flexible Pokemon with how you can use it in your team. You can really just bend it to how you want it to work with the Pokemon that you've got next to it. You can either go for a Quiver Dance set where it can be an offensive threat, or you can go for a very defensive build where it's got that Rage Powder disruption, and with the Flame Body, and with how physical this format is, that Flame Body, those burns can be quite pivotal in kind of swaying a match one way or another, and that can be quite useful, especially where you might not have as much utility in an Electric Seed in this format. You can utilize maybe something like the Grassy Seed, and that complements the Volcarona as well, where you can utilize the Rillaboom to get rid of the water weakness that you do immediately have if you don't lean into that Terastallization.
Yeah, Rillaboom and Volcarona form a really good team synergy, and it's also quite nice when you call it like the burn from the Flame Body. It's a nice way to neuter physical attackers. If say Incineroar, of course, it has Intimidate, but some Pokemon like Annihilate and King Gambit don't actually care about getting that Intimidate because their ability to find gives them that attack boost. So you can actually find another way to neutralize those really powerful physical attackers with the burn from Volcarona, which you don't even have to waste a move slot with Will-O-Wisp because, hey, 30% chance of a burn from Flame Body can come up.
Yeah, and if you're getting a continuous amount of those attacks into that slot with the redirection, then inevitably that is going to happen one time or another. So it's how often do you risk that? Or do you kind of change your board position, get a special attacker in that more preferable situation and go from there? But by doing that, you're giving your opponent the room to potentially set up or set something next to the Volcarona up, and then, yeah, things can get quite tricky quite quickly. And it's just off one Pokemon, and depending on how it has been built, and it's got all the tools that a lot of trainers like to utilize to get those momentum swings in game.
I think also another item that's very nice against a lot of physical attackers is the Rocky Helmet. It's an item I really
Double
love
punishment,
seeing.
isn't it?
If you see, say, a Fake Out coming in, you can just swap in the Pokemon that you think is going to get that Fake Out, and then suddenly Fake Out is wasted on a Rocky Helmet, and that Pokemon going for the Fake Out takes more damage than, you know, it's dished out.
And then you get the Flame Body activation as well, and then your Sneasler sitting there just, what can I do now? And yes, I'm speaking from a good experience.
Diaclaw. That's one of the...
Yeah, you can kind of get a little bit of revenge there. We didn't really see it in that last match with Michelle, but the Pelipper getting the confusion there was a little bit of almost payback for the community. I feel the Hurricane saying, okay, well, you use Diaclaw a lot and you get all these secondary effects. Well, I've got one as well. It didn't really come into play because of double up into that slot there, cleverly done by Luca. But of course, there is the secondary effects that are so impactful throughout this format, and Diaclaw is one of them. We've already seen it have quite an impact earlier on in the broadcast with Jamie Boy getting very lucky with that sleep from the Diaclaw after the poison as well, and then the double freeze as well. So all sorts of status conditions going on in this format, and I'm sure we haven't seen the last of them so far.
And you know what the funniest thing to see is? Among Us getting put to sleep with Diaclaw. I don't... Which gen was it?
Is this on the bingo card today? I feel, yes.
Which generation was it when the grass types lost their immunity to Spore? I think it was Generation 6.
Yeah, Gen 6.
So
Generation 6.
It's been a while since I've seen an Among Us get put to sleep.
They used to
and
spore each other.
It's very satisfying to see that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, the Sneasler has its pluses and its minuses, so that's definitely one of the pluses. I'm sure if you're facing down against it, you don't want to really be subjected to that as much as possible. But getting into our match that we'll be featuring for round 4 here, Shohei Kimura, one of our players, traveling all the way from Japan, is an incredible player, previous world champion, finalist at Japan Nationals last season, going up against Yori Casero. And, you know, I think if you look at the teams as well, really interesting from both sides. Quite familiar teams, I think, that we might have seen similarities to what we featured already on the broadcast, but enough differences there to kind of give their own kind of independent take from both trainers on both builds.
Yeah, the question I have is, will Europe manage to defend their regionals this time? There's Shohei coming in. He's a very, very strong player. So, you know, undefeated so far. How are our players going to do?
Well, I think that's the one thing. When you see Shohei in the field, it's always going to be one of those, can I avoid him? I mean, some of our top trainers might have the confidence to say, bring it on. I want to play Shohei. I want to play these top players, because I think when you're at that level, you want to be tested, right? You want to put your skills to the test, and no better way to do that against another top trainer. So, and how often in a European regional are you going to get to play one of the most decorated top Japanese players that we've had in recent years? So a really good opportunity to do that. Not going to be easy, though, by any stretch of the imagination.
I completely agree. It's such a treat to be able to go up against a top player. You don't get that opportunity every day. And Japanese players, a lot of time, their metagame is quite different from the European metagame. Of course, in Japan, they tend to play more in a closed team sheet format. So, but what we've seen is consistently at Worlds, even though the Japanese players are used to the closed team sheet, they do fantastically in the open team sheet. So they have a lot of adaptability, and there's just so much innovation going on in Japan.
Yeah, and I think it's real testament to their grassroots format, because of how active they are in their community kind of locals and things like that, and they work together very well to kind of overcome common issues in a format and kind of build these teams that have so much influence. The Elizabeth core that we just saw Luca kind of using is a great example of that. That originated in Japan, came over and has had a huge impact on our format. And, you know, Shohei is amongst all of those other great players, training amongst them week in, week out. So naturally, even though the format might be a little bit different, close team sheet, best of one, it still translates very well. Those skills are already built very early on and translated into a best of three. And we see that at the World Championships. We see that at EUIC, NAIC, LAIC, every single year from these trainers. So I think the foundations are what really makes a trainer strong, and Shohei a very good example of that. And Jordy going to have a very difficult job in front of them, especially when you look at Shohei's team and what they're going to have to do with. But before that, Zoe, let's get into the accolades of our trainers. We'll start off with Jordy and a top 128 at last year's EUIC, and then another top 128 at Dortmund Regionals last season. So a newer player to the format, but what an opportunity and a great start they've had coming into the first regional here in Frankfurt.
This is a fantastic opportunity for Jordy going up against a world champion on stage. So, you know, a lot of achievements already. So Jordy, a player, we know that he's got some practice with the game. And of course, across the table is Shohei, a player who needs no introduction, but he's the Japan Championships finalist, EUIC top 32, and of course, 2023 world champion.
Yeah, what an unforgettable, and you know, just such a memorable World Championships in Yokohama a couple of years ago. But we'll start off with the team overview. We can take a deeper dive here. We've got the Incineroar, Goldingo, Sneasler, Alolan Ninetales, the Ursaluna, Blood Moon, and that Rillaboom. So a common six that we've seen quite a lot throughout this format so far. We saw when it came around last time, and these Pokemon are very strong in their own right, Zoe.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Ninetales already on stream, and this is a Pokemon that really shines in this format. Its ability, Snow Warning, sets the snow once it switches in, and because it's got a relatively fast speed, it can get that Aurora Bell up if the opponent doesn't have countering weather, and that just really helps with making your team really bulky.
Yeah, I really love that Terra type on it as well. The ground Terra type and the Terra Blast, not something that we see too much on the Alolan Ninetales. Maybe it plays a role in this game, especially into that Goldingo. Then we can take a look at Shohei's team there with the Dragonite. As you say, the Goldingo, the Annihilate, Mousehole combination, Blood Moon, Ursaluna, again, one of those big powerhouses, and Rillaboom supporting cast for this side of the field.
So Shohei running a bit more of a balanced team, but got that really offensive option with that Mousehole Annihilate. It does take a turn to set up, but once that Mousehole gets that beat up on the Annihilate, and the Annihilate goes for that bulk up, it's really difficult to knock out. Combined with the fact that Mousehole has that fantastic ability in Friend Guard, it can reduce the damage taken by all of its allies on the screen, and it's just a really difficult combination to knock out. We saw that earlier, of course. Both of them unfortunately got frozen by the Ninetales, and this time they are also facing up against the Ninetales. So
yeah,
we might have a bit of a deja vu going on stream with some freezes.
Yeah, the one thing that you could do is bring that Goldingo out. It's got the Goddess Gold ability. It's not really going to have to worry about those freezes too much. And the one thing that you say Shohei definitely has as an advantage is the Tailwind on the Dragonite. It's a little bit awkward to bring it here because of the Ninetales and your 4 times weakness to those ice type attacks. You don't really want to sit in front of that too much, but you do have that multi-scale ability that gives you a little bit of protection that first turn, but you've got to be wary about Ninetales going fake out partner in Incineroar or Rillaboom, and then the Blizzard coming out and doing incredible amounts of damage to the point where you might have to Terastallize or lose it for free.
Yes, that Dragonite is a Terra Fairy, so it does have to be quite careful with the Terastallization, because then Jordy's Goldingo or Sneasler can just hit it for super effective damage. I do like the fact that this Mousehole has Super Fang, so, you know, Mousehole, very speedy Pokemon, can do a lot of damage with, say, Population Bomb on a Technician set, but this is a very supportive Mousehole, and in exchange, it doesn't actually need to invest a lot into its attack, because that Super Fang just takes away half of the remaining health of a Pokemon, so it can be really useful against bulky Pokemon like the Rillaboom and the Ursaluna and the Incineroar. Just it ignores all the Intimidates, just straight up removes half your health in one go.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of the emphasis off needing to get those Rage Fists kind of stacked up, get those attacks onto Annihilate to boost the damage there, where you can say, okay, well, Super Fang Fang's going to do 50% guaranteed. The Rage Fist may be powered up once to 100 base power, so it's going to be able to do enough at that range to pick up a knockout. And the same can be said with the Goldengo as well from Shohei's side, where it might not need to rely on the nasty plot to get the damage, 50% that is required after the Super Fang. So really nice combination there, and lots on Shohei's side to kind of combine with that mouse hold, especially like you mentioned with that friend guard ability, and then it's got the redirection as well to cause further disruption. So lots to think about going into this match. It could swing either way, but a really interesting match where players on both sides have options to kind of capitalize against the other player depending on what decisions have been made.
And they have 3 of the same Pokemon in the Goldengo, the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and the Rillaboom. There's some slight variations between the items on the Ursaluna and the Rillaboom, but the Goldengos are the same set with the same Terra type. So the question then is, which Goldengo is faster, or which Pokemon is faster? Both players have speed control in the form of... Actually, no, the Ninetales does not have...
no speed control.
Actually, only Shohei's the one with speed control with that Tailwind on Dragonite. So, Shohei can get command of the speed quite early on. But then, question is, does Jordy have, any ways to survive?
Yeah, the one way that Jordy could take advantage of that, the Sneasler, you can see the Grassy Seed there, so it's got that Unburden ability, so you can bolster those defenses early on and get a free speed boost, and essentially, even if you see Tailwind come out from Shohei's side of the field, you're going to be faster than everything on that side from Shohei anyway, and then you can pressure things like the Mouse Hold, you can take advantage of Dire Claw, you can utilize the Fake Out if needed. The Ursaluna's not really going to want to sit in front of it unterrestrialized as well, so you can kind of force these positions against Shohei by really leveraging the Sneasler in this match, but it does mean you committing to that Rillaboom Sneasler combination, because essentially with the Grassy Seed you need the Grassy Terrain to activate that and get that Unburden ability going to be in a position where the Tailwind isn't so much of an issue, and that really starts to limit what you're able to do. Do you prioritize your Auraville? Is getting that defensive shield up where there's no weather on the opposite side from Shohei? Could that be a more beneficial thing in the long run where you get that defensive stability and then allow things like the Blood Moon Ursaluna to maybe come in and start really picking off little pieces on Shohei's side?
Well, the other question is, maybe Jordy benches his Rillaboom and allows Shohei to bring that Rillaboom. They're both Rillaboom, so, it's looking at the team matchups, I don't know if the Rillaboom on Shohei's side wants to come out against
feels difficult, doesn't it?
Everything.
I think against the Blood Moon Ursaluna, it feels great, doesn't it? But then against everything else, it's really going to struggle. So it feels a really hard pick there. I think you're looking at the Dragonite, the Goldengo, the Annihilate, and then do you bring your own Ursaluna because it's got the Assault Vest there, and then it's almost like having its automatic Auraville, but with the offensive side of it anyway, without needing to set anything up, essentially, just with that item.
Jordy's Ursaluna is really interesting. It's a very unusual set with Leftovers and Yawn. There's no Hyper Voice. No, it's a very strange set, but he's been undefeated so far. But we are going to get straight up started into the game. Shohei leading with the Rillaboom and Goldengo up against Jordy's Rillaboom and Sneasler.
Yeah, really nice lead. We've talked about it from Jordy's side. He is going to get that Grassy Terrain up, activating the Grassy Seed. The Sneasler, in turn, will get that defense boost and also activate that Unburden ability. So it is going to be the fastest thing on the field with that speed increase. It will pressure the opposing Rillaboom. Problem is, there is active Fake Out from the opposing Rillaboom on Shohei's side. It is carrying that Miracle Seed, so indicating it might be a little bit of a faster build. Could outspeed the opposing Rillaboom, get a Fake Out into that slot, and all the time, the Sneasler is going to be pressured from this Goldengo here, where it can put out big damage from this Life Orb boosted Maker Rain. Neither Pokemon on Jordy's side of the field really want to take that.
Yeah, the Goldengo on Shohei's side is in quite a comfortable position. It isn't really threatened by either Pokemon on Jordy's side, so, it could even maybe just go for a nasty plot this turn, just get that special attack up. And it looks like the Rillaboom on Jordy's side is going to be recalled immediately, and we are going to go and see that is going to be a Incineroar, so a fantastic switch in against Shohei, getting that Intimidate drop on against the Rillaboom, and, just going to resist everything the Goldengo can throw at it.
Yeah, it's a Fake Out from the Rillaboom into the Incineroar, and here it is! There's the Sword Stance. It's not only that Blood Moon Ursaluna with an odd moveset. It is the Sneasler as well. But in return, in response, the Goldinger from Shoa's side taking the opportunity to get that nasty plot off, boosting special attack by 2 stages. But this Sneasler, +2 in its attack stat now, is going to be threatening big damage, especially when you look at the moveset. It's got acrobatics, it's got close combat, but it doesn't have a way to pressure down this Goldinger. So it has to be very careful, because now after that nasty plot, it is going to be in a position, even though the Incineroar takes that, to pick up a knockout onto that Sneasler that doesn't have the security of that focus sash item.
Well, I think the Goldinger is very heavily threatened by the Incineroar, so really nice position for Geordie here. Of course, the Goldinger is also in itself faster than the Incineroar. It looks like Goldinger just wants to keep itself nice and safe this turn with a Protect, so allowing its partner Rillaboom to get knocked out in one hit by this +2 acrobatics from the Sneasler.
What an incredible knockout here from Geordie, and something we do not see. So unconventional, but so effective. The follow-up there from the knockout into the Goldinger that is protected. Shohei preserving that big, important piece going into this next turn. But how are they going to deal with this Sneasler? It's +2. It's pressuring everything that's going to come in alongside that Goldinger. You do still have terrestrialization, so that is an option. But also, the Sneasler has that in its arsenal as well, that it can go for that flying terror type to further boost that acrobatics that it is taking advantage of right now.
Yeah, well, that was one way to get rid of the Rillaboom. Now, this Goldinger has gone for the Protect that last turn, so it's probably not going to go for another Protect, which means it's quite heavily threatened by that Incineroar being able to go for the knockoff. Now, of course, Goldinger is a Terra Water type, so Shohei could try and go for that. But if Geordie reads it, he could go for that +2 acrobatics onto the Goldinger. It looks like now the Annihilate is going to be switched in. Now, that is going to be affected super effectively by that Sneasler. So I wonder if this is an indication of Shohei wanting to maybe go for a Terra.
Yeah, I know. Which side do you go on to as well with that terrestrialization? Do you go for the Goldinger or terrestrialization there to get rid of that weakness to the dog type attacks? Well, it's going to play out very quickly, but there's the Protect from the Sneasler this turn, not wanting to take any damage from the opposite side of the field.
Oh, it was like a Drain Punch immediately going onto this Incineroar, dealing over half its health. But Incineroar is going to have a snack on that Citrus Berry, regain some of its health, which allows the Goldinger to get a +2 Mega Rain off onto this Incineroar. How much damage is this going to do? That does a good amount, but not quite enough to get the Incineroar. And now that allows the Incineroar to go for a knockoff onto this Goldinger, and it's going to be a one-hit knockout onto this Goldinger.
That's a huge knockout.
Goldinger down, and Shohei is now down to his final 2 Pokemon.
Yeah, this is really strong performance here from Geordie, coming out with these unconventional options here. How often do we see Protect on Sneasler? Not very often. Really crucial there to get around the damage from that Make It Rain. And the Citrus Berry, another option that we don't see too commonly used on Incineroar, really paying dividends there, where it can take that Make It Rain and the Drain Punch combination. Now, it isn't in the best of spots now, but you're still in that great position with the Sneasler. It's +2 attack. It's got the terrestrialization that it can utilize with that acrobatics that is further boosted because it's lost its item, because of the Unburden, because of the Grassy Seed, because of the Degrassi Terrain. It all stacks up, and that Annihilate, even if it terrestrializes, is in a really precarious position, leaving Geordie with 4 Pokemon to potentially then deal with this Blood Moon Ursaluna that cannot protect because it has got that Assault Vest, so an easy target as well if Geordie wants to go into that Pokemon this turn round.
Yeah, the Ursaluna is very heavily threatened. Well, I want to see terrestrialization. We see no terrestrialization. It is going to be a Protect on this Annihilate, which means the Sneasler goes for the +2 acrobatics, not quite enough to get the knockout onto this Ursaluna, which uses Blood Moon in return on the Sneasler, and it is not enough to get the knockout on the Sneasler, which means the Incineroar double up landed. It's not enough! It survives 1 HP. What a clutch survival.
I can't believe the Sneasler has taken that Blood Moon as well. That is one of the strongest attacks in the format. Taking it, brushing it off, and being active now to really pressure down that Annihilate slot, or just pick up a nice, easy knockout into that Ursaluna. We've already mentioned has got that Assault Vest. It cannot go for a Protect this next turn. And does it have a way to get that priority? Yes, it has got Vacuum Wave. Is it going to be enough, though, into the Sneasler to pick up the knockout on that Pokemon? You would say probably not after the Grassy Terrain residual recovery that turn, so it might be just out of reach, especially after the initial damage from the Blood Moon. So everything to do for Shohei here. Still has a pretty healthy Annihilate. Can get rid of that Incineroar this next turn, but the numbers are in the favor of Geordie.
It looks like Sneasler now fearing that Vacuum Wave, keeping itself safe from the Protect, but the Vacuum Wave goes off onto this and picks it up. So Incineroar is down, and it leaves the Annihilate free to either go for an attack or maybe a bulk up, but it looks like it's just going to be a Rage Fist onto this Sneasler. So a very nice call from Shohei. And now Sneasler does regain a fair bit of health back from the grassy terrain, and I don't think, it doesn't look like it's in range of that Vacuum Wave anymore, especially with that Poison typing resisting fighting.
Yeah, and the one thing that you've got now with the Rillaboom coming onto the field, you've got that easy fake out into the Blood Moon Ursaluna. You can get around that Vacuum Wave threat. You can Terastallize and go after the Annihilate pretty freely here with the Sneasler, and committing to that Terastallization on the Sneasler isn't even a bad option, even though it's such low health, because then you resist the Vacuum Wave even further, so you don't really need to worry about that, especially with that Grassy Terrain kind of topping you up. Although if you go for the Fly and Terastallization, you're not getting that residual recovery, but that's another thing by the by. We are seeing a Terastallization, Zoe. Here we go, fast and furious this game is.
It is going to be onto that Sneasler, into the Terra Flying type. So Sneasler now spreading its wings, getting ready to fly and dish out some extremely powerful attacks from the Acrobatics. But Shohei is going to respond with his own Terastallization onto this Annihilate, so it will no longer be taking super effective damage from this Acrobatics. And now the question is, can this Annihilate survive a +2 Acrobatics? I think at full health it probably will, but the Grassy Glide is going to come off first and pick up that Ursaluna. So all of Shohei's eggs are going to be in this Annihilate basket.
Yeah, and it is +2. It is boosted. The Acrobatics coming off this Flying Terra boosted Sneasler.
Oh, one-hit knockout!
Huge knockout there from the Sneasler, saying, no, I've got this. Don't worry, Rillaboom. I'm locking this one up. And what fashion to do it against Shohei Kimura. Jordy taking game 1.
What a fantastic play from Jordy, and must be a huge boost of confidence, just, you know, methodically picking apart Shohei's team. I think he only had 1 knockout in that game, so he had 3 Pokemon remaining, and wow, I am so impressed. And that Sneasler, no Diaclaw. At first, when I looked at that team sheet, I thought, no Diaclaw. Are you sure you don't want to spam those, you know, sleeps or poisons or paralysis? But actually, Jordy proving that he doesn't need Diaclaw. He can just go for the super powerful.
Yeah, super powerful Acrobatics. And I mean, it gets the boost as soon as you lose the item. And then when you lose the item, you get the defense boost. And you also get the speed boost. So the combination of this with then the Flying Terra type on top of that, and then the Swords Dance, I think really taking the opportunity when Jordy did to get the Swords Dance off was really brave, and then it really put so much pressure on where Shohei was just not able to kind of respond, and that pressure was just continually applied from that one Pokemon. And how often do we expect to see a Flying Terra Acrobatics Sneasler? Not that often, but it was really effective in this game and a really good call from Jordy. The question is, Zoe, and the one I throw it back over to you is, if you are Shohei in this situation and that's how game 1's went, what is your response and how do you deal with this threat?
Well, the Sneasler was allowed to get that Swords Dance up turn 1, and that proved to be really difficult for Shohei to manage. And his Golden Go was also on the field for several turns. So I'm thinking as an adjustment, maybe Shohei can go for an attack and focus down on that Sneasler. The Grassy Seed only gives a defense boost to Sneasler, doesn't give a special defense boost, and Sneasler not the greatest, doesn't have the greatest special defense. So
though we saw how well it took that Blood Moon from the Ursaluna.
Well, the
That's
Ursaluna,
a Soulfest, but still Blood Moon.
Yeah, it's quite interesting also that Shohei, he didn't go for the Earth Power. He was probably fearing that Terra Flying, but if he had, you know, sniped down that Sneasler with the Earth Power earlier, he could have maybe turned things around. So, you know, I think both players have a lot of options, and I'm just very impressed by Jordy. But well, it's the world champion, and if anyone's got tricks up their sleeve, it's going to be
definitely Shohei. And I think, is there a way that Shohei maybe looks at the Dragonite and says, if I can get a couple of scale shots off, it might put me in a position where I can get a third, you know, it's going to be hard. You're going to need 3 scale shots to essentially outspeed the Sneasler after that. But we are seeing the Dragonite lead out with the Goldingo, a little bit more better equipped to deal with this threat of Sneasler from Jordy's side. That is that same lead from game 1, and the Rillaboom bringing the Grassy Terrain, activating the Grassy Sneed on that Sneasler, getting the defense boost. boost and unleashing that unburden ability.
Well, for Jordy, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That lead worked out perfectly for him in that last game. So he's going to go with that same lead, but this time that Dragonite is quite a big thorn in that Sneasler side because it resists the close combat. And with the multi-scale, it's unlikely to be knocked out in one hit from the acrobatics. And Sneasler also has to actually set up with the Swords Dance to actually get those super powerful knockouts. Golden Go also not really threatened by the Sneasler or the Rillaboom. So Shohei's in quite a comfortable position here.
Yeah, and I think, do you take the opportunity now to get that nasty plot off to kind of get yourself set up for layering this
again.
Or do you go for an attack? But there's the fake out into the Dragonite, going to prevent that from moving this turn with a flinch. Make it rain, no nasty plot, straight away just going for the damage. And a big critical hit into the Rillaboom there, doing some significant damage. The Sneasler able to hang on though, it has got that Sword Stance up, so it is +2 attack once again. You've got the benefit of the grassy terrain, and now the Goldingo has taken a drop to its special attack, so it's not going to be hitting as hard next turn, but still threatening enough into that Sneasler slot.
What's more is that this Dragonite has had his multi-scale broken. It looks like Dragonite is just going to be withdrawn immediately for another Pokemon that Shohei has in the back, and that is going to be the Mouse Hold. So the Friend Guard ability is going to help the Goldengo with surviving any strong attacks. Looks like Rillaboom also going to be recalled for the Incineroar, so a fantastic switch in to this Goldengo. The Goldengo just isn't really able to go for any super effective attacks, but we're going to get our first terrestrialization of Game 2. It is going to be that Sneasler onto the Terra flying type. So once again, Sneasler getting ready to fly and is getting ready to dish out some serious damage with the acrobatics. We're going to see the acrobatics come up now. Is it going to be enough to get that one-hit knockout? It is not enough on this Mouse Hold, which is holding the Focus Sash. So Focus Sash is going to be broken.
Yeah, really nice play there. And Shohei saying this time, I'm not going to allow this Sneasler to get so far ahead in this match. Utilizing the Goldinger that we've already identified doesn't really take much threat from the Sneasler, resisting both those flying and fighting type attacks, utilizing the Make It Rain and taking care of it, taking Jordy's big centerpiece Pokemon down. But for the time that it has been, it's taken the Mouse Hold down to a Sash. It's going to be threatened by a fake out knockout this next turn, and the Goldinger is a -2, so it's not really going to be that effective. Jordy now able to get their own Goldinger onto the field and potentially put a lot of pressure back onto Shohei's side with that nasty plot of their own.
Jordy's Goldengo is in a really comfortable position here. It's not really threatened by that Mouse Hold. Beat Up isn't really going to do that much damage, and there's a -2 Goldengo on the other side. So as you called out, that Goldengo on Jordy's side, you know, free to go for a nasty plot or even just go for an attack right now. And it looks like Shohei is going to recall that Goldengo, wants to reset that -2 special attack drop, and we're going to see the Annihilate come back in. Are we going to see a beat up? It is going to be a beat up into this Annihilate, and Annihilate's Rage Fist is going to be really boosted in power now.
Yeah, up to that maximum damage there, almost. But the nasty plot coming out here from Jordy, it is going to boost the special attack by 2 stages. It does leave that Incineroar free to go for an attack, and it is the knockoff into that Annihilate, and it will remove that Citrus Berry that is so imperative to allowing that Pokemon to perform in ways that you want. But that beat up executed onto the Annihilate. The Rage Fist now going to be hitting very hard and threatens, you know, the Goldingo on the opposite side of the field. Do you get a Make It Rain off? That's the thing, because the Annihilate can just commit to the Terrestrialization and have that nice resistance to that attack and anything that comes out from the Incineroar other than those Dark type attacks.
Yes, also paired up with that Mouse Hold means that it has it's become, you know, deceptively bulky, and that Annihilate really in a good position. Looks like Incineroar is very heavily threatened by this Annihilate. It's going to be recalled for that Rillaboom. So Rillaboom coming back into the game, maybe trying to get that fake out pressure again. Mouse Hold just not wanting to take any risks, going for that Follow Me. So the Rage Fit is going to come off into, I believe that's going to be the Goldengo, and that is going to be a one-hit knockout onto this Goldengo, and leaves Jordy with his final 2 Pokemon. That Incineroar now is going to be forced to switch in with the Intimidate.
Yeah, much better game here from Shohei, and the fact that the Annihilate outspeeds the Goldengo there is so key in this matchup, because if you don't, then you're going to take that Make It Rain. So the conviction there, getting that beat up off on the switch in was such a good play, and getting rid of the Sneasler early on as well made such a difference. So utilizing those 2 ghost types so effectively against Jordy here, making it very difficult to gain any sort of momentum. Looks like it will be tying up this set, but the Annihilate now in a very dominating position to close this one up.
Yeah, Annihilate is just in such a strong position. It's still got its ghost typing, so hasn't gone for the terrestrialization, which means it's immune to fake out. You can just do whatever it wants. Mousehole now going for that following just to keep its partner safe, but Annihilate is just so free to get an attack off. Mousehole does get picked off by that Grassy Glide. So the question is, who has Annihilate targeted with this +1 attack? And looks like the Rage Fist now really boosted +1 attack onto this Rillaboom easily enough to get the knockout. And it's going to allow the Incineroar to get an attack off. But at this range, that Flare Blitz, unless we see a burn, are we going to see a burn? No, we do not see a burn.
No burn this time around. But yeah, a lot to do for the Incineroar at this stage against, you know, you've also got the Goldingo, you've got the Dragonite in the back for Shohei. So a way better managed game, and Shohei showing their experience as a trainer to say, okay, well, game 1 went the way it did. I need to deal with those threats a little bit better, adjusted perfectly coming into game 2 and making it incredibly difficult for Jordy to get any sort of momentum here in this game. And it shows by the results of the Pokemon on either side at the end game here. Annihilate in that really strong position. It can just click the Drain Punch button, close this up, and then we can go to a game 3. So unlike game 2 where we had Shohei coming in and saying, okay, you need to react to what Jordy's just done. You need a reaction. You need to maybe approach this a little bit differently. They've done that. Well, the ball's now back in Jordy's court. They need to approach this game a little bit differently to deal with the adaptations that Shohei's just showed in this game.
Precisely. This game, Shohei has forced Jordy to make that adaptation, and this Annihilate is just in such a strong position. Looks like Shohei going for that terrestrialization onto this Annihilate, going for that Terra, I believe that is Terra Fire. So no more risks of burn, but I almost wonder if that Incineroar is just going to get knocked out instantly this turn anyway. But fake out from the Incineroar, no, it's already been on the field, but I think Jordy's just trying to gain information at this point. Looks like the +1 Drain Punch is easily enough to get the knockout onto this Incineroar, and Annihilate back very healthily in the green.
Yeah, and we get a game 3, which is always what we want from our top trainers. We want to take it right to the wire, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Shohei taking that last game, and it is 1 apiece as we head into game 3 here in Swiss round 4 at the Frankfurt Regional Championships. Which player is going to move on undefeated into round 5? Well, we will be able to answer that very shortly in game 3. But Zoe, if you're Jordy coming into this one after that game 2, Shohei made such great adjustments, what are you going to do to get around those threats on that side of the field?
I think it was really interesting that in game 1, Jordy had a very strong dominant game, and then game 2, Shohei had a really strong one. And I think it was Jordy maybe relying on that Sneasler a little bit too much, because it worked for him beautifully in that game 1. He tried to go for the same thing, but Shohei this time had adjusted to it. So now the question is, will Jordy lead the exact same Pokemon again? But then the answering question is, will Shohei predict that and lead something else? So there's a lot of mind games at play here. Sneasler definitely was a very strong threat. We saw in game 1 at +2 attack, it was able to get the knockout onto this Annihilate with the Terra flying. So there's still a lot of offensive options coming off from both players, and man, this is going to be a close set.
It's going to be really close. And I think the one thing that you would say for Shohei is that they can't disrespect that Sneasler. So I think they need to lead appropriately like the Goldingo. I think that has to come out up front and center, where you can not really worry about what the Sneasler is going to do. If it does come out from Jordy's side, if they don't make an adaptation where they can deal with it quite effectively like they did in game 2. But Jordy can capitalize off that. Maybe you bring something like the Blood Moon Ursaluna, where you can threaten a little bit quicker and in a more effective way rather than going with the Sneasler mode. But we are just seeing that tried and tested from Jordy once again. Maybe wants to change things up going into this next game. Sneasler Rillaboom once again going to see the grassy terrain, the grassy seed set up, that Unburden activated on the Sneasler. Going to be the fastest thing on the field right now. And the Goldingo and that Mousehold. A little bit of a change up from Shohei, where you've got that nice Friend God support from the Mousehold. You've got that redirection support as well. And the Goldingo in a really comfortable position to go for a pretty free nasty plot here.
Yeah, there's nothing stopping this Goldingo from going for the nasty plot. It's ghost typing, so it's also just immune to the fake outs. Sneasler can't really touch it, so Shohei making quite a nice adjustment in this deciding game of our Swiss round 4. And I think, you know, looking back at games 1 and 2, Jordy did recall the Rillaboom turn 1, so maybe is that something we're going to see this turn?
Yeah, and the one thing I think you can't do as well, if you're Shohei, you go for the nasty plot, you give the opportunity where the Sneasler could get a Swords Dance off. Are you going to allow it to do that? Grassy Glide into the Muscle, followed up with a Acrobatics. More than enough. The critical hit probably didn't matter there, but getting rid of that line of support for Shohei, leaving that Goldingo very vulnerable this next turn, but Shohei taking full advantage of it with that nasty plot now, +2 to that special attack. Those Make It Rains, those Shadow Balls are going to be hitting even harder this next turn, so everything on Jordy's side has to be cautious going into this next turn.
Wow, this Goldingo is in such a comfortable position, and I would even argue that the Mouse Sword, it's done its job, so that knockout wasn't really that bad for Shohei, because now he gets to bring out this Dragonite, which has Tailwind, so it can go, there's nothing stopping the Dragonite going for the Tailwind. Sneasler can't really do much to this Dragonite. Looks like now Rillaboom not really wanting to stay in on this battle. It's going to get recalled, and are we going to see the Incineroar? Yes, it is going to be the Incineroar coming back out, getting that attack drop on the Dragonite, which is very helpful, but more importantly, going to resist anything this Goldingo can throw at it, and Sneasler just keeping itself safe with a nice protect.
And it is the Shadow Ball opted for from this Goldingo. It is into the Incineroar. Really nice switch there, not very effective, taking that very well. But what does this Dragonite do? No Tailwind here. It is that Scale Shot into the Incineroar, activating that Citrus Berry, gonna receive a quarter health back for that trouble, and then the Scale Shot gonna follow up. How many times will it hit? Not enough to pick up the knockout, but of course it will get an all-important speed boost this next turn, while that Sneasler on Jordy's side of the field has protected, not gonna be moving this turn. 5 hits in total, defense drop, but more importantly, speed boost time is coming out. And yeah, have things really changed that much, Zoe? The Incineroar does have the ability to fake out the Dragonite, slow it down at least this next turn, prevent a Tailwind, but it leaves the Goldingo in a really nice position where it can just go for a Make It Rain and potentially even pick up a knockout onto that Incineroar with how much damage it's taken from that double up from the previous turn.
I agree. At that range, the Incineroar is really in danger of being knocked out. Looks like the fake out is going to go into that Dragonite with a critical hit. Does quite a nice chunk of damage, and the follow-up Acrobatics is not enough on this Dragonite, which allows the Goldingo to get a Make It Rain of +3. It's going to be a double knockout on this Incineroar and this Sneasler. So Jordy has lost 2 Pokemon this turn, and Shohei in a very comfortable position here.
Yeah, there's just a huge turn from Shohei saying, yeah, take all of that attention with the Dragonite, because Goldingo, I've already set it up. I've taken that chance, that opportunity early in the game to get that nasty plot up, and now I can drop the Make It Rain and pick up a big knockout onto both those key pieces for Jordy. And now left with just 2 Pokemon. The Rillaboom coming in, it has active Fake Out, can prevent that Dragonite from attacking this next turn, and the little Ninetales, it might have to go for that Terastallization. If it does and it goes for that Terra Ground, it can pressure the Goldingo with a super effective Terra Blast into it, but is it going to be enough to pick up the knockout? That's the question.
Well, this Goldingo does have to watch out for the Terra Blast, and yep, it looks like Jordy is going to go for it. So
we said it in team preview. We wanted to see it. Is it going to be enough? I don't know, Zoe. It's gonna. Alolan Ninetales not known for its offensive capabilities, more supporting, disrupting, good damage each and every turn, but it's not known as one of those Pokemon that comes in and picks up big knockouts each and every round.
It looks like now the Dragonite is just going to get recalled, doesn't want to take a full-powered Blizzard, and Shohei is going to send in that Annihilate, so it's going to be a nice sponge to soak up these hits, but Terastallization is going to come off onto this Alolan Ninetales. Now this is going to be a ground-type Ninetales, and that Terra Blast is going to be ground-type, will be super effective on this Goldingo if it doesn't go for the protect. It looks like the Grassy Glide does quite a nice amount to this Annihilate. Now, the question is, can this be enough to get the knockout onto this Goldingo? Is it enough? It is not enough!
It's so close to picking up the knockout, but return with a Make It Rain, and it will pick up the knockout. A huge critical hit into that Rillaboom. So unfortunate for Jordy, and the Ninetales down to that Sash.
Yeah, Ninetales knocked down to its Focus Sash, will be knocked out by any attack, and I wonder at this range, well, Goldingo will get knocked out by a Blizzard. Annihilate could get frozen. by a blizzard.
And then there's only Dragonite in the back that does not want to take any blizzards. So there is still a chance.
Jordy's got a small chance of getting through, but it looks like the Annihilate doesn't want to take any risks just yet. Going for that Blizzard allows, it's going to be a double protect, so maybe trying to get some health recovery from the grassy terrain. And yep, looks like the Ninetales is going to try and go for those Blizzards. That last hurrah freeze onto the Annihilate is, I think at this point, really Jordy's only way out of this.
Yeah, and Shohei taking it very preserved here, just taking the opportunity to double protect. It not only helps you kind of get that health back this turn, but it's another turn until you're closer to that snow effect ending where the blizzards aren't 100% accurate. And in response, we are seeing the Annihilate, the more than likely of the two, that fire terror type, go for that terrestrialization, gonna help resist those blizzards that are gonna come out. But like you say, it doesn't help you get around the potential freeze that could come out. We've seen it already on the broadcast earlier today.
Oh, here we go, here we go.
Not enough to get the Golden Go.
Oh, it's a freeze, that's a Golden Go.
Doesn't get it on the Annihilate. It doesn't look like it's going to, and the Rage Fist coming out. It will be enough. Locking this up for Shohei Kimura.
Looks like the Ninetales is going to be knocked down now, and Shohei is going to advance undefeated to our Swiss round 5.
So many twists and turns, so fast, so furious throughout that set, but Shohei comes out on top. The innovation, incredible from Jordy. Just the sets and the terror choices on that team were incredible. Made it so difficult for Shohei to get around that, especially after that dominant game 1. But what a way to do it. Shohei identifying exactly the Pokemon that could perform the best role to get the win and managed to get it over the line really effectively in that game 2 and game 3.
I do like the call out from Jordy from adjusting in that game 3, bringing out the Ninetales. Didn't quite work out in his favor, but it was a bit of an adjustment from previous games, and I do think it was a really nice switch up. Unfortunately, the Terra Blast ground just not quite enough coming off Ninetales' fairly average special attack, so
yeah,
didn't really come close to knocking out the Golden Go. Although if there had been critical hit, might have been slightly different, but then it still had to get those freezes with the Blizzard, so
it's difficult, right? Yeah, and I think if you're Jordy as well, you've got to kind of, I think going into game 3, maybe look at knowing that the Golden Go is going to be the key piece. If you can remove that from Shohei's side of the field as quick as possible, if you can pressure it even to switching out, then your matchup becomes a lot easier in those scenarios, but easier said than done, because what do? Do you not lead with the Rillaboom and then you don't get that defense boost, you don't get the Unburden activation, and you don't have that combination of Grassy Glide, Acrobatics into the mouse hole to get rid of it so effectively. Whereas on the other side, if you bring the Incineroar instead of the Rillaboom, you do pressure that Goldengo. Whereas when the Rillaboom, the Sneasler are out in the field, there is no pressure for the Sneasler, the Goldengo at all. So it is just free to act as it wanted, where it wasn't able to do that like it did in game 1. And Jordy dealt with it so effectively.
Yeah, Shohei made that really nice adjustment, making sure that Sneasler was knocked out before he had that chance. And we saw how strong that +2 attack and acrobatics was into this Annihilate. I was expecting, Annihilate is a bulky Pokemon, so I was expecting it to maybe survive on a sliver of health, but no, it looks like Sneasler was just so strong. But then in games 2 and 3, Shohei was able to adjust and bring out that mouse ape mode of his team, and that Annihilate, after soaking up all those hits, had this really powered up Rage Fist.
Yeah, it was that great turn where he switched in the Annihilate and then beat up with that mouse hole, took that opportunity that you don't get too often in games, really grasped that and then took full advantage of the Annihilate. And like you've already mentioned, it is a very defensively well-built Pokemon. So at that point, after the Rage Fist was just powered up to its maximum, it was just too hard to deal with. And yeah, that combination of the Annihilate in game 2 and then the Goldengo in game 3, it's just a little bit too much for Jordy to deal with. But I'm pleased we got to see the terrestrialization on the Ninetales, and then that game 1 absolute domination from the terror-flying Sneasler with the acrobatics. The swords dance as well, we haven't even talked about that, but yes, just amazing to see. And it's really refreshing as well to see teams like this coming in and having such a good start to the tournament. Hopefully that continues for Jordy. We can see a little bit more of them maybe on tomorrow's broadcast, hopefully if they can progress into the next phase of the tournament. But you've got to take your hat off to Shohei. I mean, master of adaptation when it looked so bleak after that game one.
Yeah, that game one was quite dominant in Jordy's favor. And I do have to say, Jordy should be very proud of himself.
Yeah.
Well, the fact that he took a game off of a world champion and in such a dominant fashion as well. But once again, Shohei showing his experience in exactly why he is a world champion and one of the top Japanese players, making those beautiful adjustments in games 2 and 3. Game 2 was very dominantly in his favor, and then game 3 he made those adjustments, realized what the threat was on Jordy's team and capitalized on that and just focused in on it and made sure that the Sneasler was not allowed to get that +2 Swords Dancer.
Yeah, and I love the change-up as well when the Golden Egg came games 2 and 3, but the adaptation to how they were played from Shohei's side was so different, where Shohei went on the offensive in game 2, just said, right, I'm getting rid of the Sneasler. If it's the last thing my Golden Egg does, I'm going to go make it rain, make it rain, make it rain. Managed to get rid of it. And then game 3 said, okay, all right, well, let's get Golden Egg powered up here and then go from there. I'm going to go for the nasty plot and taking the opportunity when it was presented to get that key nasty plot up. The sacrifice of the Mouse Ape, and you rightly identified during that match that the Mousehold had done its job. It didn't matter that it got knocked out because the Golden Egg was set up, so it was just an incredible adaptation and showing from Shohei.
Yeah, this was such a thrilling match, and I'm so glad we already got to feature 2 world champions on stream. That is an absolute treat. But for now, we're just going to get ready for the next round. So we're going to cut to a short break, but don't go anywhere because we'll be right back.
Yeah, I first started Pokemon in 2007, and I started VGC in 2019, and have been playing until now. My earliest memory about Pokemon was beating the Elite Four in Diamond and Pearl, and I remember it being such a challenge I had to try over and over again, and finally did it after like 10 tries. And my favorite starter Pokemon would probably be Chimchar. That was the first starter I ever chose. Originally, I started competitive play because once I beat the games, I wanted to see what more there was, and I love strategy games, so it was a natural transition for me to move into competitive Pokemon because it has a strategic component, but also the game that I loved as a kid. The most important thing that you will learn as like a competitor is that the difference between like top players and, you know, just your average Joe is partially about their understanding of the game, but a lot of it is that more than anything else, confidence is how you win games.
Another stomping tantrum into Como, no protects. Not another critical hit. Como survives body press. Michael Zhang is advancing to the finals here in Sacramento, California.
I've always liked to use unique teams, and being recognized for that, and when other people are able to have some fun with the unique teams that I've built, that's always been a standout moment for me throughout the course of playing Pokemon.
Michael is just a couple of turns away from becoming our regional champion.
I wouldn't say there's just one person that I respect a lot. I think I'm really glad for people like Wolfie who were able to bring a lot more competitive rigor back into the scene during like 2020 and whatnot. One of my best friends, Vishy, has also been a huge inspiration for me. He was someone who introduced me to VGC, and that's the reason why I got into it in college.
Como survives, fires back at Ironhead, and Michael Zhang takes down Riley.
I had originally not even thought about winning a regional, so, you know, coming and winning a regional, I have to reevaluate what really is going to be the next step for me. A2ing Worlds or making top cut of Worlds would be fantastic. That would be my goal for now.
Pokemon trainers, we are in the privileged position of being joined by Maurice Uteg here, who's going to give us his insight onto advice to give to newer players getting into VG. So Maurice, take it away.
Okay, so what I did as a newer player is I didn't build my own teams for a long time, for about a year, I would say. I just looked at the past regional results and took a team from Top Cut, because that has to be good, right? Just tried to build it with my own spreads and stuff. And it worked out quite nicely in Bremen. I just changed like one item that was different from the standard team. And yeah, I think that is really underrated to keep working on your play instead of something else.
Went ahead and became the Bremen regional champion. So absolutely.
So that's a team I'm going to be looking at.
What else would you say?
A different thing I would point out is that if you change up teams and cores, or if you're like really building your own teams, then every decision you make during the team building process have to have a reason. Even a Rage Powder and an Amoongus can be changed sometimes if you don't need it, if you don't click it. So be careful with that and think about your decisions you're making in team building.
And definitely something that you can test during the process as well, because you maybe put a move on and maybe you're not clicking it, and that gives you opportunity to change up what you're using as well.
Yeah, I think it's sort of, you know, trainers are so conditioned to go with the moves that players tend to run, but this is where the experimentation and creativity comes into the game.
Exactly, and that would be my last point, even it would quite transition into, is like you have to look at your losses and try to identify, why did I lose this game? Was it because of my play? Was it because of team building issue? Because of reads even? And try to really focus on the non-RNG aspect of the game, because a lot of people miss a rock slide, miss a hydro pump here and there, and then are like instantly throwing away the knowledge they could have gained from this game because they say, okay, I missed this rock slide, so unlucky. But I think that's, if you really want to get better, then you should try to be on top of that.
Yeah, you've got to be critical, haven't you? It's so tempting to, when you lose a game, say, that was a team issue, I played perfectly. But of course, there's so much more going on under the surface. And I think it takes a brave trainer to really examine those things that might have gone wrong and be honest with yourself about, well, yes, I missed the hydro pump here, but if I'd done X, Y, and Z earlier in the game, then I wouldn't have had to rely on that miss. Anyway, thanks so much, Maurice. That's fascinating to hear. Hope you've learned a lot from that, trainers, and we'll be getting back to the action very shortly.
I'm David Partington, and I am here at the prize wall at the Frankfurt Regional Championships. I have got here with me Emin, who is one of the people who takes such pride in organising all of this that we have here. Emin, how are you today?
I'm doing amazing. We have such a great selection at the prize wall here in Frankfurt.
Amazing. So, how can our players here earn the points needed to get some of these prizes?
So what's awesome is here at the Frankfurt Regional, you can play side events, which are kind of like mini tournaments, which when participating and when winning games, you can earn prize tickets, which you can then trade here with us for all of these amazing goodies.
There's such amazing variety here, isn't there? So we've got hats, we've got socks, we've got some pins, some of which I'm wearing as well, which I love as well, and some plenty of the back here too. So how can you earn up to this amount of points, like the 225, for instance? Are there some events that earn more points than others?
Yes, there are a bunch of scheduled events, such as build and battles, which earn a little bit more prize points than average. So they're scheduled. It means, for example, at certain times throughout the day they are held, but you can also take part in on-demand events, which with a group of friends you can use to quickly gather up a bunch of these prize points.
Ah, perfect. So it's better if you've kind of got a bunch of friends and you do as many as possible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, nice. So do you have any favorites around here? Any like particularly interesting prizes that you would select out here?
Well, personally, I am all about the plushies. So, for example, here we have this adorable soda pop Blossom, which I absolutely love. And also, I would like to talk about the sitting cuties, mainly Jumpluff. Look at this adorable cotton ball. It's so cute. So I'd highly recommend anyone to go for these plushies. They're often very difficult to obtain in mainland Europe. So amazing choices all around.
Okay, lots of opportunities for our trainers around in the venue to try and get these prizes. So obviously you've got to do a good few events to be able to get into some of these. If you could recommend absolutely one thing that you get, say, from the socks and the hats and the pins as well, what would you pick out of those?
I think, well, I'm a big Sinnoh fan, so the Garchomp pin set with Gibble, Gabite, and Garchomp is an absolutely amazing selection here. In regards to the socks, well, to me, nothing beats these amazing Pikachu socks. You got this really cool yellow design, but also this awesome red design with like shadows in the back, which I think is absolutely stunning. And while in regards to hats, I mean, it's gotta be Greninja.
Wow.
It's got to be Greninja.
Absolutely has to be, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, thank you so much for showing all of this to us here, and good luck to our trainers out there who are going to be fighting very hard to try and get a lot of these points.
I'm expecting a lot of trainers here today with a lot of prize tickets.
We'll get them in very soon. Thank you so much. Let's get back to the action.
So for new players at home looking to start competing, I would strongly recommend visiting your local league, because your local league has a whole bunch of great mentors, professors, and other players among you who are like-minded and absolutely want to get you into the game better than you could ever be on your own.
For new players, I'd recommend starting and just watching the stream, seeing what people use, and even just copycatting a team. And for me, it's just like using Pokemon that I know I'm going to have fun with is the big thing. Because if I am having fun, then I'm way more likely to win.
For people that want to start competing, I would say start playing online, look for guides. Personally, I watch a lot of Wolfie's videos and a lot of Harry's videos as a French player. So if you understand French, you should go look at his channel. For Wolfie, it's a lot of help, and just play online. Like, if you build a team and start playing, write down your notes, look at your mistakes, try to analyze your games. It's a lot of help, and you know, find a friend that can play. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Advice that I would give to somebody wanting to start playing the TCG is to look up local game card stores in your area and see if any of them are running any Pokemon events, and just go talk to the people around. And there's tons of friendly people in the community. They'll help you get started.
Some advice I would have for people looking to compete at home is really get connected with your community. Practicing with other battlers is one of the best things that you could do out there. That's personally how I started as well. So I know GO's big on community, so that definitely would be the #1.
The advice I have for people at home looking to start would be to just jump in and do it. I was very nervous, and I still am nervous today to play, but the only way you're going to get better is to actually play, get out there, get the experience, and you're going to have fun no matter what happens.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. We're, of course, back at the Frankfurt Regional Championships, and we're going to be heading shortly into round 5. Oh, yeah. Where we've just had on the 2023 World Champion, Shohei Kimura. If you missed that, what are you doing? If you're asleep, fair enough. But otherwise, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
Even then, you know?
Yeah, no, honestly, it was such a fantastic match between himself as well as Geordie. And yeah, it was sort of a battle where we saw Geordie have the upper hand in that game 1, just absolutely going for style points with that acrobatics Sneasler being so destructive after the Swords Dance being set up. You didn't even need Terra Flying to commit to start picking up KOs, but then Shohei started changing the flow of space and time in his own way to be able to battle back against that matchup. Game 2 win, clean. Game 3 was a bit close, but same leads from Geordie though.
Yeah, it was a really good option, actually, that Sneasler, wasn't it? If you're looking for flying coverage, look no further than acrobatic Sneasler. Yeah. Is apparently how it goes. Obviously, it didn't quite match up to Shohei's prowess as well, but, you know, like, I'm sure both trainers are going to go on to do very well as well.
100%.
And obviously, now we're looking forward into the future rounds as well, in terms of what people have brought as well. Costa, if you were playing this weekend, what would you have brought?
Sand.
Sand?
Yeah, straight up sand.
Like just physical sand? You'd
just
bring some
literal
sand.
physical sand. And I would just, you know, lay all my cards on the table and say, listen, guys, I might not have a good team, but I've got some sand.
That's great. And you can build some sand castles. And yeah, that
and then,
sounds great.
You know, psychic recharge stuff like, you know, terrain, waves, and all that. I've heard psychic stuff are good.
So, what? Where did the psychic stuff come from? You were talking
terrain.
about
Sorry. Psychic terrain. Yeah, I've heard Male Indeed is good with sand compositions too. You know,
yes.
Leo's did well last season, right?
Yeah, very well, exactly. So actually, yes, that's not something we've seen too much of, Costa, actually, is the old Psychic Surge, but I'm sure it's going around.
Yes.
Annihilate, we have seen a lot of. It's mainly just been that bulk up set, really, combined with the beat up from Mousehold.
It's just that good.
Yeah, it's just that good. And everyone knows about it coming into Regulation Set Age because we just had a few months of it last year.
Yeah.
And so it just really goes to show what a strong option it is when it seems to be everywhere right now.
Yeah, honestly. And just going to see the usage stats that we saw as well paints a bit more of a picture in terms of why Annihilate's so good. You've got the variation of different sets and whatnot, but we do have a couple of notable matches in store for us to be able to preview for our Swiss round number 5. And we're going to be featuring Bartosz Kufkaszty versus Vincenzo Zugaro. And yeah, what a set that's going to be.
Yeah, interesting. Some similar pieces to what we've seen already, but actually some newer ones, and that Volcarona and that Klefki, which would be really nice. But just kind of looking down the list a little bit further as well, we've got John Garcia as well, with that Excalibur, like King Gambit sort of team, which I think they did very well at one of the previous regional level events last season.
Yes, and I mean, it's sort of, play to your strengths, essentially, right? If something worked extremely well in the previous season, run it back, see further optimizations that you can essentially run, especially in the current meta where it is developing. There's still the staple teams from last part 1 of Regulation Set H, but there's been more adaptations. And yeah, Shohei featured in just the stream prior to this current Swiss round number 5 being at the bottom there as well. Really great performance overall, I'd say, with various sort of compositions. So it's not like all rain, it's not all, let's say, sand or I would say balance. There's a lot of different archetypes going into this format, and it's just telling to try to work towards your strengths with it. Make sure you've got appropriate flow charts, blah, 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 for the big stuff that you expect. But then, obviously, there's going to be some variations of, like Salamence Life Orbs or, Cerulege stuff that might not be on everyone's radar.
No, definitely not. There's so much room for potential, creativity here.
Yeah.
And Leonardo Bononomi's team there, I saw, had a cheeky Garchomp, which I really loved.
Yeah.
It's a Pokemon that really popped off really early on in the Regulation Set H season last year, and kind of then petered off a little bit. But kind of returning back to that really fast and strong ground type makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, we saw just now that Jordy's Ninetales had Terra Ground Terra Blast on it for a fast ground move. Then why not just use Garchomp?
It's true, especially when you've seen the early compositions being brought up with Talonflame as a suitable partner. You've got the Tailwind priority via the Gale Winds. You've got, obviously, the immunity to the ground types. But yeah, we're going to have to see how that unfolds. But for now, we have got our trainers on the screen, on the stage, getting ready. Bartosz on the left and Vincenzo on the right. So both trainers have been doing exceptionally well so far. Both still undefeated. Swiss round number 5. You've only got a couple more rounds at this point remaining from phase 1. You need every single win you can in order to guarantee that progression into phase 2.
You certainly do, and Bartosz just has had a little bit of experience into the top cut of some multiple regional champions, I believe, in Gdansk twice even, I think, across the years.
Well played.
Whereas Vincenzo maybe had just that one top 16 in Sevilla, but other than that, these trainers are still going to be feeling that pressure on that stage right now. Big undefeated. Obviously, you want to keep that up, but at the same time, you can afford to lose a couple of games along the way in our Swiss rounds. It's not about going undefeated. You don't get knocked out immediately as soon as you lose. You are allowed to take a few wins, and it's about that win-to-loss record that secures you either into phase 2 or into that top cut as well. So it's just about keeping that up as much as you can. But obviously, you don't want to drop a game at any point, really. It's like, oh, no, this is the one to drop now. That's fine.
To be fair, though, I have heard players say that as well. I think Mishi's said that once to me. But like you said, you want to be able to just get as many wins, obviously, to help your resistance, help any potential, progressions into top cut, have guaranteed sort of buys. So, you just want to keep those engines running all the way through. And that's exactly what both our trainers are looking to do. Choo-choo. Not Raichu. But still. I think, though, between both of them, they don't have exceptionally standout achievements, apologies, but Bartosz obviously having more of the benefit to that in terms of recent accomplishments. So it's already an accomplishment, the fact that they're here right now, they're both undefeated, and this is the first major event in a revisit to a previous format. There's a lot of nuance when it comes to all the different things that you have to run into in terms of team archetypes, especially the players. We've got so many world's caliber players concentrated here, not only within the EU region, but we've got from the international scene too.
100% Costa. We are seeing these players now really locking in, thinking about what they want to be bringing to this matchup. Bartosz on the left, running that Klefki team is going to be really interesting to see, because we're often seeing group style setting up those sort of screens, but Klefki is a really nice option there. Yeah. So as you can see on your screen, the achievements and accomplishments so far of these players, but either of them, of course, could be our champion this weekend.
Oh, 100%. Bartosz, like we mentioned, top 128 at EUIC the last season. Gdansk following with most likely local available events, doing such an incredible job. Bartosz, good on you. Getting that top 8 was so phenomenal last season and the prior with the top 16. And Grand Challenge showing maneuverability and adaptability when it comes to the best of 1 versus best of 3 scenario, especially with closed team sheet versus open.
And now we've also got a little bit of a team kind of dynamic matchup as well, where Vincenzo's running that Quiver Dance Volcarona that we'll shortly be seeing on your screen as well. And that looks like a really strong option right now into what Bartosz will be running too. So I think we might be seeing what Bartosz's response is to that once we kind of look at the teams overall. Yeah. But of course, as we've had in multiple rounds, there is that Mousehold and Annihilate duo that we are so used to seeing.
It's been popping off.
Popping off?
Yes, it has in particular. Although there has not been a population bomb on the Mousehold, it has indeed have that sort of supportive role with it. Covert Cloak, in order to be able to forego any sort of fake outs, as well as potential Dire Claw status ailments due to the 50% secondary effect. But we've got this core accompanied by the Ninetales. These prankster support, like we mentioned, Mystic Terrain is so nice to lower the offensive prowess of dragon types, but also to forego any status ailments onto your side of the field or any side of the field. But then we've got Sinistra and Ursaluna. Ursaluna Assault Vest has been rising in popularity so much. Vacuum Wave being a really good way to be able to force checks onto certain Pokemon like a Golden Go and such. And Sinistra, on the other hand, Hospitality. You've got Trick Room, you've got Redirection, and you've got Matcha Gotcha, a double target move with self-recovery applied and potential of burning with an additional secondary effect.
Oh yes, and that burn could be very detrimental for a lot of Vincenzo's Pokemon. That Dragonite, the King Gambit, the Sneasler, the Rillaboom, all of those physical attackers definitely want to avoid that. And so, as we know, it's 6v6, but only 4 can be brought to these matchups. And which ones you pick is often down to the training that these players have put in and how much practice they put in against known archetypes, as we call them. So Vincenzo's 6, for instance, fairly standard sort of 6. Everyone expects Sneasler, Dragonite, Rillaboom, Electabuzz. Volcarona, somewhat more niche, but still very much up there and has seen a lot of success. And on Bartosz's end, again, Annihilate, Mousehold, very common duo. But a little bit of supporting cast that maybe isn't too usual.
Yeah, exactly. And being able to have coaching as an available option on your side of the field, we know that it's not redirected via any sort of follow me's and such. It automatically locks into your partner Pokemon. It's such a good way to be able to get around a Mousehold if you want to go for a setup of either a King Gambit or a Rillaboom / Dragonite. You've got options. You've got those physical Pokemon. So it's going to be more so which main Pokemon sweepers does either side want to try to bring to this, and how does it match up against your opponents?
It certainly does. And like there's a lot of setup options that on both these trainers Pokemon, but also you have that initial immediate damage options too in that Dragonite, in the Ursaluna that's on Bartosz's end as well. So you've got these modes that you can kind of immediately go for the offense rather than go for an initial setup, which your opponent could potentially take advantage of. But the amount of setup on Vincenzo's team is quite astounding, honestly.
Yeah, it's overwhelming.
It is. It's also Quiverdart's Volcarona, Electabuzz to help that out, coaching on the Sneasler too. Yeah. And Dragonites with Scale Shot is arguably also a setup move.
That is true for the speed side of things, although it's at a deficit of the defense, of course. But it's got the haze to be able to self-forego any sort of drops in that essence. But yeah, I think the key thing here is obviously you've got your damage sweepers and burst burst damage potential Pokemon, or wall breakers as such, but you've got the support, and there's a lot of support potential, especially on Bartosz's side. You've got the Klefki, Maushold, Sinister. You just need to be able to bring the right pieces, depending on what you're expecting Vincenzo's best leads are and general format plays into this.
Yeah, 100%. There's a lot to consider here. And what's quite interesting, though, is that, like, there's no common Pokemon amongst either of these teams.
True.
It's usually got a bit of an overlap here, but they're completely different sets at the moment.
More the interesting.
Exactly. And I wonder if Klefki's Prankster Misty terrain here could also come into play, not only to reduce the damage of Dragonite's scale shots on their grounded Pokemon, but also to reset the Rillaboom's Grassy Surge as well, to protect their Pokemon from Grassy Glides and things like that. And of course, those Dire Claw status moves that Klefki's great at keeping itself at bay from.
Yeah, that's a fantastic call out, because it's a good way to be able to fight against the grassy terrain, even though you don't have a natural grass terrain terrain setter, should I say, per se, via abilities. I do kind of like the Electabuzz in this matchup, if I'm completely honest with you, David. Although, obviously, there's a Ursaluna to be wary of. You've got Taunt, and you're able to actually slow down the support Pokemon in order to start structurally breaking down the sweeper combos that they've got with their partnering Pokemon.
Yeah, I love that call out, actually, Costa, because it is a very bulky Pokemon as well. And Electabuzz can be bulking up with that Eviolite to take on an Earth Power from an Ursaluna, especially if it's not Life Orb as well. So it likely can put in a lot of work here, particularly against all the single targeting moves that Bartosz's team has, like everything the Annihilate has, for instance, which is really nice to do. And obviously following away the beat-ups that the Maushold can do too. So a really safe lead, I think, here. So I think that's a good call, Costa. I think we might indeed just see that. Maybe alongside something like the King Gambit, for instance, or maybe that Volcarona, which I think is going to be quite strong here.
Yeah, that's a really good shout as well, because King Gambit is a, best Pokemon to be able to go up against any sort of spread-type attack moves from Bartosz's side, that namely being Ninetales Blizzard and the Hyper Voice Ursaluna, which King Gambit resists both because of that Steel typing. But we're going to have to find out shortly, as both of our trainers exchanging pleasantries with one another. It's a good way to be able to just cool the nerves as well, have a bit of a laugh, bit of a conversation as well with your opponent. You're both on the mainstream and you're both undefeated, so you can already pat yourselves on the back. But obviously both of our trainers will be wanting to try to chase down the best possible result they can, and they have now exchanged team lists. So we're going to be getting into the action very, very shortly.
We certainly are. That exchange with the team list is really where you know exactly what your opponent suddenly has, and where you suddenly, the cogs start kind of going. They start wearing. They're right. I know my go-to leads, Maushold Annihilate. It's a really solid lead. What is my opponent's matchup like into that? What would they lead against that common duo that they've probably prepared for somewhat? And then maybe predicting that, right, what can I adjust slightly to maybe have a better matchup into that instead of leading Maushold Annihilate? Because I'm kind of pressuring my opponent to kind of lead a certain way. So Bartosz could be kind of playing it like that, for instance, because whereas on Vincenzo's end, you don't have an obvious kind of duo that you necessarily will lead all the time. But as you said, Costa, Electabuzz is generally a nice lead to prevent certain things. Sneeze is a nice lead because it's fast and has fake out. True. So you could probably expect either 1-2 of those to kind of be coming out to the fore immediately in a game one scenario. Just kind of scout out how your opponent's playing, what they sort of want to lead versus you, and gives you a lot of flexibility to play around.
I'm going to be completely honest with you, David. I'm a bit dumbfounded with how many variation leads there are from both sides, because if you actually look at it, there are certain Pokemon that check other Pokemon, but then it sort of goes around in a loop with their partner Pokemon as well. So you've got potential of having loads of variation when it comes to which leads we're actually going to be seeing, because Ninetales threatens Dragonite. Dragonite is a good way to be able to threaten the Maushold, and then the Maushold is great to be able to redirect any sort of focuses from, let's say, a Volcarona or a King Gambit. But we have got the leads, and it is indeed the Electabuzz with the King Gambit versus an opposing setup strategy, the Annihilate and Maushold.
Okay, so kind of what we were maybe thinking there, Costa, actually.
Kind of theorizing,
that Electabuzz is a really good lead at the moment there. Going, locking straight in.
Oh, no.
Well, Electabuzz knows what it's doing.
Oh, yeah.
It heard you, Costa. Go for that, follow me.
Yeah, but it did go for the taunt, and we actually saw the Maushold try to go for that same strategy we were talking about. It has now not allowed the Electabuzz to be able to go for a subsequent redirection move. Bulk up, set up first. The Annihilate being able to be that much faster, but Swords Dance following suit immediately after. And there's a bit of an offset here. Annihilate is at +1 of its attack, but because of its defense, it's sort of equivalent to that +2 attack offensively of the Kingambit.
So you got an interesting scenario here where Vincenzo has the ability to follow me away the fighting type attacks from this Annihilate, which it definitely doesn't want to face. Seeing as Kingambit's also Terra Dark, fighting's quite safe into it. But this Legs versus Terra Ghost. So if the Terra Ghost does get popped by Vincenzo, suddenly a fighting move isn't doing anything. So you can see how this duo is really nice, actually, into this Annihilate Mousehold lead, to be able to kind of pressure Annihilate but not make it feel safe going for a particular attack.
Yeah, exactly that, as we're going to be seeing it brought back in order to get that Sneasler on the field. You've not only got Fake Out and Subsequent Turn available, you've got coaching, you've got offensive options of either Dire Claw shenanigans or close combat, and we've got confirmation. Dark Terror of the choice. This is Black Glasses, ladies and gents, is going to be dealing a lot of damage if it's allowed to. No redirection and no Sucker Punch, anticipating a potential redirection. Taunt into the Kingambit means it will not be able to forego any fighting type moves from this Annihilate, which has gone for a second outrageous bolt up. It wants to be able to resist as much of this damage that may be coming out into it, but no, Mousehold, really good. A target choice there. It's not Focus Sash unlike the previous round, what we were streaming on the matches. It has been failed. So even though we have the Mousehold out of the count, there's another support Pokemon coming onto the field, Shiny Pair of Keys.
Yes, you're right. It is a shiny pair of keys, and that shiny pair of keys' name, as everyone names their key restraints, is Klefki.
Naturally.
Yeah, so we've got 2 defense boosts on Annihilate, and we've looks like this Klefki can just go for another Reflect, which adds another 50% kind of defensive capability on top of what Annihilate can already do as well. So even though this Kingambit's really boosted up, actually, this Annihilate's probably going to be taking these attacks fairly well here. And having that natural ghost typing means that it's not really worried about anything that the Sneasler does. So the question is, can Vincenzo catch up to the ability that Bartosz's Annihilate is going to be able to do? Because it's boosted attack, yes, but not defense. As soon as a Drain Punch goes down into that slot, +2, that's most likely going down.
Oh, here we go. Screens have been set up from the physical side of things via the Reflect. Coaching, though, this is what we were talking about. It's going to be battle of the setups. Who can set up essentially their opponent? It is going to mean Kingambit is a +2, +3 attack, and +1 defense. And we've got yet another bolt up, a third one in a row from the Annihilate, +3 across the board from attack and defense. Kowtow Cleave, however, is not even going to be targeted. It's going for the Klefki. Look how much damage that does onto a resisted through Reflect bulky Pokemon.
It's quite a lot, actually.
Tiny bit.
Yeah, quite a lot. Yeah, I think my keys wouldn't take that very well either.
Mine would be so tempted.
So now we've got a position where obviously coaching is the same boost as a bulk up, right?
Yes.
So if Bartosz keeps just bulk upping in front of coaching, they're not necessarily going to get anywhere. So instead, Bartosz needs to go on the offensive here, which we've seen them lock in, but it's Volcarona coming in instead to take it.
This is lovely. This is the sort of plan that Vincenzo has to do. Even though he's foregoing all of the boosts that he was able to pick up with the Kingambit, he wanted to be able to try to catch a burn, but the Mystic Terrain setup will not allow any burn statuses to go off. This allows the room for Annihilate to go on the offensive, go to pick up the KO if it can on the Volcarona, even though it hasn't been dealt damage. Rage Fist has not been procced for increased base power. It's just going to be a subtle Drain Punch, which in of itself was very powerful against a Pokemon yet again resisting because of its bug typing.
Yeah, so a really nice play from Vincenzo, obviously, to be able to take that hit really nicely. I do wonder whether it would have been able to take the hit, most likely not.
Right.
But I think it would have been close, honestly. But yeah, now you're putting yourself in a position where Kingambit's boost are completely gone. Your Volcarona needs to kind of be faster than Annihilate, right? If you actually want to start dealing out the damage you need to. You're definitely not going to be getting any one-hit KOs, but at least you can get some special type damage past the slight screen.
All right, as the Diaclaw does not pick up a status, deals a bit of chip damage, and we see yet another bulk up. If I'm not mistaken, bulk up number 4. And Heat Wave, though, will come out, finally deal some damage onto the Annihilate, not pick up the KO on the Sinister, allowing it to get that sustainability back via the recovery of the Citrus Berry. But Annihilate is now starting to get the increases in its base power via the Rage Fist. And Sneasler actually avoided the Matcha Gotcha. Now, it wouldn't have mattered as much, except of the fact that it still has its Focus Sash. So ideally, Bartosz would have liked to be able to break it to allow Annihilate to have the freedom of choice when it comes to the target and which one you want to try to pick up a KO with.
Yeah, 100% there, Costa, honestly. I think it's a bit of by the by, really, because you can still kind of safely target into this Volcarona, which you definitely want to deny it setting up. And it's also the main way that special attacking damage can actually be dealt onto this Annihilate to get around those +4 defense boosts.
Crazy.
Because everything else is not going to be doing a whole lot of damage. I mean, yes, you have Electabuzz's Thunderbolt, but most likely this Annihilate is trained a lot into its special defense anyway, so you need to be committing into those really hard-hitting special attackers like that Volcarona to be able to deal the damage you want to do. So we might see a position where we want to try and see this Volcarona set up and maybe get Electabuzz in, but it looks like they're just going for it.
Just going for it. Of course, there's no status yet again because of the missed terrain. Rage Fist picks up the KO. Outrageous damage, if you do ask me. Volcarona finally out of the count, finally got a KO over on Vincenzo's side. Life Dew, here we go. It is activated, and this is such a great way not only to recover some HP for your partner Pokemon, but it's self-sustainable recovery too.
Yeah, so it's looking like this Annihilate is just not going anywhere, honestly.
No.
Like, barring any critical hits, obviously, like, this defense is so huge. And while the Misty Terrain is up, Diaclaw isn't an answer here either.
That's it.
So, yeah, it's on Vincenzo now to try and see if maybe a few more boosts can kind of be picked up, or at this point, do you just go, right, I'm never going to get the boost I need. I'm just going to try and go for that damage. And attacks boosts do get included into critical hit damage, so this might make that difference.
I think that's going to have to be the option. Rage Fist targeting down that Sneasler, of course, wants to make sure the support is no longer available for the Annihilate, because naturally speaking, that Annihilate should checkmate that King Gambit in a 1-versus-1, especially because it outspeeds. But Machagotcha swirling up the damage, dealing it out, picking up the KO on Sneasler. Who would have thought Sinistra is apparently a sweeper in of itself too, but no burn because yet again, the Misty Terrain. This is why it's so important to have been set up and a move choice on the Klefki.
So the Sneasler does finally go down here. Electabuzz and King Gambit are going to be last, but not before a Kowtow Cleave doing that Pterodot straight into that Sinistra and getting a KO there. So it's Annihilate versus the world, but Annihilate is the world right now.
Truly.
It's got so much power behind it.
Honestly, it's got the weight of the world, some would say too. Oh my lordy. But Vincenzo does have Electabuzz. Well, let's not forget, it's still got redirection available, so I think it's going to have to be a scenario. Like you said, you either commit with Thunderbolts in this situation to hit the special defensive side of the Annihilate, or just redirect, hope for multiple crits at this point.
Yeah, exactly. I think you've got to protect on either Pokemon here, so you can maybe call an attack. No, straight into the King Gambit there. Ow. Vincenzo leaving that wide open. So now it's down to Thunderbolts from Electabuzz to see if this is going to be enough, which this Annihilate still hasn't taken any damage from. But it's taught first, so little setup, I guess. But yeah, it's going to be a tough one for this Electabuzz to really crank it out, to be honest.
You know what? I've just noticed. Electabuzz moved after the Annihilate. This is probably a max speed Annihilate, and that was so critical as a piece of information to consider. The fact that Electabuzz probably has so much more bulk investment, and maybe on the other hand, you've got pure speed and defensive investment when it comes to the Annihilate, but maybe that's sort of dropped on the attack investment too, in order to be able to reach that benchmark.
Certainly doesn't seem like it, though, does it?
No.
Like, it was like, it was a rampage, isn't it?
Yeah.
It was just kind of...
I mean, a +4, you kind of like have to expect it. It was on an absolute onslaught.
You really do. Now, you've got to ask Vincenzo, theoretically, obviously, we can't literally ask him this. But like,
maybe after.
Maybe after. Do you need to bring the Dragonite because you've got Haze on the Dragonite to deal with all of those boosts? Because that just got out of hand, right? And I think possibly a mistake as well. I don't know the calculations either, but taking King Gambit out of the way to get Volcarona to take the hit, yes, you resist it, but you're giving up so many of your boosts. If you just survive that King Gambit on a little bit of a slither and you get that huge Kowtow Cleave damage out, that even if it doesn't KO Annihilate, suddenly you're putting in range of your Volcarona's Heat Wave or literally anything else, so which might have made the difference in this match.
I think it may have just come down to Vincenzo hoping / not wanting Bartosz to go for the Misty Terrain, or maybe not anticipating that turn, because maybe trying to lure the Annihilate into getting a burn via the Flame Body ability upon contact may have been the key strategy there, but Bartosz just showing why he's got that move of choice as a 4th slot, which commonly on a Klefki tends to be Thunder Wave Disruption, but why should you rock that when you've got Misty Terrain in order to be able to capitalize off of no status ailments on your side?
Well, we're going to have to find out how these players respond as we head straight into game 2 here. Look at those leads, Costa.
Yeah, look a bit familiar, don't they?
Yeah, they do, actually. yeah. Like, this is game 2, right?
Yeah, I think so. There's a number there. Yes.
Okay. Good to say. So, yeah, we still have the same kind of mind games going on, but obviously our players locked in so quickly last time. So there's a little bit more thought going on here from Vincenzo's end, it seems like, as well, which makes a lot of sense as well. Do you feel like what you were doing to start with was the right play, but obviously your Pokemon in the back could be slightly different too?
Yeah, exactly.
If we do have that Dragonite with that Haze ability, for instance, then that's going to really switch up the gameplay, and you might not be as worried about how the Annihilate boosts up.
Yeah, exactly that. And we're going to have to figure out what both of our trainers are going to go for, at least on Vincenzo's side. Going for the offense, maybe slash a defense to sort of nullify a ×4 weak situation of a Drain Punch targeting it, only allowing a ×2 super effective. But no, it's just going to be pure setup, bulk up from this Annihilate. Taunt did go into Electabuzz, so if it's trying to get cheeky with a taunt of its own, it's not going to be able to do so, but it's just going to be a general Thunderbolt. They want to make sure that maybe this double up will get rid of the support instantly, and it does. But at the trade cost of Bartosz now having +1 in attack and defense for this Annihilate.
Yeah, it's arguably done its job in some ways, and now is also ahead of the King Gambit in terms of its boosts as well. It hasn't had that opportunity, and Klefki is a really nice position here to do whatever it likes right now. And this Electabuzz can't go for a taunt onto Klefki because it's already taunted itself too. Yes. So hence Vincenzo switches out that Electabuzz to keep itself a lot more safe. And King Gambit is obviously quite exposed to a fighting type move right now, so it might want to go on the defensive here and also switch as well.
Okay, this might be Volcarona yet again. We're going to have to find out. Yeah, and there's no missed terrain on the field, so if the Annihilate does try to focus down on that slot, this is Vincenzo's opportunity to be able to try to catch that out. Drain Punch will be targeted down. Will it get the burn or not? No, it doesn't. Volcarona not aiding their trainer at the current moment. Dazzling Gleam, however, will be able to break the Focus Sash on the Sneasler, deal a tiny bit of chip damage onto the Volcarona, but that's essentially been recovered via the leftovers. But Volcarona seems to be in a much better spot in comparison to Game 1.
Yeah, 100% here. Now, there was a potential for a fake out here from that Sneasler, but Klefki just going for it anyway, knowing it's probably going to likely live that fake out plus Heat Wave. But instead, it's that coaching boost that's boosted up this Volcarona even more.
Yeah, just wants to go for the defense boost in order to outpace the bulk up boost on the other side of the field. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Quiver Dance actually being set up right now. There's no disruption from the Klefki directly for this Volcarona because it doesn't have Thunder Wave. It just has Misty Terrain, so there's not a good way for it to be able to sort of slow this Volcarona down. And I was quite surprised not to see Volcarona as a lead, but it seems like Vincenzo sort of wanted to force a scenario where maybe I could lull Bartosz into a flowchart that he doesn't expect.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's really cool. And also interesting to see the Annihilate does naturally outspeed the Volcarona normally. But obviously, after these Quiver Dances, it's going to get a little bit scary now. And Annihilate hasn't been touched yet either, so Rage Fist is not looking very strong either.
Yeah, exactly. That's such a good shout. Coaching coming out yet again. +2 in defense for the Volcarona. If I'm not mistaken, there was a +3 prior to this bulk up of the Annihilate. Maybe +4. I could be misremembering. Apologies. But yet another boost from Annihilate, which does mean there's sort of a battle of not attrition, but pace of boosts. And at the moment, the best way to be able to offset it from Vincenzo's side is this coaching strategy, because there's not something that's directly threatening the Volcarona at the current moment, and that is so key.
Really key, exactly. Now, we're probably going to see Bartosz go for that Misty Terrain here, just because it's mainly the last thing to do, really. Dazzling Gleam isn't doing a whole lot of damage, and you just definitely want to avoid those Dire Claw shenanigans and those Heat Wave burns, and, of course, the Flame Body burns.
Yeah, exactly. Such a good way to be able to do that. Quiver Dance going up to +3. I honestly would not be surprised to see Vincenzo just keep on spamming coaching alongside the Quiver Dance until you're able to guarantee KOs left, right, center, and also stall out the screens set up from the Klefki too.
Yeah, really good point, Costa. Like, it's still going to be a while, though, because this Klefki has that Light Clay. But here's the Rage Fist, and it's doing pitiful damage, honestly. This is not what Annihilate was doing last game, and Vincenzo's really turned up the heat right now.
Yeah, truly. And, you know, in the form of the Volcarona, such a great way to be able to outpace any physical defenses that are being set up via the Annihilate. But opting to go for Protect now, maybe wanting to start at getting more disruption. No disruption. Coaching yet again. This is plus 4. Oh my lord, I'm losing my mind. Plus 4 coachings, but of course plus 3 quiver dances. The target, however, is going to be the Sneasler. Finally getting rid of it means that at least the Volcarona won't have as much support, but then you think, okay, Electabuzz could easily come in now, though.
It can, exactly, and that's exactly what it wants to do, is come in untaunted and start using Follow Me. Yeah. Now, we've been tracking the boost on this Volcarona, but I just really want to see it, though. I want Bartosz to, look at that screen where we just check all that boosts, because that is just a really cool screen to see, because we don't often see a boosted Pokemon like this, unless it's like Moody Smeargle that's been sat on the field for ages, which we don't want to talk about, probably.
Yeah, please. Oh, I mean, I love talking about it personally, but that's my own.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I do, don't I? But wait, no, the moves have already been clocked in. We got clocked, I think, a Heat Wave, 1-hit KO into the Klefki. Clearly, the screen's not enough to be able to allow it to survive. Drain Punch absolutely knocking the King Gambit straight out before it got any sort of move going, leaving both of our trainers down to a 2 versus 2. And it's quite interesting, the fact that Vincenzo has been able to sort of lull Bartosz into an offset pace versus this Volcarona is so key here, because it does have Terra Fire as an option on the Annihilate side, so it's going to be able to resist the heat waves that do come out. And Volcarona just wants to be able to guarantee A, as many boosts as it can, but B, also get rid of all of the support Pokemon on Bartosz's side.
Yeah, you kind of hit the nail on the head there, really, Costa. I think it comes down to how much bulk this Annihilate's going to be able to take on from these attacks. Terrified does make a lot of sense, but also Sinister is Terra Water, which you may also want to consider going for here, obviously, as you can see. Now, Trick Room being set up would be interesting, because that only gives the Annihilate the advantage against the Volcarona, but the Electabuzz, as we know, would actually then underspeed the Annihilate in the Trick Room scenario.
Yeah, that's a really good shout too, because then at least you're able to, and we've already seen the United outpaces the Electabuzz, but it won't outpace the Volcarona, so this could easily be a focus into the Electabuzz to not allow it to get the taunt off first, but it's just going to be a double protect. This may actually allow the Trick Room to now be set up, because there's nothing stopping you. However, on the other hand, this might actually be pretty smart from Vincenzo, because you can still have Follow Me redirection available, even under Trick Room conditions.
Yeah, you definitely can. I think overall, though, this is probably better for Bartosz, though, because suddenly this Volcarona is really pressured, and this Electabuzz absolutely has to go for Follow Me in every sort of scenario right now. We also know this Volcarona is probably not going to get any one-hit KOs on this Annihilate either, based on the damage we've seen before. And so, even with a Drain Punch that follows up and hits the Electabuzz, that's just more health again for this Annihilate.
Oh, let's see how it unfolds. Machagotcha is going to be moving first. No need to redirect, because the main threat is a double target move. Thunderbolt, however, onto a water type. Sinister does pitiful damage, if I do say so myself. Rage Fist, however, is it enough to pick up the KO on the Volcarona? Of course it's enough, because it doesn't have the necessary boost it needs to, or at least the differential versus the coaching boost. Terra Blast, on the other hand, rather than Heat Wave, because maybe Vincenzo wants to avoid proccing the Rage Fist.
Yeah, a really good call out there, because, yeah, as you start to boost that up, that's, if you proc the Rage Fist once, that's double the power on the Rage Fist, right? Yeah. So, yeah, imagine double that damage now onto that Volcarona. That's going to really add up. But at the moment, Vincenzo can control the damage, protect, get more leftovers recovery. So, playing this really nicely. Again, stalling out the screens, which have probably only got a few turns left, as well as that Trick Room. So, I think Vincenzo's playing this really well.
Yeah, truly, and he has to try to navigate the tumultuous waters of Trick Room in this scenario from the cheeky little Sinister that goes for the life due yet again. Is going to be able to recover a lot of HP, 25% on itself as well as its partner Pokemon, which at this point, it was already max HP, didn't need any. But Bulk Up, once again, sort of illustrating why it's so crucial to be able to outpace the damage, maybe try to take damage, but Volcarona targeting the Sinister. Vincenzo trying to avoid dealing with Annihilate as much as possible under the conditions of Trick Room and focusing on the support Pokemon. Light Screen has worn off.
That's going to be a big one going forward now. So a lot more damage now can come out from this Volcarona and Electabuzz too. Yep. So obviously we saw from that last turn, Bartosz make a really good play there, predicting a little bit more defensive play from Vincenzo and catching that Protect on that Electabuzz, getting a free boost out of it this time instead. But Electabuzz putting all the eggs in the basket right now. Now's the time. Okay. Let's redirect these attacks away and see what we can get away with.
Here we go. Machagotcha has got both of its targets. It has been able to connect, deal a bit of chip damage as well. No burn on the Electabuzz, but it does get a bit of recovery victory from its first target, following with its second. So it's such an amazing signature move, if I do say so myself. However, Rage Fist, at this point, surely it should be able to pick this KO up, and it does. And at this in this scenario, it's what we said. Volcarona, do you have enough to be able to get the targets going? Sinistra avoiding, but Annihilate just surviving on 34 hit points. Will be getting leftovers recovery, but at this point, I think you should be okay as long as you connect a Heat Wave in the subsequent turn following a Protect that will likely be coming up in order to stall out the final remaining turn of Trick Room.
Yeah, 100% Costa. You kind of said it. Like, it's kind of, that's all we need to do at this point. Yeah, and there's the Trick Room kind of confirmation on Bartosz's end. It's just, yeah, can you connect that Heat Wave? Because obviously Terra Blast is not going to hit that Annihilate. So here's the Protect. Right. Let's see what happens.
We're going to have to find out. Protect, of course, does mean it allows Bartosz a bit more room to forcefully, of course, go for the recovery and hope somehow it can get out of range, but that's not going to happen because we saw how much damage it dealt. The Heat Wave, that in particular, around 75%, if not 85% onto the Annihilate. All it needs to do, be able to do well. Although, to be honest, Annihilate goes for Protect. The Sinistra, is it going to be able to survive the Heat Wave? It might at that HP range, and that's because of the miss in the prior turn.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Costa. I think it could definitely, like, potentially survive, and then and if another Trick Room goes up, then suddenly the tables have turned completely again. And, like, I'm asking, like, do we get to the point where PP is an option as well? But there's terrible 1 HP!
My lord, 1 hit point survival! Rage Fist will be so furious with Volcarona, but not furious enough to pick up the KO for this one turn. But the Trick Room, it's been set up. What a crucial clinch survival.
That's absolutely huge now. So this Volcarona obviously has no chance now of underspeeding that Annihilate. Annihilate didn't even get burnt that turn from the Flame Body because now the Misty Terrain is also expired too. So there's almost no way that now Vincenzo unfortunately can take this game.
Wow. And then what a way to go about it as well. There it is. We got the forfeit, and Bartosz has been able to remain undefeated going into Swiss round number 6.
Perfect play and trading on those Pokemon, it seems, as well.
Yeah.
Bartosz taking it all the way in a really decisive 2-game set, but really coming down to the wire there. I'd love to know the calculations of right at the end there.
Big time.
So close. I didn't think it was going to do that much, honestly, like when I saw it coming out, but actually with the light screen gone and everything as well, suddenly it's going to do so much, right? So Sinistra just hanging on there, being the little teacup that could.
And it did. And it did so well. Yeah, that was incredible, honestly. And Bartosz identifying Terra Water on Sinistra is key. That is the main sort of board state shifter in that scenario, because we already know Annihilate, it just needs to be allowed to deal damage. That's all it needs to do. It's got a support Pokemon buddy by its side, Trick Room, you've got HP, recovery support, and even Matcha Gotcha to like break sashes, maybe force burns or whatever on the side. But the fact that it survived is so huge. That easily could have been a game 3 right there, but Bartosz was able to wrap it up with that second win.
Yeah, look back at our replays from that game as well. That Kingambit was putting out so much damage, but obviously it just got pipped to the post at every time with that huge Rage Fist coming out there. There's the Volcarona going down in that previous game as well. And yes, this should be kind of maybe even the MVP of the support at the moment as well, to kind of counter the opposing support that Vincenzo had.
Yeah, that's such a good point as well, because it's just making sure that you're able to sort of pave the path for your sweeper Pokemon to be able to kind of do, you know, what's on the tin. It needs to sweep. It needs to pick up those KOs. And it was the battle of the supports and just Sinistra, MVP. The way he was able to go about it. It did break a sash on this Sneasler earlier on in that game too. So it wasn't just can it survive the Trick Room and all that. It was putting in a lot of work and allowing Annihilate to sleep better, clearly, or at least put its opponents to sleep by knocking them out. It's impressive.
Well put there. I can see a piece of art there kind of forming a little bit.
That's
there,
me.
I'm
very arty. I'm very not arty at all.
Yeah, no, I like that picture, Costa. Yeah, we'll maybe draw that later. Yeah, like, but honestly, well played from Vincenzo there. Like, I think that the coaching and the quiver dancing of that Volcarona was a really interesting kind of way to like play the game, right? You don't often expect or or really think about putting a coaching boost onto a special attacker.
Yeah, that was creative.
That was great, but the defense boosts really made a lot of sense, didn't they?
Yes.
And it just got into a position where it was really nice, but it just, when you then really need to rely on Heat Wave, which is obviously a little bit shaky accuracy, and your other move is Terra Blast, so you already committed the Terra onto the King Gambit as well. Yeah, it looks a little bit dicey at that point. So you can see why it kind of eventually kind of petered out towards the end. But just, again, another well-played Annihilate takes another set this weekend.
Yeah, Annihilate just running amok in phase 1, of course, of this event, doing an incredible job. Mousehold, who would have thought Annihilate Mousehold was probably, at least when it comes to stream matches, it has been the most predominant core of a team that we have seen, and it's just them two and the support buddies and maybe another suite of potential. So it was incredible to see Bartosz navigate the way he did, especially in that matchup. That game 2 was incredible.
Really was incredible. Let's hear a little bit more from our winner of that round 5, Bartosz.
Thank you, Costa and David. And I am here with our round 5 winner, Bartosz. It's incredible to have you sitting with us after that match. Firstly, how are you feeling after the close margins there to take that win?
Yeah, the end game was very stressful. I still feel light on my legs from this turn, but otherwise it's a great feeling.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. And really, you know, when we were watching it backstage, the 1 HP survival on the Sinister. But I think the most important thing there was how brave you were in that turn not to protect the Annihilate, because it was such a kind of safe play for you to go, okay,
it was
protect
a bit 50-50 because my opponent could go either Heatwave or Terra Blast, but I decided to go this way. First because I had a feeling, and second because Heatwaves could always miss. So there's a bit more, a bit better chance.
Yeah.
Go this way, and yeah, the clutch survivor was great.
And the Clef Key played a really important role in the game as well, with the support that it offered, and an option that we don't see so commonly used, but really pivotal in game 1 and game 2 in the misty terrain. What was your kind of thinking of utilizing that in particular coming into the event?
The misty terrain has a lot of usages into this team. First of all, it prevents from the Dire Claw shenanigans. Second of all, it ignores the Flame Body and Volcarona, so you can save the Terra if you need. And it was also, I kept it for the Dragonites because it halves the power of the Scale Shot, so it has like, and it's great matchup into basically the whole team, one way or the other.
Yeah, I love the utility of it, and I'm surprised more players haven't picked up on it in Regulation H. So it's a testament to yourself and your innovation and your team building to be able to use it and use it so well, because you're now sitting 5-0. You've only got really one more round to win. Not want to look too far ahead, but that would secure getting into the next phase of this tournament into day 2 to play tomorrow. So how are you feeling coming into the tournament and for the rest of your matches just for today?
I was very excited to play this regulation because it's my favorite one, and I had the success in the first part of it, and I haven't been in the tournament since the AUIC, so like, it's a great feeling to be here and to do so well.
Yeah, well, you've had a flawless start to the tournament so far, and it's going exactly, I'm sure, how you want. And I just love the way that you play the game, the way that you're brave with your decisions. And I mean, it's not often that we get to see so many players go for 4 bulk ups in one game. And the room that you had, especially in front of a King Gambit that was, I think, +3 at the time. It had +2 with the coaching. And then you almost set up a position where you forced it off the field and then just capitalized from there. And the Annihilate was such an instrumental part of your game plan.
Yeah, it's like these bulk ups are very useful because you want to get to the point when you can one-shot the King Gambit, because if it sucker punches, you get all the HP back if you drain punish, and if it doesn't, then you just kill it for free.
Yeah, get rid of it, but no. Bartosz, I know you don't have long before the next round. We'll be wrapping up and finishing, so we want to give you a little bit of time to kind of gather your thoughts, especially after such a high-intensity end to that last match. before we let you go, is there any shout-outs? Anyone here at the venue? Anyone at home that you would like to give?
I would especially like to shout out the Polish VGC community and especially people who practice with me.
Awesome. That's great. Well, Bartosz, it's been a pleasure. Good luck in the rest of your rounds. It was amazing seeing you on stream. Hopefully we get to see more of you over this weekend. We'll let you go and gather your thoughts. Good luck in your next round. And we'll take a quick break and be right back. So don't go anywhere. Grab yourself a beverage before we get into round 6 at the Frankfurt Regional Championships.
I started playing Pokemon with Red and Blue in 1999, I think. Started playing competitive Pokemon in 2010, and my first VGC event was in 2015. Probably go with Bulbasaur, I guess. Lots of players, but Amelia Forbes is the best player in the world. I'm here to have fun and just, enjoy the game. I think the game is beautiful, and building teams is great, and I'm just here for love of the game. My favorite event food is my cookies that I bring to every tournament. They're good and I get a lot of compliments. My favorite city is probably Melbourne. Melbourne's always great. Every time in Melbourne, it was a blast. Of course not.
Hello, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to Master of Choice, the game where I, Charlie Merriman, as the Master of Choice, ask our two wonderful contestants, Ben Kiriakou and David Partington, to present me two alternatives for me to make the ultimate decision of which I prefer based on what they say. So today, we're going to be talking about Amoonguss versus Sinistcha. Who's going to be representing who?
I will be representing Sinistcha.
Okay, Benjamin?
And certainly Amoonguss for me.
Amoonguss for Ben. So, Ben, why don't you kick us off? Why Amoonguss?
Well, I've been playing the video game championships for a long time, Charlie.
Oh, we all know.
As most people do know. And Amoonguss is always one of those Pokemon that you can put in your team. Its ability to redirect attacks, its ability to put Pokemon to sleep, to stop them from acting in a turn, so valuable. And more recently, its ability to heal its partner Pokemon as well. And because of its defensive typing, that poison grass typing, it's able to take all of those attacks so well. And even after it's taken that damage, it can just get on out of there with its regenerator ability as well. Such a versatile Pokemon.
You make a very good point. It's certainly a very versatile Pokemon, but I feel we're doing Sinistcha a disservice at the moment. So, David, fight its corner.
You're absolutely right, Charlie. Ben, you just mentioned a ton of things, obviously, that Amoonguss can do, but Sinistcha can do all those things too. So, let's start with healing its partner Pokemon. Hospitality, what an incredible ability. It heals its partner 25% of its health every time it switches in. So with being such a bulky Pokemon, it can take those hits very well anyway, switch out and keep switching back in as many times as it like. It doesn't even have to spend a turn using a move to do just that.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Ben, how do you respond?
Well, I mean, it can switch out and switch back in and switch out and switch back in. Amoonguss can do that too and get its own health back and just make sure that it's able to redirect more attacks. But Sinistcha, when it's switching back in, it doesn't take the hits quite as well as Amoonguss, and that's where I think Amoonguss really does shine.
Okay, David. What can Sinistcha do that Amoonguss can't?
Okay, so it does have this move called Matcha Gotcha, which you may have heard of. It's a brand new move that Sinistcha only gets, and it's a spread move that does good amounts of grass-type damage. But it's kind of like Giga Drain in a way, though, because it also heals itself, kind of like Regenerator does, and it has a really good chance to burn both opponents as well on top of that. So yes, sure, Amoonguss can go for the spores and put people to sleep, but they're going to wake up eventually. But those burns, they're there to stay. And that even further reduces the damage output, in turn increasing Sinistcha's longevity. On top of all of that as well, it does also have Trick Room. So Amoonguss might be sitting there, very slow, bulky, not really doing much to help the team out other than that. And this time Sinistcha can actually use Trick Room to completely flip the speeds on its head. So if it's feeling like it needs to be a little bit faster, it can go for Trick Room in front of other faster opponents. But if Amoonguss is on the field, then it can be like, well, I'm not going to Trick Room, or I'll just reverse it instead. And it can do that very effectively also because it's a grass type itself, so it's immune to Spore as well.
Okay then, Ben and David, so we've heard enough, and now it all comes down to this. Which one will I choose between Amoonguss and Sinistcha? It's very tricky because, David, you've made a very good point, very good case for Sinistcha being more versatile, having some special attack capabilities as well as support. But Ben, you can't argue
welcome back, Pokemon trainers, to the Frankfurt Regional Championships for the 2026 season. We are getting into round 6. My name is Lee Provis, if you're just joining us, and I have the pleasure to be joined by the ever so swaying Zoe Liu. How are you doing, Zoe? You all right over there?
I'm absolutely amazing.
You okay? Yeah.
I'm very excited.
What have we got going on over here?
See all the Malamars.
Oh, yeah.
On stream today.
How are the Malamars getting on in the tournament, though? That's the big question.
Every single Malamar has won every game they have been on stream.
This is making me sway. I can't. I'm just gonna carry on. What? Are we like mind controlling? No, this is not gonna work on me. This is not gonna work. This is not working, Zoe. No, calm.
Malamar is the best.
No, it's not
Pokemon.
the best. I like Malamar. Don't get me wrong.
My best friend.
How did you find that last match?
Well, when that Malamar survived the heat wave from the other Malamar on 1 HP and set up the trick room, that was a very amazing...
Can't handle this, Zoe.
And then Malamar went for the Rage Fist onto the Malamar that looked like a Volcarona, but it was a Malamar. It was not a Volcarona.
Malamar Volcarona.
Yes.
I used Transform in battle.
Exactly.
Yes, well, all these Malamar shenanigans today might be influencing, but I'm going to try and resist as we go further and deeper into the tournament. We've had some incredible games so far, even despite all of the Malamar. I do wonder how the 2 Malamar that are in the field have been getting on.
One of them is still at X and 2, so it's still in the running.
Chance.
So we're going to see that one in the finals tomorrow.
That might be the winning in match.
Exactly.
Get into the phase 2 of this tournament into tomorrow, which would be it would be brilliant to see. I am not going to lie. I would really enjoy seeing a Malamar on stream after of course, the reveal that we had earlier in the week and all of the other My Friend Malamar shenanigans that we've had going on. But you seem to be really, growing into it and enthusiastic about it, and yeah.
I just know
big representation.
It's going to win. That's all I am going to say.
If it does. If it does.
Speaking of which,
I don't know. Help us all.
We've had a lot of different Malamars on stream taking on the appearance of different Pokemon, like a Ninetales, and all of them are Malamars. So all I'm saying is,
I can get behind this. I can get behind this Malamar thing.
Thank you. Good. So,
I feel like
looks like it's working. The plan is working. So let's take a look at our caster predictions and what we have all predicted to win this weekend at the Frankfurt Regional Championship.
Yeah, we've got the great predictions. Half the field, me and you, Team Malamar, and then, well, Costa and David. I don't know.
Those are Malamars. That's a fish Malamar. That's a duck Malamar. That's a big fish Malamar and a bear Malamar. David's got a bird Malamar.
Bird Malamar? I like it.
and a coin Malamar. And a croissant Malamar. And a moth Malamar.
All Malamar.
Exactly.
And then me and you are just all...
Yeah, exactly.
Just Malamar.
Yeah, I'm telling you,
friend.
Malamar will win.
Malamar will win. We know there is one in the field still.
We've
been through
every
this.
Pokemon is a Malamar.
Every Pokemon is a Malamar, so we cannot lose.
Exactly.
We cannot lose with the Malamars. And yeah, I think we are going to come out on top at the end of the weekend, for sure.
Precisely.
And David and Costa are going to look a little bit silly when it comes to...
Well, they did predict Malamar, so...
But not the correct Malamar.
The form.
The right Malamar. Bird Malamar is not going to win.
Yes, it will. It's a Malamar, so it's going to win.
It's going to win.
No. But looking at a lot of all these predictions, and speaking of forms, I do really like that Blood Moon Ursaluna form, and it's a really nice contrast to a regular Ursaluna form. They have such different ways of offense onto the opponent. One of them is a special attacker, slightly faster, operates a little bit better under Tailwind, and the other is mostly a heavy Trick Room setter. And that ability Guts just gives us such a big boost in attack once it gets burned. And
no one else has Guts. Not the ability, just sheer determination.
Malamar. Exactly. I am so
You know what else
happy.
enjoys Trick Room? Malamar. Malamar loves Trick Room, and it gets Trick Room.
And gets topsy-turvy, which means in that last game, we saw the Annihilate going at +4, attack and defense. So if it had been topsy-turvy, that would have been -4 attack, -4 defense. Same with the Volcarona. Had that been topsy-turvied, -3 speed, -3 special defense, -3 special attack. So Malamar is a great Pokemon.
I couldn't agree more. My friend Malamar.
Exactly. You should use, hear me out, trainers. You must all use a team of 6 Malamars from now on.
That is the only way you're going to achieve anything in this format. And talking about matches, we've got around 6 notable matches to take a look at. We can have a look at the trainers that will be at the top of the pecking order going into this next round, and the match that will be able to feature between Jacob and Juan. And it's going to be an incredible game from 2 top trainers. But other notable matches, we've got Alex Moreno versus Sam Bentham. We've got Mikael against Lewis, and David against Apollo.
It's a really nice mix of teams there,
Apollo.
and there is that Malamar.
There it is.
So that
Right down on the bottom.
in that Trick Room team, operating really well. Now, setting up that Trick Room ignores, well, not so much ignores, but it loves being intimidated, because that ability contrary gives it actually a +1 to its attack. And it also learns superpower, which means that instead of dropping its attack and defense every time it goes for that superpower, it's now getting even more ferocious with that attack and defense boost. So
yeah,
beautiful.
Take advantage of the psychic terrain as well that can be set from the Indeedee. So not only the Hatterene to take advantage of that, but the Malamar as well. Then, like you say, with that superpower, can put a lot of pressure onto the Saluna, and with those dark type attacks, can really pressure things like the Dragapult, those Ghost types, and Annihilate as well. So very difficult for David to be able to deal with that Pokemon effectively. But of course, can't forget, we've got Jacob and Juan up next. We've got that Dondozo, very familiar Pokemon, in particular with Juan, knows how to pilot that. It is a solo Dondozo, no Tatsugiri there. And then we've got Jacob on the opposite side. Got some really interesting picks in that Toedscruel with that Galarian Weezing, so taking away that Mycelium Might ability that is a bit of a hindrance a lot of the time. It's a pretty speedy Pokemon in its own right, can get the jump on things like an Annihilate, and it can utilize Spore, which it gets access to put things to sleep. 100% accurate, and a very good disruptor. And a Pokemon as well.
Kingdra, I think
our good friend Charlie Merriman will be very happy to see that represented here, and could indicate something that we might see when combined with that Archaludon there. Maybe some Dragon Cheer action, but maybe not as well.
There's some really interesting Pokemon on Jacob's side, and Galarian Weezing, as you called out, helps that Toedscruel get rid of that ability Mycelium Might, which means that its spores will be hitting very quickly. And a really interesting interaction between Weezing and Toedscruel is that if you switch out the Weezing, because the turn order is already determined at the start of the battle, that Toedscruel will still be, basically the Mycelium Might will just be cancelled by the Weezing, or it'll then still hit first because of the speed order. So there's a potential. Of course, nothing on Jones' side actually really is immune to the Spore, except for the Rillaboom. So
yeah,
not quite useful, because it's mostly used against a Golden Go, but it's quite a scary team, and I do like Galarian Weezing.
Yeah, and I honestly think the Kingdra with the Pelipper is a really strong combination in its own right, where you've got that Swift Swim ability on the Kingdra, doubles its speed instantly when that rain's set, and then can throw out those big attacking options like things like the Draco Meteor, the rain boosted attacks as well, things like Hydro Pump. And with so little resistance on the opposite side of the field, outside of Terastallization, it's going to be difficult to keep a handle on that Kingdra in this match.
It's a really unique team, and Kingdra did win the last Regulation H tournament last season.
That's very true.
On Wolf Glick's team, it was run with a Perish Trap mode, and that Kingdra was so effective. I believe that was a Life Orb set, and the way it was used on that team was that the Gothitelle would be there to just trap everything. But enough of last Regulation H. Let's look at this Regulation H and the standings of all of our players in this tournament and how they're performing.
Yeah, we can see here we've got top of the charts there. A lot of 5-0s and undefeated players still in this tournament going forward. The top 16 players here. We are able to feature, of course, the field is a lot larger, but these are the top of the crop at the moment there. And Walter sitting at 5-0 in their home region, having a great start to this regional here in Frankfurt, as well as Fabian, who we were able to feature on a few broadcasts last season, coming back in. New season, new start, and starting off in such a strong fashion as well.
And all of these players, because they're at 5-0, a win into this upcoming round means that they are safe and secured into phase 2 of the regional. So this is going to be a really important round for these players. But not to mention, even if they do drop, say, this round, there's still 2 more rounds to go, and they're in a very strong position to advance to the second phase of this regionals.
Yeah, I mean, when you're at this stage of the tournament, you want to do everything you can. Everything's been going right for you so far, so you want that just to secure that step into that next phase of the tournament. But like you say, there's nothing wrong if you take a loss, and it's likely all of these players may take a loss at some point in the tournament. It's better taking it now than maybe at those knockout stages later on, and that can be a galvanizing effect as well, where, you know, if you do take a loss, it can really kind of light that fire to make you even stronger going into those next rounds to set you up for a deeper run into the tournament. But some really notable names here. We were able to feature Shohei earlier on. Shohei continue that
still undefeated.
Undefeated. Leonardo Bonomi as well, very strong player from the Italian region, 5-0, and right the way through, all these players have done incredibly well to start the tournament off in such fashion.
Yeah, this is such an amazing matchup, and even just so far, we've managed to feature such strong players. I'm really, really excited at the level of play that we've had and the skill level of all of our players at this tournament. It just goes to show that as each season goes by, the skill level of our players raises even higher, and we just get even more thrilling matches. And we've got our players up on the screen right now. They're getting ready for the tournament, and this is just such a fantastic start to the season.
It really is, and I think it's a testament to the skill level across the board from our players. There is no easy win in a tournament like this. There really isn't. The skill level is just across the board to such a high level, and I think it really transcends and shows through a lot in these broadcasts, where each and every game that we are able to feature and a multitude of different players, the matches that are being featured are just so exciting and different as well. I mean, there are similarities in team choices today, but that might be a good call from our top players, where we've seen a lot of that mouse hold and annihilate combination, and it has been doing very well, very effective, hard for opponents to deal with. But there's a reason for that in a format like this, why these two Pokemon in particular are doing so well. And, you know, if it does end up taking the entire tournament, maybe that leaves a few questions for the rest of the community to say, okay, well, we need to come up with better answers to this combination to deal with it more effectively. But across the board, standards have been brilliant. Cannot wait to get into this next one. And like we've already talked about, it is a crucial moment for our trainers if they're wanting to secure that phase 2 placement to carry on playing tomorrow.
Of course, winning this round means that they are guaranteed into phase 2, and losing this round means that they're still in a good position to advance to the second phase of this regional. So, you know, both players are in a strong position. Of course, you do want to get to, you know, as undefeated as possible. And there's that cute little Mudkip plushie on the screen right now, giving a bit of a confidence boost to, you know, cheering on our players, just making sure that they are all prepped and ready. So Joan Garcia on our right, and it's going to be Jacob on our left. And I believe I just heard a little tip. Jacob is actually from Australia, so
wow,
not sure if he flew all the way from Australia to compete in a regional.
It wouldn't be a surprise. I mean, we've had players traveling in from regions far and wide because of what's on the line here. When you know about the World Championships next season, how big a spectacle it's going to be, what's on the line at the World Championships, it makes sense to come into these first events. If you can be one of those players that can come in and get that golden ticket to the World Championships very early on in the season, it takes the pressure off for the rest of the year, and you can kind of approach it differently than having to chase down that World's invite. When you're in that position, things can get stressful. There's more importance on each and every match, whereas if you can get it this weekend, everything becomes a lot easier and you can enjoy it a lot more. We can take a look at the accolades of our players, though, the achievements. Jacob got nothing to their name just yet, but hopefully this is the tournament where they're coming in and they're going to make a name for themselves. It's always great to see with the newer players coming into the formats. On the other side, we've got John, and a lot of achievements there with that starting in 2024, EUIC top 128, improved to 25 season, Dortmund Regional top 16, top 4 at Lille, and then the Utrecht top 16. So improving all the time, and I'm sure will be a big challenge for Jacob coming into this one.
Yes, so Jacob, a bit of an underdog to this tournament, but every player has to start somewhere, and we see Jacob's amazing team on screen right now. It's going to be the Kingdra with that Swift Swim, taking advantage of the rain that's set up by the Pelipper, paired up with that Comfy, the Pelipper, Galarian Weezing, Toedscruel, and Archaludon.
Yeah, I really love this team. I think it's very flexible and a lot of different modes that it can offer. You've got that Archaludon with the Assault Vest. It's going to be hard to break through, especially when you pair that up with the light screen support, the floral healing from the Comfy. That's really useful. Got that safety goggles as well, so it doesn't need to worry about any potential redirection to take that floral healing away, which is really important to top up your HP on your side of the field. Got the Galarian Weezing, a big part of this, and not only impactful in battle, but impactful in team preview as well. When you see that Pokemon, the neutralizing gas, it makes you adjust to this Pokemon in particular. There's no pressure for Jacob to actually even bring it to this match, but the influence it's having is going to be hard for John to not ignore.
Exactly, and now we're going to take a look at Joan's team on this other side. Our players are exchanging their team sheets, so Joan is going to see exactly what he's up against, and it's going to be, you know, Jacob's Hard Rain team, and now Joan's team up on the screen right now. It's going to be the Volcarona, the Kingambit, Sneasler, Baxcalibur, Rillaboom, Dondozo, so a bit more of a standard team.
Yeah, it's a very reminiscent of Michelle's team that they ran earlier, with an exception of one change, maybe a similar Dondozo there, same Terra typing, Poison there, the Yawn, the Fissure to disrupt the get out of jail free card with Fissure if you do land it, if you're in those tight positions. And it can also take advantage of the rain if you do see that here from Jacob's side. With that liquidation, it's going to be hitting a little bit harder. Rillaboom there, nice support, obviously with that fake out. The inclusion of high horsepower gives some nice options against some targets like that Galarian Weezing that are going to be susceptible to that because it is relying on that neutralizing gas. And then you've got the big powerhouses. You've got the Kingambit, you've got the Baxcalibur, and those are going to be all supported by that Volcarona that we saw so effective in that last game with the Quiver Dance. So can be a big problem if allowed to set up.
So here we go, Swiss round 6. We're going to be leading with a Baxcalibur and Rillaboom up against the Pelipper and Kingdra. So immediate rain mode is active against these two shiny dragons on the field.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about the Pelipper is its Choice Scarf. So if it's not faked out this turn, it can get some good damage onto the Rillaboom in particular that threatens it with the Hurricane, but not one to leave it susceptible this turn. Switching it out, there's no Protect on that Pokemon, so trading in that Archaludon, which might be able to capitalize on a fake out into that slot.
Kingdra now going for the Protector, so trying to burn off that turn off fake out. We are going to see that fake out into the Kingdra, so a very nice Protect there. And what has this Baxcalibur gone for? Has it gone for an Icicle Spear onto this Archaludon? A fantastic read, because now this Archaludon is going to get so buffed up with that defense boost. How many hits are we going to see? That is hit number 3. Are we going to get 4 hits, or are we going to get 5 hits? Let's see now. This is number 4. Is there another one? Is there another one? It is another one.
Wow.
Archaludon is now at +5 defense, and it is going to be heavily threatening both these two physical attackers on the field.
Wow, what a turn, what a switch for Jacob to immediately get that offensive pressure with catching that Baxcalibur. The loaded dice taking advantage of those multiple hit moves coming in, boosting that stamina, a defense boost. Now the body press, which relies on the defense capabilities of a Pokemon to do damage, is going to be threatening a knockout into the Baxcalibur, and even the Rillaboom is not safe right now, especially with a Kingdra supporting that Archaludon.
Yeah, that Baxcalibur is so threatened. It's gone for the Protect, and that is a fantastic Protect because it looks like the Kingdra has just gone. Was that the Kingdra that went? Yes,
Kingdra went
onto it. That Woodhammer comes very close to knocking out the Kingdra, but not quite, and it allows the Archaludon to get a body press off, which is a one-hit knockout onto this Rillaboom. And oh wow, what a fantastic start But for Jacob, knocking out a Pokemon immediately, Kingdra is a bit chipped from having to take that super powerful Wood Hammer, but Archaludon's in a really nice position now, and that grassy terrain is really helping with its health regeneration.
Yeah, and the one thing that you've got now is the Sneasler coming in. It is going to have Fake Out. It is going to be able to at least slow that Archaludon down for one turn, but by doing that, you kind of give it that final stamina boost to take it to +6 in that defense stat, maximizing the damage from the body press. But do you mind doing that if you know you've got that Dondozo potentially sitting in the back that has that unaware ability, could come in and potentially kind of ignore all of the stat boosts and start to disrupt with something like Yawn? If we're going to see that, that's a question. It looks as though we are seeing the Baxcalibur and the Sneasler stay on the field, and that Terastallization commit from the Baxcalibur, which will be into that Ghost type, giving it complete immunity to any potential oncoming body presses.
A wonderful Terastallization from Drone here, giving it that immunity, but the Draco Meteor is going to come off. It's not enough to get the knockout, but knocks down the Baxcalibur into really low range of health, and it looks like the close combat now coming up onto that challenge.
Wow.
Just takes it so well at +5 defense, and now it's going to get maximum defense at +6 from that from that stamina. So Icicle Spear coming off for once again. Was that 1 damage? Oh, that was 6 damage.
6 damage.
So, we're going to be here a while if that Archaludon wants to be whittled down, but we're getting there.
It's slowly chipping down, and I think that the key here is for John is trying to get maybe a critical hit, because that would kind of ignore those defense boosts. But we're seeing now the Electro Shot come out from this Archaludon. The rain is in effect, so it's going to be a one-turn move. Get that special attack boost and into the Sneasler, taking it down to that Focus Sash. And now John in a really awkward position, has committed the Terastallization on the Baxcalibur, not really paying off there too much. Does have a way to get rid of that Kingdra with the Ice Shot this next turn. Is probably just in range for that move, but you really need to pay a bit more attention to the Archaludon. Like I say, if you don't have the Dondozo on the back, then this Pokemon looks as though it's set up now to be able to clear out everything on John's side of the field.
Archaludon's just so well set up. The Ice Dance comes off, picks off the Kingdra. So Kingdra goes down, but that does allow the Sneasler a chance at a critical hit onto this Archaludon. Are we going to get the critical hit? And we do not get the critical hit. So Archaludon is actually really whittled down now, and with repeated Icicle crashes, it will get the knockout, but it looks like an Electro Shot is going to come off from this Archaludon. Which one has it targeted? First, we're going to get that special attack boost. That's going to be at +2 now. So this Archaludon goes up into the Baxcalibur. Baxcalibur is going to be knocked out from that very powerful +2 Electro Shot. Now the question is, what Pokemon does Joan have in the back? And is it going to be enough to knock out this Archaludon?
And even if it is the Dondozo, it's still going to struggle because the Terastallization's already been taken up by that Baxcalibur, so you can't get out of that weakness. It's not the Dondozo, though. It is the Kingambit, not the Pokemon you want on the field in face of a potential body press coming out, especially when Comfy's the other Pokemon to bring out. It's got that Floral Healing, which will be able to top that health back up on the Archaludon and put it in a way more comfortable position. The Sneasler threatened by a knockout of anything that comes out from the Archaludon this turn. And also that Kingambit is not in the best of positions. It's not got the damage output right now to get around the defense boost from this Archaludon.
Yes, Sneasler is so threatened. It's going to go for a Protect this turn to keep itself safe, but the Floral Healing priority onto this Archaludon is going to heal it up all the way, almost back to full health, and that body press comes and it is immediately a one-hit knockout onto this Kingambit. There is not a chance in the world a Kingambit can survive a ×4 super effective body press from an Archaludon at +6 defenses, and now look at that Archaludon. It is very, very healthy. At this point, the Sneasler's only chance is to get a critical hit on the Archaludon, but then he has to go through everything else, and yeah, not a chance. And Jacob is going to take our game 1.
Wow, I mean, talk about capitalizing from a game 1 play. The snowball started with that switch into Archaludon, taking the Icicle Spheres, getting those stamina boosts, and then from that point on, John had no real way to get back into that match. You were kind of hopeful that they had the Dondozo in the back that could come in, have that unaware ability, and maybe start to disrupt with those Yawns, maybe get lucky with a Fissure. And is that something that John is going to look at doing this next game? Are you going to bring the Dondozo because of how threatening that Archaludon was. And it gives you something else to think about as well. If you want to go with a Baxcalibur that is quite useful into this matchup against Jacob, especially when you're looking at the Toot Scroll that's weak against it, you can hit the Pelipper for decent damage, and even that Kingdra as well, you can put a bit of pressure on. But you've got to be very careful with where you target, because if you catch that Archaludon on the switch in again, things get very bad very quickly.
I think that was what we saw in that game one when that Archaludon swapped in, and it took those Icicle Spears so well, and all of a sudden Joan has actually enabled the Archaludon, whereas had that Icicle Spear gone off into the Kingdra slot, yes, it may have protected, but then you've got an Archaludon that's not boosted up. So I can see how difficult it was for Joan, because he has a predominantly physical team, except for the Volcarona, so maybe that's a bit of an adjustment. We are going to go into our game 2. It's going to be Sneasler and Rillaboom up against, once again, the Pelipper and the Kingdra.
Yeah, there we go. And it's really hard to bring in that Volcarona, especially if you are John and you're staring down against this Rain pair and the Pelipper now with the Choice Scarf. It is automatically going to put a lot of pressure onto both of these Pokemon here with a Hurricane if it's not checked with a Fake Out, especially from that Rillaboom. And then if you go for that, you leave the Kingdra alone. And Fake Out coming out, it is into the Kingdra this time around. Maybe expecting a switch out like game 1, but not happening.
Oh, the Hurricane now coming off immediately onto the Sneasler. So it's going to break the Focus Sash, which means Sneasler now will activate its Unburden. So it will be ultimately against the confusion from the Hurricane. Is the Sneasler going to be able to break through the confusion? We'll have to have a look. Does it get hit? No, it hits itself in confusion. And Sneasler knocks itself out without getting anything accomplished on this turn. What a huge turn for Jacob.
That's massive. Huge turn 1 once again, saying, okay, Sneasler, you've got your Dire Claw, you've got your secondary effects. Well, here's my Dire Claw, Hurricane, Confusion, all is said and done. And now that Baxcalibur forced out into the field, and no value taken from that Sneasler, which is huge. It was one Pokemon that could come in that game 1 and use those close combats, use that Dire Claw to get damage onto Archaludon, but it hasn't been able to get any momentum swing here. The Rillaboom in a tricky position now. We know the Pelipper is locked into that Hurricane. Does it stay out in the field, or do we see a switch again? Kingdra going out this time, and is it that Archaludon?
Oh, it is that Archaludon indeed, and now we're going to have to find out whether or not Joan targeted the Archaludon. But first, we are going to get an Terrestrialization. It is going to be onto that Rillaboom, so just wanting to make sure it does not take any super effective hits from a Hurricane that this Choice Scarf Pelipper has locked into. So this Assault Vest Rillaboom is going to take this very nicely. Baxcalibur not falling for the bait this time, just going to go for a Protect, and the Hurricane now comes off onto this Rillaboom. Does a decent amount of damage. Is that confusion? No confusion. So Woodhammer comes off a fantastic switch in. Archaludon now gets a +1 to its defense.
Yeah, you can't get around giving these stamina boosts out, and really well played again from Jacob here, making it extremely difficult for John to get any momentum swing here. Terrestrialization makes sense on the Rillaboom. It takes that Hurricane a lot better, but getting not really much of a return with that offensive outlet and the Woodhammer catching the Archaludon on the switch in and giving it that stamina boost. The Rain's up as well. The Electro Shot could be an option into that Rillaboom now that's going to hit for super effective damage, and maybe because that threat, it is switching out off the field, keeping it around hopefully for later on in this match.
Oh, Dondozo coming in. So it does have Unaware, so it can ignore all those boosts from this Archaludon. But first, the Hurricane comes and does so much to this Baxcalibur. Baxcalibur does retaliate with an Icicle Spear, and it looks like the Pelipper
needs the 5, I think.
Even with 5, I think the Pelipper will survive, but...
Oh, it just gets the 4, so we'll never find out. The Body Press in return does pick up the Baxcalibur, making easy work of it from that +1 defense stat that it took from taking that Woodhammer in the turn before.
Yeah, and now this Archaludon is really well set up. Of course, Rillaboom can't protect. It will take super effective damage from this Electro Shot because it's now a Terra Water. Now, looks like at this stage, the only hope for Joan is that Dondozo and maybe some Fissures and Yawns.
Yeah, you can go for the Fissures and Yawns. The Pelipper is going to be immune to any Fissure. The Yawn, though, is a really good option, I think, if you can start slowing things down, forcing things off the field. Makes life a little bit easier, but the whole time, you have to be careful because now that Rillaboom is a Water type, it is going to take big damage from the Archaludon. And it's not too bad going for the Fake Out here. You stop it attacking this turn, which is useful. Even though you're boosting that stamina ability, the Dondozo can ignore it. Huge Hurricane!
the confusion of this Dondozo. So Archaludon will flinch. Is this Dondozo going to break through this confusion? It does. Oh, it's a fissure. It does not hit the Archaludon.
Heart in mouth for a second.
That pause always gets me right before the move plays out. But looks like the Archaludon is safe for this turn. But now that the flinch has been burned from the fake out, Archaludon is quite free to start going for those body presses and electro shots.
Yeah, I'll be close to with the +2 body press, whether or not that'll be enough to get the Rillaboom. And I think the Rillaboom really needs to start concentrating down on the Pelipper here with maybe a Grassy Glide, get rid of that Pokemon. Can Jacob play around that? No, he's going to let the Pelipper go down. That's fine. It frees up the Archaludon to maybe go after this Rillaboom this next turn, which is going to be crucial. Electro Shot coming out. Which target is it into? Both weak to this electric type attack and will be a one-turn move, giving that special attack boost just because the rain is in effect, and it looks like it's into that Rillaboom. Has it got enough to take this attack? And it has not.
Easily enough to get that knockout onto this Rillaboom. So it is going to be Dondozo against the remaining 3 of Jacob's Pokemon, and does snap out of the confusion and goes right in and hits on the Archaludon. Archaludon goes down. That is a massive turn for Joan here. Dondozo pulling through, getting that clutch fissure connection, and now Jacob is left with 2 Pokemon. The rain also stops, so huge
there is
momentum.
a will, there is a win. Dondozo has picked up a huge knockout onto the key piece from Jacob's side with that fissure. A massive swing in momentum and giving him a lifeline here. The one thing that you would say, there is a bit of a drawback of having that unaware ability, because Kingdra now can kind of freely go for those Draco Meteors. All those drops will just be ignored from the Dondozo, and you've got the Comfy as well to support the Kingdra. Keep it topped up and keep firing those Draco Meteors. Be interested to see, especially with that Life Orb, how much a Draco Meteor does onto the Dondozo, but the whole time you've got to be careful because Yawn can come out. It can start to really disrupt your flow of momentum here. So John getting that key for sure. We talked about the trump card played in pulling him straight back into this game.
And Kingdra going for a Protect, not wanting to take any risks this turn. Also, the Dondozo goes for the Protect, so a little bit of a neutral turn here as our players figure out what their opponents are going to do. So Comfy going for a very weak Draining Kiss onto the Dondozo, maybe just wanting to get some chip damage, trying to neutralize the leftovers. Of course, because of the Protect, that didn't end up happening. And now, as you called out earlier, Lee, how much damage is a Life Orb Draco Meteor going to do onto this Dondozo? First, Draining Kiss does decent chip, and now the Draco
it has to hit though, that's the problem, and it misses the Dondozo, and followed up with an all-important Yawn, which is huge detriment to Jacob's game plan. Now the Dondozo this next turn can go for a Protect, burn a turn, and then that Kingdra at the end of the next turn is going to fall asleep, so that threat is no longer thing you need to worry about. It can allow you the room to then start concentrating down on the Comfy. Once you get rid of the Comfy, that line of recovery for the Kingdra is gone, and that Kingdra then can be just chipped away at and potentially even fissured at when you've got room to, when it's in between sleep turns. And to pull this game back, we might be looking at going to game 3. Obviously not over just yet. The Kingdra on Jacob's side can wake up. It takes a guaranteed turn after this turn, of course. After that, it will potentially have room to wake up, gain an all-important Draco Meteor off onto that.
Yes, now Dondozo going for the Protect. Light Screen goes up, not quite useful at this stage against a physical attacker, but really Comfy can't actually do anything on the field because that Protect from Joan is very, very telegraphed. Kingdra now, of course, gets put to sleep, which gives more opportunities for this Dondozo to go for those fissures, for those wave crashes. That wave crash onto Comfy is probably going to do quite a significant... Oh, it's actually liquidation, not wave crash.
Yeah, but it has got that Draining Kiss, so it is going to be able to kind of heal itself off a little bit each and every turn. So do you go for the Yawn into it to kind of slow that Pokemon down?
Oh, here's the second fissure!
Huge hit! Wow, it's a 2-in-1 match into the same slot. The Kingdra now is subjected to that big one-hit KO move, and now the Comfy against the Dondozo. It feels like this match is really starting to slip away. Impossible. Can the Comfy come back into this? It doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, Comfy's only damaging move is the Draining Kiss, which even with 6 critical hits in a row, I don't think it's going to win. And Jacob recognizes this and is going to forfeit game 2. And oh my goodness, that Dondozo really popped off there for Joan in that game 2, getting those 2 key fissures. Because I think the Kingdra might have had a chance if it got that one turn sleep and maybe hit a critical hit.
Really unfortunate with the Draco Meteor miss as well, because you're kind of looking to see how much damage that did, and then you were thinking, okay, well, if it's close to a 2-hit KO, then that Dondozor's really pinned in. So unfortunate for Jacob, nothing really falling right for him in that match, and I don't think the game plan was wrong at all. It's just those RNG rolls just really didn't go their way, and that you can say even go as far back as to when that first for sure hit, the Arcaladon hadn't been knocked out by that for sure, then how are you dealing with that Pokemon, especially with the number advantage that Jacob had there? So everything going right for John in that match. It could be a lifeline for them to go on undefeated in this tournament, win this next one. But Jacob, you've got to say, if everything kind of just goes how they want it to go in this next match, if they stick to the game plan that they have done, they don't make any rash decisions going into Game 3, because I don't think they need to. They can take this win. All the emphasis still on John to kind of pull this round, but utilizing the Dondozor, great adjustment.
And we are going to get started into our Game 3. It's going to be once again Sneasler and Rillaboom up against the Pelipper and the Kingdra. So Jacob leading with the exact same Pokemon all 3 games, realizing that he had a very solid game plan, just got slightly unlucky in that last game, but what worked for him the previous 2 games, there was no reason to change out, and there's nothing much that Joan can really punish, right? That Pelipper last turn got that turn 1 confusion, but Fake Out is going to come off onto this Kingdra, so flinching it, but the Hurricane this time onto the Rillaboom and does super effective damage. Not enough to get it taken out, but the close combat comes into the Kingdra and is not enough to get the knockout, and now makes the Sneasler get a -1 to its defense and special defense.
Yeah, now it's in range for probably a Grassy Glide to pick up a knockout onto the Kingdra, so a useful close combat into that slot from John's side of the field. The Rillaboom, though, if it does commit to that Grassy Glide, it is going to stay on the field, probably get knocked out by another Hurricane, and it's so low health now, you probably don't want to terrestrialize, so not the same, and a big protect here is going to be key to allowing that Kingdra to maybe stick around for another turn.
Sneasler also using Protect to keep itself safe, and so it comes down to this Pelipper going for the Hurricane onto this Rillaboom, easy knockout onto this Grass type. Rillaboom goes down, so a fantastic turn for Jacob there. Kingdra also is going to get a little bit of recovery back from that grassy terrain, so, you know, not the worst turn, but the Dondozo now comes out, and that, are we going to see another fissure?
Well, maybe that is the option, but I think, you know, Jacob making a really good play there, saying, I'm just going to concentrate down on the Rillaboom. It hasn't got Protect. I'm going to take advantage of getting damage off into that slot regardless here. Pelipper now just wants to be kept for later, taking off the field, so you can maybe get that rain set up a little bit later on, and the Arcaladon now entering the fray, as we aren't going to see a fissure into that shot for 100%.
A Surf coming out, so this is a really nice play. Knocks down the Sneasler to his Focus Sash, but more importantly, gives a +1 defense boost to this Archaladon, because Surf hits every Pokemon on the field, and now this Archaladon at +1 defense is going to be taking a lot of these physical hits really well. Dire Claw is going to come out onto this Kingdra, so Kingdra goes down, but at this point, I think it's done its job in giving that defense boost to its partner Archaladon, but the Yawn comes off onto this Archaladon from the Dondozo. So, if this Archaladon does not switch out the next turn, it will be put to sleep.
Yeah, it's got the defense boost, but do you need it so much in this match? I think you could maybe get away with probably sacrificing that switch out so you don't take the sleep turn, so it's a little bit more active later on in this game. And you've got the Comfy that can come in. It's got the Draining Kiss. It's got the priority to attack into the Sneasler. Make sure you can take that down, because it's so low health at the moment. And then you can concentrate all your efforts onto the Dondozo again. And with the Pelipper, you've got that immunity to the ground for sure, and you don't have to worry about that one-hit kill being such an issue, where you've got that consistent damage with the Hurricanes or Weather Ball or whatever you decide to go after that Dondozo with, alongside potentially an Arcaladon that isn't asleep.
Yes, this Archaladon now got a bit of a difficult decision to make. Does it stay in and risk falling asleep, or does it switch out? It looks like the Archaladon did swap out, and the Comfy... So Archaladon swaps out. We're going to see the Pelipper in the back from Jacob. So quite a nice switch in there, just to make sure, you know, keep that Archaladon wide awake once it switches back in. Looks like Joan now going for that terrestrialization onto this Dondozo. So making sure that it does not take any really strong hits made from the body press, this Archaladon, or the Electro Shot from the Archaladon. And Sneasler, once again, going for the Protect, keeping itself safe from this priority Draining Kiss that Comfy potentially has. But Comfy Comfy also went for a protect.
Yeah, it's a nice protect there just to kind of see what the Dondozo locks into, if it is that Yawn, and you get the Pelipper in for free, so really nice switch here from Jacob. The Terrasalization's now being committed from John's side, so you don't need to worry about it from any of the other partnering Pokemon on that side of the field. And you've got the Pelipper in a prime position where it is going to be able to potentially get the jump, at least on the Dondozo, but I believe the Unburden ability on the Sneasel is probably active now, so that still is the fastest thing in the field. And can the Draining Kiss pick up a knockout there? That's a big question, I think, we're all going to be asking going into this next turn. If it's enough, the Sneasel becomes way less effective, of course.
Well, now the Pelipper will be swapped out for the Archaludon, maybe trying to bait some physical attacks onto that slot. And the question is, Draining Kiss, is that enough? It is enough to get the knockout onto this Sneasler. So Sneasler goes down without getting off a close combat or a Dire Claw. And it's going to be the Dondozo left alone to go for a Yawn onto this Archaludon. So we're seeing a little bit of a Yawn cycling here from Joan, and something that we see sometimes on stream when you have a bulky Yawn Pokemon, you can just keep forcing the opponent to make a lot of these switches. And Joan, of course, brings out his final Pokemon, which is that Excalibur. Doesn't really have the greatest time against this Archaludon, but when it's paired up against this Dondozo with Yawn and Fissure, well, we all saw what happened in Game 2.
Yeah, and you want to make a decision here. Do you keep the Archaludon on the field and get maybe a really useful body press off into the Excalibur, or do you switch it out, get rid of that drowsy effect that the Yawn's put onto the field, at the risk of maybe Pelipper coming in and getting knocked out from an attack from that Excalibur? It's very risky, but we're just seeing the Draining Kiss, no switches here, and the Icicle Sphere coming out.
Oh, no.
It is going to start stacking those stamina boosts once again.
Now this Archaludon is taking less and less damage from every Icicle Spear. Was that 10 damage from the looks of it? I think that was. But that is hit number 4. And are we going to get a hit number 5?
Maybe one more. That will be +6. It will be 5
hit
times.
Number 5. So this body press now is going to be super effective on this Excalibur. An easy knockout with an unnecessary critical hit right there. And now, once again, it comes down to this Dondozo. Can this Dondozo solo the remaining 3 Pokemon on Jacob's team?
Well, they've got room to potentially go for those for sures now, because now you've got the Archaludon. It is asleep. It's going to have a guaranteed sleep turn this next time around. The Comfy has the ability to switch out here, maybe to that Pelipper. That opens the door to get rid of that sleep on the Comfy and keep that in a position where it is able to come back onto the field and top up the health on that Archaludon before it does potentially get knocked out. But at the same time, the Dondozo are now free to go for a potential either a Yawn into the Comfy, once again expecting a switch out here, or go for a for sure, which could get lucky, pick up a knockout. If we get it onto that Archaludon, things could turn the tables very quickly for John to claw this match back and maybe pick up a sneaker win.
Well, first, we're going to get the Pelipper to swap in. Archaludon takes its first turn of sleep, and the Yawn comes off again, as you called out, Lee. Now the Pelipper is drowsy. We're going to see a little bit of a Yawn cycling, but because Archaludon has taken that first turn of sleep, there is that potential of a waking up next turn. And as you called out earlier, Pelipper is immune to Fissure, so Jacob's in quite a comfortable position here.
Yeah, doesn't need to worry about it too much. And you've got that simple play where you can just bring the Comfy back onto the field. And the whole time, if the Dondozo's kind of all of its attention on this side of the field, you're giving the room for the Archaludon to potentially wake up. It is going to take another turn of sleep here, so not able to get an attack.
Oh, here's another Fissure! 3 out of 3! Archaludon goes down before he has the chance to wake up. This Dondozo is on fire in this rain. Oh my goodness! And now Jacob has lost his Archaludon without it having gotten any damage onto this Dondozo. It's going to be Pelipper and Comfy up against this Dondozo.
You couldn't write it. You would say Jacob's doing everything right, playing by the book, but unfortunately the one thing that can cause an upset here is that for sure. We saw Game 2 and John forced into it once again and getting so lucky with that targeting, hitting and picking up a key knockout onto that Archaludon, and things getting very difficult now for that Pelipper. It is an easy target for the Yawn. It's got the Choice Scarf, it can't protect here. The Dondozo can slow this game down with those Yawns, get it into the Pelipper, Pelipper. Going to see Protect here and see what the Pelipper has locked into, and it is that Hurricane. Now the thing is, you stall out the rain, the Hurricane becomes less accurate, so it becomes even more of a less an issue. But it's not over just yet. We've still got a few turns to play out as a Draining Kiss coming out from this Comfy. Not effective into that now. Terra Poison type.
Oh, Hurricane now onto this Dondozo. Does a good amount of damage. Are we going to see confusion? No confusion! And it hits another Fissure! Four out of four! Is this a 100% accurate Fissure? This Dondozo is going absolutely crazy today.
This is such a... You couldn't see this coming. The Comfy subjected to that Fissure. The one thing that the Pelipper's got going for it is it is immune to the Fissure, so it can keep things even. The Hurricane coming out, as you said, doing good damage, so it can slowly chip down on this Dondozo. But between the Protects, between the recovery, the Dondozo still not threatened super heavily by an immediate knockout. And these Hurricanes only have so many PP until they run out. Can you stall it out? The timer is something you've also got to consider in this end game. Both players going to give it everything to try and take this game.
Well, the rain has stopped, so these Hurricanes are no longer 100% accurate. It is only 70% accurate, and Pelipper misses the first Hurricane. How is Hurricane less accurate than Fissure? The Yawn now comes off onto this Pelipper, which means that the next turn, there's absolutely nothing stopping Drone from going for a Protect. And one other thing to remember is that the Hurricane PP is also running out. So Jacob's in a very difficult position here.
Yeah, and once that runs out, you start to struggle because of your choice locked with the item there. John just getting everything right and doing everything they need to kind of get themselves back into this game when it looked unattainable at times. But you can see the Protect there. Pelipper is now going to go to sleep, and it gives Dondozo a little bit of room. Can't click that Fissure button, but it can click the Liquidation button here and potentially start chipping down this Pelipper, which is what you essentially need to start doing.
Yes, Liquidation also has a small chance of reducing the defense. So we're going to see a very sad Liquidation onto this Pelipper. Doesn't get the defense drop, but because Dondozo has the leftovers, it will eventually outpace the Pelipper in damage. And Pelipper's Hurricane... Oh, Pelipper does wake up this time and hits the Hurricane. Are we going to see a confusion? Any critical hits? No critical hits.
No confusion.
So Liquidation now comes off onto this Pelipper. It is going to... No defense drops, but... Oh,
there is hope for Jacob here. If the Hurricane comes out, if it hits, if it gets confusion, the Dondozo hits itself in confusion. There is a way for Jacob to get back into the game, but a really limited time because, like you say, being choice locked into the Hurricane, each and every turn that you click that move, you are running out of those moves and you're getting closer to the point of being able struggling. When you do that, you take recoil damage, and that makes it so much easier for the Dondozo to get those small attacks off, but all important ones.
Yes, Pelipper also misses again. Another Hurricane, unfortunately, which means the Dondozo goes for another Yawn. So once again, putting that Pelipper to sleep. So we've seen it happen just in the previous few turns. This Dondozo, very safe Protect into that next turn.
Yeah,
and
we know we're going to see the run back here. The Protect come out, the Hurricane. There's only 6 of those left. Then the Pelipper will go to sleep. It will take that mandatory turn to sleep turn. The next turn after that, allowing that Dondozo to get in Liquidation, potentially, like you mentioned, the 20% it's got to get that defense drop. If it gets that, it's going to make things a whole lot harder for Jacob to come back into this match. As hard as it is already, we've seen so many Fissures hit. Can things start falling in Jacob's favor rather than John's? We'll have to see it play out, but there is that guaranteed sleep turn.
Pelipper now taking that first turn of sleep will be forced to take that Liquidation, and no great defenses for Pelipper, but it's just not really having a great time. And I'm curious, how is the Pelipper staying flying in the air when it's fast asleep?
That's how they sleep. It's like Malamar dance.
It's sleep flying. That's what it's doing.
Liquidation going out, doing... just chipping it down, but doing enough, right? The Pelipper staying asleep. Is it going to stay asleep this next turn? That can be quite pivotal in deciding where this match is going to go, although it feels very much... If it can wake up this next turn, get that Hurricane off, get the confusion, that could be the lifeline that Jacob needs to get back into this. Does wake up.
Protected. So
another wasted Hurricane. No impact there into the Dondozo. Smart Protect from John. Can just click that Yawn button the next turn. And all the time that it's not being attacked, it's topping up with that leftovers, making it so difficult. Uphill battle all the way. 4 Hurricanes left. Can you get the confusion? That's going to be pretty big.
Oh,
get
confusion.
Oh, no confusion.
And another Yawn. This poor Pelipper is having a very unfortunate time on the field. I believe Actually, if you count, Dondozo clicked Fissure 5 times.
Hit 4.
Pelipper clicked Hurricane 4 times and hit 2. So Fissure more accurate than Hurricane confirmed. And Jacob Joan is going to be our winner of our Swiss round 6.
Well, there was twists and turns in all of our games that we've had today, but I don't think any more so than this round 6 that we've just had here, where we are seeing John take this match, move on undefeated in the tournament, will secure their place to be playing in Phase 2 of the tournament tomorrow, and doing everything in a bad situation to turn the match around. We've talked about it before. The Dondozo has that for sure for those scenarios where you are in a bad situation, you've got a bad matchup, and it can be the lifeline that you need. It can be your trump card at times, and it sure as heck did pay off with that trump card a number of times in that match.
4 times. That Dondozo was really Jones' only lifeline in that game. He had so many physical attackers. His only special attacker was that Volcarona, and that's really not going to
Can't really bring that to the rain matchup.
It's the rain, but this is why Dondozo is there. It's so bulky with the leftovers. Its ability to just stay on the field and just repeatedly start going for those yawns, those fissures, and your opponent really has a hard time deciding, do I switch out and, you know, potentially get another yawn, or do I stay in and fall asleep? And we saw just how, you know, the rest of Jones' team not really taking the hits very well, but that Dondozo just coming in clutch, and this poor Archaladon really having quite an awful time against all those fissures.
Yeah, and you've got to really give so much credit to Jacob for how well they played that match. You know, they put themselves in the best positions possible. Turn 1, game 1, making that incredible switch to catch the Icicle Spheres from the back Excalibur, and then start that sweep with the body press, the Electro shot with the rain as well. The timings of getting the Pelipper onto the field at the right time was just remarkably done. The unfortunate thing was the trump card, the for sure from that Dondozo, every time game 2 and 3 just really came, and you've got to feel for Jacob because, you know, sometimes the rolls don't go for you, sometimes they do. We talked about it on stream with Jamie Boy earlier. Sometimes you get the rolls, sometimes you don't, and definitely Jacob didn't get the rolls there, but I'm sure this isn't the last we'll see of Jacob with how well they played that game, but all credit to John. You've got to click those moves to have the potential to get yourself back into the game, and you can't blame them for doing it in this situation. And now they are sitting 6-0 in this tournament.
And guaranteed into Phase 2 of the Frankfurt Regional. So would you say that the Dondozo topsy-turvy that matchup around?
Oh, I would definitely say they topsy-turvy that matchup. That's the best description of what happened in that match possible. And it's kind of purple as well, the Dondozo there, so it's kind of got that Malamar vibe, you know?
Exactly.
And it
my
do a little
friend
bit of
Malamar.
My friend Malamar.
Best Pokemon in the world.
It is.
That was a Malamar on stream.
Was it?
4 fissures.
Yeah, using
fish Malamar.
Yeah, the fish Malamar. We like that version of Malamar. I don't think Jacob likes it too much, but you know, I think that's why we see players put the Dondozo on the, you know, we saw Michelle earlier integrate the Dondozo onto their team with a very similar, if not the same set. For that reason, because it can be the one Pokemon, especially at this kind of these high-level events where all the fine margins matter so much, where if you get those for sures in a game, it is going to make the difference. It can mean that you go on to win a tournament, or it can mean that you go home early, and you know which one, if you're a player, which one you'd prefer to happen. So you give yourselves the best odds every time to progress in a tournament, and that's exactly what players are doing with Dondozo, because it is that bulky, it is that Pokemon that can sit, disrupt, yawn, protect, get room to do those for sures, and you only need one to hit most of the time, and then it's kind of game over from there.
Yeah, I would also have to say that Jacob probably got quite unlucky with the RNG rolls in that game.
Very unlucky.
Because of the structure of the Swiss tournaments, you can afford to take a few unlucky matchups. There's still plenty of remaining matches to play out, and usually over the course of a tournament, the RNG tends to balance out as you go. So Jacob may have gotten a little unlucky at just that last round, but he could have maybe in the future matches get a little bit more lucky there.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, if you're sitting watching at home and you want to get involved in your local scene, start your journey into competitive Pokemon, then take a look at this, and you can find out all you need to know about getting started on your own competitive journey.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah. one shot?
Wait, that card. Yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Pokemon.com/play to find out all you need to know about the locals in your area, how you get started in either TCG, Pokemon GO, or even VGC, which I would say we're definitely biased towards, which is where we want.
Best game in the format.
It's definitely, yeah. Especially
Totally unbiased opinion. Best.
full of Malamar as well. So if you're a fan of Malamar, you can use this QR code on your screen right now. Find out all information that you need to get involved. Start your journey. You might be the next regional champion, international champion, or even next world champion. So don't hesitate to get involved. You'll have a great time at these events, especially meeting new people with a common interest at your locals as well. Local scenes are really solid foundations for a lot of our top players, and where they build that foundation to become these incredible known names in our video game.
I know a lot of player groups that are formed by meeting each other at locals, and because they see each other on a regular basis, they're able to form those really deep bonds, and it's much easier to team build with a group of friends than it is on your own. So this is a fantastic opportunity. Go and scan that QR code up on the screen, find your nearest locals, and I do believe also there's an app now.
There is an app
you can download and
Play Pokemon app, so you can check that out, and that gives you all the information in one nice place as well. You've got your player ID, you've got everything you need to know, and I think it updates with news and things around all things Play Pokemon, which is a great thing to have at our disposal. So take advantage of it while it's there, but do not hesitate. Come along and get involved.
I've downloaded that app myself, and it's just
me too.
So easy to see all the locals, and
great.
I think I have a local a 10-minute walk away from where I live. So that's amazing.
Look at you. Mine's not as close. Mine's not too far away. Mine's about a 20-minute drive, so that's fine.
That's close enough.
It's reasonable, yeah. I live in the middle of nowhere, so.
Oh, okay.
Fair
enough.
Anything's
in the middle of
far
a
to get
city, it's a bit easier to get to all of your games.
But yeah, I think. How have you found the tournament so far today? Have you been surprised by anything, or is this kind of how you expected most of the teams to turn up, and how the matches have been playing out?
I really enjoyed the broad variety of teams that we've had on stream so far. And one thing I do want to call out, every Ninetales that has been on stream today that went for the Blizzard has frozen something. And
a lot of those.
We've had a lot of very wild RNGs today, and Dondozo hitting 4 out of 5 fissures. 4 in a row. 4 in a row. I want to call out just how incredible that is.
Yeah, you want to get 5 PP without actually using any PP ups. So, to fit 4 out of 5.
Yeah, definitely my highlight today.
Yeah. What, the fishers?
Yes, from the fish Malamar.
The fish Malamar fissuring its way to victory.
Exactly.
Yeah, we do like it. I think the variety that we've seen a lot of similar kind of cores doing well, but is that because we're featuring the best performing players from each and every round, and why we're seeing similar things? Because these players have picked the best cores, the best Pokemon to come in that are performing extremely well at this event.
I really like seeing a lot of the lower powered Pokemon that, weren't able to perform so well in Regulation G, but now they're able to perform well in Regulation H. So we've got there's a Arcanine Labs for regionals that you can check out up on the screen today. So you can register
tournament. How are you feeling?
Well, to be honest, I don't know at all what happened.
Okay.
I played against this team when practicing online. Like 2 or 3 times. I lost all the times.
Yep.
And I was scared of the matchup because when I play standard, I know my team has tools for everything.
Yes.
I know to play it, but against this, I really had no clue.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, the way that you were able to go ahead and tackle that matchup was a clear comfortability of you playing this kind of team. We know that you did a good job last season, but at least when it comes to this game in particular, we saw Jacob do a really good job in that game 1, but then you started changing the flow of things with game 2. So what were the biggest points that you needed to try to tackle in that matchup? It's like the Dondozo, we saw it put a lot of work.
Yeah, like in the game 1, I made the mistake of not pick Dondozo because I did not remember the opponent had Archaludon.
Ah, okay.
When I clicked a fake out Ezekiel Spear, I didn't know that it had Archaludon.
Yeah.
So, and I hadn't Dondozo. The game was lost in that moment. I knew if I didn't click.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense.
And the next games, like in game 1, I was thinking, he has Kingdra, he has Pelipper, Scarf. I need fake out pressure. And something that can threaten both Pelipper and Trilabum. Game 2, my idea was, I was sure he was staying with both Pelipper and Kingdra.
Yep.
Hitting with both. I thought, fake out into Kingdra, Dire Claw into Pelipper. Since my Sneasler is unburdened, I'm fine taking the Hurricane. The problem was I got Hurricane and Confusion.
Confused, yeah.
At the end of that game, I ended up winning with Dondozo Fissure.
Yep.
And game 3, at the start, I had to go for the hard call.
You did. Yeah.
Turn 2, I think that I had to play more aggressive to take damage on the Pelipper.
You needed to grab the momentum quicker than game 2, right?
I needed, like, when I did fake out Ghost Combat, the play was perfect. I think that I cannot protect there. Next turn, I had to, like, he cannot let Kingdra faint. I had to double the Pelipper.
Yes.
So I would win there. But at then, in both game 2 and 3, I had to play my odds.
Yeah.
Fissure, Dondozo, it's useful for that kind of matches that you think you lost. That's why I like this team so much.
Yeah, I mean, and it makes sense. You are able to pilot it at such a good degree. I guess we saw a lot of great success for you last season as well. You had a couple of top 8s. You got top 16 as well. I think, was it a top 4? Lille Regionals. Correct. And then top 16. I think Utrecht Special, if I'm not mistaken.
Utrecht Special, I made top 16. Many other regional day 2.
Yeah, that's it. So you've got a lot of comfortability with this team as well. So what are your season goals going into this? You just want to start the season strong with a very familiar format for yourself?
Well, after coming here, I was thinking that I was thinking in not playing this season or playing like 2 or 3 tournaments for fun. Because I'm on the last year of university and need I need to focus. If this goes very well, maybe I try to make time to go to some other regional.
Well, so far, you're doing an incredible job. 6-0, undefeated, my friend. You've locked into phase 2. Only because we need to progress for the next round, of course, give you some rest too. Do you have any shout-outs that you would like to give?
Yes, I have some shout-outs. I have, first of all, to Carlos Caño. That is the guy that made the team.
Yeah. Nice.
This team and the first version with Magmar Dragapult.
Ooh, okay.
Which I made. I went also unbeaten in day 1, made top 16. I want to thank to Miguel Paquete. He's a friend from Portugal. He uses the team, and yesterday at night, he was helping me a lot to make the best spreads and make the team in game.
Ah, fair.
And that's all. That's the
I mean, those are great shout-outs, of course. It just shows how the power of, I would say friendship, but it is definitely friendship, but team building, having very good friends as well, mates, to be able to help you really helps so much in terms of
they are old
right?
friends from tournaments.
Oh, that's lovely to hear. No, that's so good. Well, Joan, we're going to let you get some rest. Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. And we are wishing you the very best going into these final couple of rounds. With that being said, folks, we are going to come back very quickly so we could get the next Swiss round number 7 underway.
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, play TCG live all the time, and spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying to make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First, I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held, what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos. Aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
Hello trainers, Charlie Berryman here, and I'm joined by Ben Kiriakou and David Partington. You'll have noticed there are two main structures in which this beautiful game is played. There is closed team sheet best of 1, like you might find in the global challenges or on the online ranked ladder, and then there's open team sheet best of 3 that you'll find at live events. So today we're going to be breaking down the differences between them, how you can approach them in the right way, that sort of thing. So David, kick us off with closed team sheet best of 1.
So, closed team sheet best of 1. You might be familiar with this when well that we've had over the last few months and may have more of later to go. So this is where you have your team of 6, you get into battle, but you do not know what your opponent's Pokemon are going to be, or what moves they run, or what abilities they have. So there's a lot of information finding out throughout the one game that you have.
And that makes it really, really difficult to react to what your opponent's doing, maybe different strategies. Conversely, of course, regionals, internationals, maybe premier challenges or mid-season showdowns, the locals that we can play as well. We have open team sheets, best of 3. Now, you get a little bit of information on your opponent's teams, what moves they're running, what items they're holding, of course, what the Pokemon are as well, and their abilities. So you get a lot of idea what you want to be using in your own team to be able to counteract their strategy. And then, of course, you play a best of 3. You have more than just one opportunity to get it right.
It might sound from that best of 3 open team sheet is inherently easier, but it's not. We can assure you, just knowing what your opponent can do doesn't mean you know what they're going to do. And so that throws up a whole new realm of possibilities. So David, best of 1 closed team sheet, how are players approaching that?
Okay, so you obviously want to take a team of really good 6 Pokemon, usually ones that have done very well, maybe at previous tournaments or had really good success. So you might be looking to the previous tournaments of Scarlet and Violet and taking a team from there. But obviously that's been a team where it's probably been open team sheets, best of 3. So it gives you an opportunity to, when you go into best of 1, to maybe change things up a little bit, to put some surprises on there that if somebody had your open team sheet, they would obviously know about, but this time they do not. So I really like Terra Blast, for instance, as an option, because as soon as you go for a Terra, could be a really unusual Terra that something doesn't usually go for, like a Raging Bolt going into, say, Terra Steel to be able to hit a Fluttermane with a Terra Steel Terra Blast and get a one-hit KO, which is not usually what happens from a Raging Bolt. So something like that really tends to spice up a game in best of 1.
Absolutely love playing those little, just like odd little changes that really does change a matchup. But of course, in best of 3 open team sheet, where you're approaching lots of different games and you're playing against many opponents in one tournament, not just a best of 3, but many opponents as well. You really do want to have this more consistent approach to the way that you build your team and prepare for the event. Make sure you've got game plans into all of the different strategies that you come up against, because you have to maybe play a couple of Trick Room games, maybe you have to play a few matches against Tailwind, and you have to have different strategies available for each different way that you have to play against your opponent's strategies.
For sure. I think the key word in this discussion really is surprise, right? I think in open team sheet, there's far less opportunity for surprise because you see everything there. Having said that, if you run a Pokemon that people aren't necessarily expecting, let's use Kingdra as a completely random example, of course, then players aren't necessarily familiar with the stats of that Pokemon, what moves it has access to, and so in closed team sheet, you see that in team preview, you don't really know how to handle it, but then also in open team sheet, you're thinking, oh, well, I'm not sure how bulky that Pokemon is, for example. I don't know what's going to be able to knock it out.
One defining thing, friend of mine, Tommy Coolin from the North American region, used to say, I fear what I don't understand in those sort of closed team sheet environments. That's definitely a way to approach it. So I don't know what that one's doing. Let's try and knock it out as quickly as possible.
And what a perfect note to end on there. Thank you for joining us, trainers, for this discussion of best of 1 closed team sheet versus best of 3 open team sheet. We'll be getting back to some best of 3 open team sheet action very shortly.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, +3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense +3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing
advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3. Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. To launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been coming down, doing what it does. Move, no. Into that Tapu Fini, not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The heavy slam from the Celesteela. Knock out without the Intimidate.
A critical hit!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and they crit from his trusty Celesteela. Won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Well said, Joe Brown. What a fantastic way to be able to appreciate legacy tournaments and formats. Zoe, what are you doing, Zoe? What are you doing,
My
Zoe?
best friend, Malamar.
Okay, that's not working on me. I'm not falling for your hypnosis. Thank you very much. We are, no, this doesn't affect me. I'm immune. So, we're here for Swiss round number 7. I'm going to do my best to ignore Zoe. I've got more matches for you, lovely folks. We are essentially towards the end of what is phase 1 of the 2026 Pokémon Frankfurt Regional Championships. And what a day it has been, Zoe. We saw a lot of fissures in this last round, and my lordy was that able to pull Joanne through. And that was his win condition. I have a lovely interview with him as well. He recognized it. Obviously, he knows it. That's what he has to do. But it's about trying to identify that and apply it to the best that you can of your efforts.
It's precisely why Dondozo is such a strong Pokemon in this format. It's really bulky, it's very difficult to knock out. The ability Unaware means that you can ignore your boosting opponents, and then the combination of Yawn and Fissure means that you can either force that Pokemon switching as they try to avoid being put to sleep, but as they're switching, you can start going for those fissures, and if you manage to land on those fissures, like we saw in that last round, well, all of a sudden, your opponent's just down 2-3 Pokemon.
Well, yeah, I think the best thing that you can do against that is just have a flying type or a levitate user somewhere, because you don't want to fall victim to the fissures when they do connect. They can be absolutely detrimental to your strategy. But Dran, 6-0 so far, doing an incredible job, undefeated. He is not the only person doing amazing this weekend during phase 1. We've got standings available for us to go ahead and check out who else is doing great. And we've got so many great representatives when it comes to the first major, not only EU regional event, but the global.
Yeah, so there's a lot of fantastic players undefeated right now. That means they are guaranteed to go into phase 2. But Fabian Brown, look at that amazing team of Sinister and Ursaluna with the Dragonite, Golden Go, Pelipper. To beat up the Masters in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt the experience does as well from the Master Division, but we've got top 6, of course, Incineroar, Golden Go, Annihilate, Porygon 2, like King Gambits and such. And Ribombee, on the other hand, of the speed spectrum, has Tailwind, but of course, Shield Dust. It means it is completely immune to secondary effects, essentially an ability of Covert Cloak.
Precisely, and that Annihilate is also incredibly interesting with Final Gambit. Normally, the Annihilates in this format carry bulk up, but this means Annihilate can go up against paired up with Ribombee, get that Tailwind up and just Final Gambit and delete a Pokemon on the field instantly. So this is going to be a very threatening lead matchup. But of course, Nikolai, on the other hand, will also be having a really strong team of Annihilate, Incineroar, Mousehold, Sinistra, Hisuian Zoroark, and Ursaluna. And Hisuian Zoroark, not a very common Pokemon, but a very tricky one indeed.
Very spicy selection of a 6 slot there. Commonly, you'd see some form of speed control in that form, maybe like a Whimsicott you could pair up as well to accompany with the Ursaluna Life Orb set. But Zoroark, like you said, has that illusion ability. It's going to be able to be a bit of a trickster in this scenario and maybe try to catch Thomas out. But then again, you could easily opt to never bring it in order to always have the mind games available, but at least you know in the matchup it may not be necessary. And we got the classic Annihilate Mousehold combination as well, which has been so popular on the stream matches we've been featuring today.
Annihilate Mousehold is just such a good combo. It really punishes a lot of defensive teams by turn 1, say, going for a beat up and bulk up, and all of a sudden you've got a really strong Rage Fist coming off. And, you know, paired up with that Zoroark, do you really want to fake out that Mousehold turn 1? Because it might not be a Mousehold.
Or it could go for Terra Ghost. I mean, there's so many options that these sets provide Nikolai in terms of the multi-layered mind games at hand.
Yes, this is going to be a really cool matchup, and I really want to see this Ribombee come into the game, and I can see this Annihilate making really good use of this Final Gambit. Of course, there are, there's 3 Ghost types and a Terra Ghost, so maybe Final Gambit not quite the best move, but we are going to get started into round 7.
Oh, here we go with a classic lead of Annihilate and the Mousehold over on Nikolai's side versus Ribombee and Golden Go. So, like we sort of said, you got instant potential for getting the Tailwind set up and going for sheer outright damage. With Make It Rain, you got Life Orb boosted damage coming out on the Golden Go.
This Golden Go being Life Orb means that it doesn't quite need to waste a turn to set up with the Nasty Claw, even though it does have it. But Mousehold is typically on a Mouse Ape team, are very bulky. I'm not sure if the Golden Go is able to knock it out with, say, a Make It Rain. Ribombee, of course, quite safe to go for something like a Tailwind, but, you know, it can go for, say, maybe double up into Mousehold, but then you don't get the Tailwind up and you risk allowing the beat up to happen.
Yeah, and there's always the option of going for Terra Water on the Annihilate if you're really scared of a Make It Rain, which turns out, actually, the Golden Go switched straight out for the Ursaluna. Oh, what a good way to be able to bait in a scenario where you get Tailwind set up for Ursaluna, whilst at the same time, you also get your Guts boosted damage online under the Tailwind conditions.
And as you called Acosta, there was the Annihilate going for the Terra Water. So wanting to resist those Make It Rains, Moonblast coming up immediately onto the Mousehold, takes away half of his health, gets a special attack drop, not quite significant, but the beat up is going to be set up onto this Annihilate. So who was the target of this Rage Fist? Is it going to go into this Ursaluna?
Yeah, and I think if it does, it was such an exquisite bait, but no, Nikolai did not fall for it, just went for the bulk up. Oh my lord, this is such a powerful Annihilate right now. You've got +1 in attack defense, you have beat up online, which means from a 50 base power Rage Fist, you now have a 250 base power damage potential. However, Ursaluna is a normal type. It is immune to the Ghost typing.
Ursaluna is not afraid of the Rage Fist, but it is going to be very afraid of a close combat from this Drain Punch. I'm looking at the wrong Annihilate. A Drain Punch from +1 Annihilate is going to do a lot of damage. Of course, Ursaluna is Terra Ghost, so there is that option. But if it goes for the Terra Ghost, it will be hit super effectively by a really powered up Rage Fist. So Ursaluna in a very tricky situation here, but if the Tailwind goes up, the Ursaluna will be moving before this Annihilate. So can the Ursaluna Earthquake then take out this Annihilate with that Friend Guard? A bit difficult.
Yeah, unlikely unless there's any sort of like critical hit, especially because of the bulk up being set up, which means you've got that further cushion of damage sponge potential available to it. And that's why we're going to see the Protect come out from the mouse hold, because it wants to make sure Friend Guard is online for as long as possible. Followed though by the Ursaluna opting straight for it, wanting to make sure that there's a bit of a stalemate. Actually, Thomas quite likely trying to catch out the mouse hold's Protect as well, as we see the Drain Punch focus trying to go into the Ursaluna, and Jessen on the other side of the field in parallel, we've got the Ribombi trying to focus on the mouse hold, because it essentially is like a two-shot from that Moonblast that we saw in turn 1.
That's what it's looking like, and this mouse hold, because he just protected that turn, it's unlikely to get a successful protect the second turn. So Ribombi can get rid of it with a Moonblast, but the question is, this Ursaluna, it is in danger of a Drain Punch +1 from the Annihilate. If it predicts that, it can go for the Terra Ghost, and then it'll be immune, but then if Nikolai predicts that, he can go for the Rage Fist. So this is going to be a really, really close turn.
Yeah, it truly will be, because it sort of forces a pin where Moonblast from the Ribombi takes care of the mouse hold and then allows the Facade to go into the Annihilate. Sure, it's not going to pick up a KO, but it's going to guarantee a two-shot even with the +1 in because of the bulk up. But no, the mouse hold's actually switching out right now. Instead, wanting to preserve the Friend Guard in future turn and bringing that Incineroar in.
Yes, this Incineroar is a fantastic switch in to this Ursaluna. It's going to ensure that the Annihilate with +1 defense will not be taking very much damage now against this Ursaluna at -1 attack. And Ursaluna, feeling that threat of a Drain Punch, does go for the Terra Ghost, which means it has now lost that Rage Fist immunity.
Yeah, exactly, but it's at the cost of the potential Drain Punch going into that slot. Moonblast will deal about 15 to 20% of damage onto the Incineroar, but the Drain Punch actually opting in for the Ribombi as a target. Facade deals that two-shot that we were talking about, but the leftovers recovery after an additional perhaps Protect will be able to get it outside of that range.
It is nice though that the Ursaluna, now that it's a Ghost type, will no longer be affected by the Fake Out. So it can't be flinched, and Ribombi can't be flinched either because it's got Shield Dust as an ability. So Ribombi could potentially go for a Tailwind here, and then the Ursaluna, with the Facade at this range, it might be just enough to get rid of that Annihilate, but I think it's going to be very, very close, and I think this is what Thomas is seeing as well, and just taking his time with the moves.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you don't overcommit at this point, because you could easily get failed by a Rage Fist that goes into that slot. So yeah, we're going to have to essentially go ahead and identify what both of our trainers are doing. Sinistra's actually being brought in from Nikolai's side. A great way to be able to recover that HP. Guarantee you get outside of that damage range if Ursaluna would have gone on the offensive, barring any sort of critical hits. But this means Ribombi gets a Tailwind up. It's a bit of a stalemate scenario so far. However, the Annihilate has still to move, and confirmed trying to target the Ursaluna, clearly being the biggest threat right now on Thomas's side.
This is a fantastic switch in for Nikolai. Because the Ursaluna is not holding safety goggles or is grass type, it will be, all of its attacks will be redirected away unless it goes for that Earthquake. And Earthquake at -1 really won't be doing very much to this Annihilate, especially when it's got that +1 defense boost from that bulk up earlier. And I could even see maybe an Incineroar switching in. Of course, Incineroar might not want to take the Earthquake, but Ursaluna, kind of in an awkward position, might want to switch out to reset that attack drop.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. However, it just depends on what Pokemon Thomas has in the bag. I think we're going to sneak previews an Incineroar and Assault Vest, of course, but you'll be proccing that Annihilate's Defiant, giving it an additional boost that, you know, it had no right to get at this point, because it's going to be so well placed to be able to absolutely sweep the game. But yeah, confirmed, the Incineroar is in, clearly trying to utilize the Fake Out in the subsequent turn.
Yes, and also Incineroar, is this a safety goggles? Oh, it's not.
Assault Vest,
Assault Vest. So it will get redirected if there was a Rage Powder. But first, you're going to see a Moonblast does a decent amount to this Sinistcha, but the Rage Fist now coming off onto this Annihilate.
Oh my god, it hurt too much! That was a one-hit KO, Zoe!
That's a resistant hit. Wow. So Incineroar just, not really accomplishing very much on that turn. Also means the Life Dew from this Sinistcha is going to heal back the Annihilate onto full health. And this Annihilate is just in such a strong position right now. It's really not threatened. The Golden Go in the back can maybe go for a Shadow Ball, but it's lost its Ghost typing. So Annihilate won't really. It's just... I'm having a hard time seeing how Thomas can come back from this.
No, I agree completely. This is the Annihilate show at this point. It got its speed up boost in the beginning. It got a bulk up. It's just been trying to target ever since that. The opposing side of the field, whilst trying to tactically get the protects going in order to bring that support on the other side of the field. This is sort of what we've been talking about, discussing in previous matches. Today, we have got the sort of protect the king/queen strategy when it comes to having the main sweeper, then you have the supports, one of the supports most likely having redirection, another having fake out, etc. But Nikolai has 2 redirectors, let's not forget.
Yeah, and none of the Pokemon on Thomas's team carry safety goggles, so they will be affected by the redirect. Looks like the Sinistcha is going to switch out. Maybe Nikolai wanting to preserve it for a future turn where he can switch in and once again activate that hospitality.
Yes.
Regeneration.
Yeah, exactly. And that's sort of the great way of being able to have such fantastic synergy with the Pokemon in this team composition. Golden Go going for the Shadow Ball, accompanied with that Moonblast. Not quite enough to pick up any sort of KO onto the Incineroar, but it puts it within range for a subsequent one. But will Thomas even be given the chance? Because Rage Fist picks up a one-shot. There's no question around the damage calcs there. We know how powerful this Pokemon is, especially hitting the super effective Ghost type in that scenario. And Thomas just left in a situation where he's completely out of steam. There's just so little resource availability and even way to hit this Annihilate. It's so well protected, essentially.
Annihilate is really just ready to go on an absolute rampage right now. Of course, this Ursaluna that's swapped in has not been intimidated, so it will be doing quite a decent amount of damage, but there's nothing stopping Nikolai from stopping in the Sinistcha and then in following turns going for the Rage Powder, which will draw away the facades, forcing that Ursaluna to go for those ground type attacks, which will not knock out this Annihilate. And Annihilate is just going to keep himself safe this turn with a Protect.
Yeah, makes sense because you're once again going to go ahead and get the pivot action going. Even if Incineroar does go down here, you still guarantee to bring in one of your redirectors immediately after. And that's sort of what we see. Ursaluna picks up the KO, but at what cost? You're going to have to find a way to get rid of this Annihilate. Can you go for the crit Earthquake at this point? I think you might have to, but even then, is it enough to pick up a KO on Annihilate, which is known to have a vast amount of health when it comes to its base stats?
Not to mention, it's also a +1 defense. There's also a mouse hold with Friend Guard in the back, ready to protect its friend, and that means Ursaluna, if it goes for the facade, well, that's going to get redirected. And actually, it looks like it's going to be a Sinistcha, which doesn't even get the hospitality health regeneration back on the Annihilate because it's out of full health. So Annihilate in a really strong position. And does Ribombee really want a Tailwind in the face of a Trick Room Sinistcha? I don't think so.
No, I don't, and I think Ribombee agrees with you there, Zoe. It goes for the Protect, wants to make sure that it doesn't get felled in this turn. Rage Powder will come out just to guarantee that there's no headlong rush or facade focus. Rage Fist, however, going into the Terra, goes to Ursaluna. It's down, it's out, and this game 1 is very much taken up by Nikolai's strategy.
I believe that Annihilate has taken 4, or will be taking 4 out of 4 knockouts this game. So Annihilate just such a strong Pokemon, and Nikolai played so well protecting it, putting it in a position where it was set up and just ready to go on a tear. At I think one stage it did get dropped down to about 30% health, but then with all the Sinistcha switching ins and all the Life Dews and all the Drain Punches, it just went all the way back up to full health, and even if the Robombi gets a critical hit Moonblast, that's not going to do anything. In fact, it might even proc the Annihilate's Defiant with a special attack drop. So, yeah, Thomas in a bit of a sticky situation right now.
Yes, and I think it's going to have to go ahead and just go back to the drawing board, essentially. Try to figure out how to break this combination, or this quartet that Nikolai has opted to bring in, because from where I'm currently looking, it's going to be really tough. I don't know how he's going to be able to do it. Maybe he needs to go down the route of Golden Go setup, or at least have Annihilate on your side to be able to counter to an extent, maybe with final gambits and such, because we know for a fact that Annihilate on Thomas' side has safety goggles. It has, like we said, final gambit. We saw Nikolai bring Incineroar, so who's to say that Annihilate might not be best placed if Thomas suspects Nikolai to go for the same four?
I agree. Thomas managed to bait out that Terra Water from the Annihilate, which meant that it would be then immune, or it would no longer be immune to the final Gambit, which means that he could have, if he had that Annihilate in the back, of course, it does depend on the speed of the two Annihilates, but there's that opportunity for the Annihilate to go for that final Gambit onto the opposing Annihilate. And because final Gambit works by taking away the amount, or taking the health away from your opponent that you had, they're both Annihilate, so it's guaranteed, if your Annihilate is at full health, to basically remove the other Annihilate from the field.
As long as it's already terrestrialized, right? And I think that's, like you said, trying to catch out and force the terrestrialization is key here. But I'm not sure. What do you think Thomas should bring in terms of like a quartet? Do you feel like maybe going for a Porygon 2 Trick Room mode might be good, or?
I think so, because the Rage Fist was so strong from the Annihilate. And of course, Porygon is a normal type. It's probably not going to enjoy those Drain Punches. True. But it does survive it, and Annihilate is forced to set up with the Drain Punch. So potentially there's that Trick Room mode. But of course, Thomas does have to watch out for that Incineroar, which can just really switch in and out, get those cheeky Intimidate drops. So it is a little bit of a difficult matchup for Thomas, so we'll have to see. And being a player of Thomas's experience can certainly pull this off. So
no doubt about it. Yeah, and we're going to have to see it play out, of course. Nikolai, one more game away on clinching and guaranteeing a Phase 2 progression, of course. Both our trainers being at 5 wins, 1 loss. It is all up for grabs right now. Thomas has back against the wall. Let's see if he's going to be able to pull through versus this fiendish duo of the Annihilate and Mousehold on Nikolai's side. And, of course, Rabombi Golden Go now. A bit of an adaptation already from Thomas' side.
Yeah, so Mousehold Annihilate, a really strong lead. There's just really not much Thomas can do to stop that beat-up combination. Of course, the Golden Go does threaten the Annihilate, but like we saw in that game 1, the Annihilate just went for the Terra Water, and suddenly Golden Go is unable to knock out the Annihilate in 1 hit. And paired up with that friend boost on the Annihilate, it's just such a bulky Pokemon. And Annihilate is also faster than Golden Go, so it forces the Ribombi to go for a Tailwind if it wants its partner to move first.
That is true. But at least you have the advantage of going for maybe a nasty plot. But Thomas might have to commit with the Golden Go if he's anticipating a Raging Fist going into that slot. And that's exactly what he does, going for the Terra Water. Because you want to make sure that if you're going for this strategy of Tailwind setup, nasty plot, click the button that picks up KOs, then you're in a better spot. But no, it's actually going to be the move blast. No redirection, trying to take advantage of the beat-up mechanic. And this might actually be a raw KO. No terrestrialization commit on the Annihilate means the Make It Rain will hit neutral. It is bolstered by Life Orb, but no, just going to be a nasty plot, making sure that he's going to be best placed. Maybe not even anticipating the Annihilate, sticking with its regular typing.
The Annihilate now goes for a bulk up, so a little bit of a missed opportunity there to take a knockout with that boost up Rage Fist. But Annihilate in a very strong position. Of course, we just saw in that previous turn, Golden Go is faster than the Annihilate, so the Ribombi doesn't even need to worry about trying to get those Tailwinds off. But of course, the Golden Go, it's still not in a great position, and Annihilate can go for Terra Water. Mousehold can go for the Follow Me, so it's not really, it's set up, but the Golden Go at +2, it could potentially get a knockout through the but with the Friend Guard, but he has Life Orb. It's going to be a very close call. So,
100%.
Oh, this next turn is going to be quite a bit of a deciding factor.
Oh, exactly. And it's sort of what you're saying. You've got additional multipliers that are building up +2 from the special attack, and then you've got additional factor of a multiplier with the Life Orb, and obviously the adverse effect of the Mouse Hold that did actually leave the field, but in favor of Sinistra's Hospitality. Recovery onto the Annihilate. Protect, however, from Golden Go. Wanting to make sure that it doesn't fall short of a Rage Fist. Maybe trying to focus down on a Moonblast instead. But Annihilate, maybe anticipating that, opting to go for a Protect itself.
A little bit of a neutral turn there, but the Moonblast does come off onto the Sinistra. Does a good amount of damage to this Sinistra, but I would even say at this point, Sinistra's its job when switching in was to give some health back to this Annihilate, and now Nikolai hasn't used his Terror option yet, and he's got Golden Go can ignore status moves, but it can't ignore the Rage Powder. So if the Sinistra goes for the Follow Me, it can redirect away a Shadow Ball, or the Golden Go might want to try and risk going for a +2 Make a Rain, which will deal a lot, but Annihilate could Terra Water, and with the Resist, it might not be able to take the knockout.
Yeah, and you can see how careful both of our trainers are with their main sweepers in this scenario. Both opting to go for the Protect the previous turn just means how important those pieces are to their strategies. Sinistra switching out. I love this back-to-back play from Nikolai. You get some HP recovery, and you've got Friend Guard back online, most likely guaranteeing the survival of the Annihilate to any sort of Make It Rain scenarios. But this allows the susceptibility of Shadow Ball actually going into the Annihilate. So something that, if Thomas has doubled into, could be huge.
Yes, now we're going to see what Thomas has gone for. It is the Moonblast into this Annihilate. Now we're going to get a +2. Make a Rain, it is not enough. He picks up the one-hit KO onto that Mouse Hold, but Annihilate is allowed to survive this turn, which means we're going to get an incredibly powerful Rage Fist coming off. And who has this Annihilate targeted? It looks like it's going to be into that Golden Go.
It has to be. It has to be, and it picks up the KO. Of course, you have bolstered this angry Pokemon to the point where it's now set up to just pick up the KOs left, right, and center as long as it's given the opportunity. And because the Mouse Hold went down, this is actually better for Nikolai. You bring that Sinistra back in, you get some more recovery.
Yeah, free switch into Sinistra. This is perfect for Annihilate. Not Rillaboom. Ribombee, we saw it do some damage to this Annihilate, but
it wasn't bad.
Not enough, even with a critical hit to get the knockout, especially now that the Annihilate is going to get that health boost. And there's also nothing stopping Nikolai from, say, going for a Protect, get that extra turn of leftovers while the Sinistra switches out and then switch back in. Thomas has gone for his Terror on the Golden Go, so the Ursaluna
Here we go.
cannot bat that final gambit, as you mentioned.
Here we go. This is such a great bring from Thomas. You're facing that Sinistra, and its Rage Powders are not going to redirect your Annihilate anymore. You just need to make sure that you respect the situation of A, the Sinistra going for a Trick Room setup, or anticipate the Incineroar switching. I don't think Nikolai will opt for that because you're just furthering the damage output of the Annihilate over on Thomas's side.
It's quite interesting. Even though the Annihilate looks like it's in a really strong position, it is, you know, it has to be very careful. The Ribombee can go for the Tailwind, get that boost, so it allows the Annihilate to get that final gambit. But if Nikolai predicts this and goes for the Protect, gets some damage off onto this Annihilate, it reduces the damage of this final gambit, which means that Nikolai's Annihilate isn't as threatened then. But it looks like the Ribombee is actually just going to switch out right now in favor of this Incineroar, which is going to get an attack boost onto this Annihilate. So this is going to get spicy.
Yeah, very much so. If you thought it dealt a lot of damage before, guess what? It's going to deal so much more. Rage Powder coming out. This could be very big. If we see a final gambit, ignoring the Sinistra, it's going to be game-ending potentially. Annihilate goes down. One Annihilate for the other. It does, however, mean Thomas has 2 Pokemon remaining versus 2, surely. However, it's a Ribombee, an Incineroar, and Nikolai has yet to reveal that final Pokemon. It could actually be that Blood Moon.
Oh, if it's a Blood Moon, it's going to be incredibly difficult for Thomas there. So first, the Ribombee is going to come back in. It's the Incineroar. So Incineroar up against Incineroar, a little bit of a stalemate there. Nikolai's Incineroar does have the advantage in that it has not been intimidated. So it can do a little bit more damage. And of course, up against this Ribombi, which can't really do much back to the Incineroar. Nikolai's Incineroar is Assault Vest, does have Flare Blitz, so that's going to knock the Ribombi down to its Focus Sash. And then the Sinistra can then just go for that Matcha Gotcha and try to pick off that remaining 1 HP. So I think Thomas has quite a lot of work cut out to be able to get through this game.
Yeah, and I think there's a lot going for himself. Like you mentioned, the Intimidate is big, but also the typing is something to factor in as well. Incineroar has ways to be able to hit that Sinistra directly with knockoffs and such. Ribombi, at least right now, is acting like a sort of sweeper in a way with the Moonblast, because it does respectable damage, about 20-ish%. And oh, Trick Room has been set up. Nikolai has taken the advantage straight out of Thomas's hands.
Yeah, it's very difficult now for Thomas to pull a win back. This Ribombi is going to be the slowest Pokemon on the field thanks to that Trick Room, which means that if the Sinistra can manage to connect Matcha Gotcha and it follows up with the Incineroar Flare Blitz, that Ribombi is going to be knocked out. Of course, Matcha Gotcha isn't the most accurate move in the game, but Ribombi isn't also the strongest attacker in the game. So I think there's a lot more pressure on Thomas's Incineroar to pick up the knockout, which he can do on the Sinistra, but not so much onto that opposing Incineroar.
Yeah, and that's sort of the testament to both of our trainers in terms of wanting to best position this. So sure, this end game is a bit of a slobber knocker, but we're going to have to essentially see it out because it's not over whatsoever. Flare Blitz from Nikolai's side, actually moving first, trying to target down Ribombi, of course, which, if I'm not mistaken, hasn't even lost its Focus Sash just yet. Sinistra going for the immediate support, but also for itself, really, because it wants to be able to survive the Incineroar's Flare Blitz, which will be following suit, and it does allow it to do so.
Oh, it gets a burn.
Does get a burn. That's pretty big, because you do have the Citrus Berry that, of course, has now been procced, gets a bit more recovery, and most likely actually allowing it outside of the range of another Flare Blitz if you're able to get the Life Dew off like you did before. But then again, the burn just it whittles down your HP remaining, right?
Yeah, so the Sinistra doesn't have much time left on the field, but Nikolai's Incineroar still in a very strong position. It does mean that the Ribombi, because it's got its Focus Sash intact, it does get a turn to move, and it can help chip away at Nikolai's Incineroar with that Moonblast. So I think at this point, we're going to see a lot of, slow damage being dealt out as we see which trainer has the bulkier Pokemon on the field.
Yeah, there could be a case where Thomas actually opts to go for the double protect here because there's not much to lose, because this may well be the turn where we see Nikolai go on the offensive with the Sinistra and maybe just force down a scenario of an end game. Focus Sash has now been, activated from the Ribombi, and there it is. Matcha Gotcha will connect with both of the Pokemon, most importantly picking up the Ribombi, not allowing it to get any sort of damage dealt out, and a tiny bit of recovery back, but at this point, it's just going to be a face-off, essentially, between the two cats.
Yes, well, Thomas's Incineroar, if it wants, it can go for the knockoff onto Sinistra to not get the recoil, so it does have to waste a few turns, but it actually goes for the Flare Blitz, so going to knock out the Sinistra, but in return, it will deal some recoil damage back to itself. So it still looks like quite an even match between these two Incineroars. Thomas's Incineroar is at -1 attack, so he will be doing a bit less. But there's always critical hits, and
True. You said it. I didn't. I'm not going to get the blame this time. But we're going to have to see how it does unfold. There are 2 turns of Trick Room remaining before it does expire and allows Nikolai's Incineroar to actually move second, if I'm not mistaken. I think Thomas's Incineroar has been moving for second every time under Trick Room conditions.
I've seen that too. So it's likely that Thomas's Incineroar is slow. Okay, but actually, that was a speed tie. So Nikolai's Incineroar moves first this time.
Wow, okay.
Knocks off the Assault Vest and the Flare Blitz from Thomas. So that's more of a tickle onto Incineroar than anything.
Tiny bit.
And Incineroar just contributed to its own damage with that recoil. So at this stage, it's really looking like Nikolai's Incineroar is going to be the top cat of this game.
Yeah, and U-turn, of course, hits neutral, brings Incineroar on Thomas's side down to 13 hit points remaining. But at this point, I think the fact that there wasn't a commit from Thomas's side with either U-turn or knockoff could be quite detrimental. I'd say necessarily the U-turn, because you don't want to be taking that damage recoil, right? But now, Trick Room's over. It's going to be which Incineroar moves first, which one can pick up maybe a critical hit. Thomas's cannot, and I think this looks like Nikolai Hoy Nielsen is going to be able to go through to phase 2. Incineroar versus Incineroar, and his was able to absolutely commit to its trainer.
Well done, Nikolai, for advancing to phase 2 of the Frankfurt Regional Championships. A masterfully played 2 games. He lost the Annihilate in that game too, but he didn't even care. He just shrugged it off and went, that's okay. I still got my Incineroar in the back. It's not the biggest damage dealer, but it's got the advantage in that it didn't get intimidated and I could just slowly whittle away.
Yeah, Wolf isn't the only person Incineroar's love. It's also people, lovely trainers like Nikolai, doing an incredible job. It sort of did seem like it was quite tantalizing because the HP at that point, it's just not very effective moves hitting one another. But it once again, it's the management of resources. And Nikolai was able to make the appropriate turns. He had the Sinister, which was a very big key player. You got the Life G, you got the Hospitality. There were 2 interactions of the Hospitality switch-ins. I think only one of them actually recovered HP because the other one, Annihilate, was already maxed out. But no, there were a couple of risky turns, but I think both of our trainers did a really good job. However, Nikolai just seemed to have the advantage. He just had so many tools available to him.
Yeah, the Sinister got such a great ability in Hospitality. Upon switching, it gives its partner a bit of the health boost or health regeneration, and that's really helpful for bulky Pokemon. It's also a passive form of recovery for the team. So, yeah, look at that Annihilate just going on a rampage.
One shot with the Rage Fist, mind I say. And what a way to go about it. You had 250 base power, if not 300 at that point, and plus 1 or 2 in attack. Absolutely running riot, picking up KOs left, right, and center, like we said in this game 1. The Ursaluna was a good attempt from Thomas to be able to bring this back, but at that point, the Annihilate was just too well set up, especially in its defensive side. Unless there was a critical hit, I think that would have been Thomas's options.
I do agree with Thomas swapping out that Ursaluna for the Annihilate because he was able to then pressure the opposing Annihilate with Final Gambit. But the problem with using Final Gambit is that you have to sacrifice your own Pokemon to actually get that knockout, which can be a little bit difficult in that scenario. And I can see once he lost the Annihilate, he lost a lot of the offensive presence of his team.
Yeah, exactly that. And he was still able to bring it back. That Sinister, like we said, put in so much work and was able to have the available support for itself, take that damage, force a second Flare Blitz focus into itself rather than the attack into Nikolai's Incineroar, which, like we said, resource management, any sort of battle of attrition scenarios that you have, you need to make sure that you utilize every single little bit of actions that you've got.
It's also, we see, sometimes support Pokemon like Mousehold and Sinister, sure, they may not be dealing a lot of damage, but actually, they are still the MVPs of a team because they enable the rest of the team to complete their jobs more efficiently. So it's not always about the Pokemon that gets all the glory of taking the knockouts. There's also the supporting stars that help the rest of your team get those moves off.
Yeah, exactly that. And we saw Nikolai do it to an exceptional degree. Obviously, Thomas, huge congratulations, still has an opportunity to be able to try to ensure their progression into phase 2 as well. But did a really good job. Tried managing it as best as possible. Sort of what we were talking about, the Game 2 adaptation was the Golden Go lead alongside the Ribombee, Tailwind support, etc. But more important, we didn't even see that much Tailwind. We saw Moonblast quite often. But having the Annihilate to deal with the Annihilate, great. But unfortunately, I think it needed to be done like a turn or 2 earlier. Then probably would have had more of an advantage going into that affair.
I agree. It was kind of a rough matchup as well.
It was.
For Thomas.
It was.
And I think he did really, really well. If he had maybe gotten a few reads correct, gotten the positioning a bit differently in some turns, then it could have been very different. So why don't we take a look at some replays of that game too and see, the positioning between the two players and how they were able to manage it. So this turn here, I'm going to have a look. Yeah, so this Sinistra, I believe it's just...
this was when it switched in.
Swapped in.
Yeah,
so it was,
game one.
Yeah, really interesting. And in this turn, where it just swapped in, it had that choice of going for either the Rage Powder or the Annihilate could go for Trick Room. Then the Ursaluna, it can't. Yes, it can. Oh, I can draw on this.
Oh, hello.
Hello. But that didn't
Technology.
didn't quite hit the Sinistra there, but
that's all right. It's resting on top of the arrow.
Yes,
it's well placed.
If Ursaluna had attempted to go for the facade onto the Annihilate, well, that could have been redirected away, which meant that it was really forced to. Oh, let me try to draw this. It was really forced to do some spread damage with the Earthquake, but in the end, I believe what happened was that it didn't. Oh, it went for the protect.
Ursaluna went for the protect. Yeah.
So that went for the protect to try and scout out what the opponent was going to do. Rid Bombi going for that tailwind. So really nice positional play from Thomas there. But
and this was the Rage Fist into the Ursaluna's protect, right?
Yes, precisely. So now, yes, tailwind is up. But there's still that Sinistra on the field with the Rage Powder, and there's not a lot that this Ursaluna can really do against the Annihilate that's being protected by the Mousehold. And it was also at +1 defense with that friend guard. So
you sort of needed to try to get a critical hit, essentially, right, at that point, or even have a positioning of it. But the fact that we saw, I think, if I'm not mistaken, Sinistra switches out right now for the Mousehold. You have that sort of back-to-back consecutive turn, full support interaction of, okay, I recovered HP the previous turn, but now I've got friend guard back online. And that just sort of is a pin from Nikolai that he accurately identified.
Yes, game one was just so dominant from that Annihilate, taking every knockout in the game. But then game two, the Annihilate got lost, or it got traded for the opposing Annihilate, but Nikolai still had enough firepower in the back. I think he played really well, knowing that, that once the Golden Go was removed, then if the Annihilate removed itself on Thomas's side with the final Gambit, there was no offense from Thomas.
Yeah.
Really well played, and just goes to show that he had that really deep understanding of field positioning and how to get his Pokemon into the right places to be able to get that damage off.
Yeah, sort of make the best use of the individual pieces that you can in order to progress your board and your win condition, right? And get the necessary damage sweep potential onwards. But yeah, I think it was an excellent match between both of them, even though it was sort of a 2-0 from Nikolai. You're like, oh, it was a sweep. It's like, no, it wasn't a sweep. It was very, very close, especially that game too. But we have got more information that we can find out and delve into from hearing from Nikolai, Hoyt, Nielsen themselves. Couch area interview. Take it away.
Thanks, Costa. Of course, Nikolai, how are you feeling after that match?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good, getting my 6th win and secured day 2, so yeah, I'm really happy.
Fantastic, yeah, and obviously that team is a little bit familiar, I think, to what you maybe used last week at the Grand Challenge, am I right?
Yeah, it was something we have cooked up for the Grand Challenge. We have only tested best of 1, me and my brother, because we wanted to be ready for that. And we hit rank 1 on Showdown with it, and we knew it was good in best of 1 because there are so many mind games. And you see Mousehold, Annihilate, Zorak. So it's really hard for your opponent to know what kind of moveset I have on my Pokemon. So we were a bit doubt if this team was good in best of 3 too, because we haven't tested in best of 3. So we have only tested against each other, but it's working out fine. So that's awesome.
Yeah, it seems to be testing out quite well, doesn't it? Yeah, especially as you're now X and 1 now going into phase 2, obviously. And can I ask, obviously you've got a Zoroark on your team, which is really cool. Have you been able to have your Zoroark pretend to be a Mousehold and then use Hyper Beam yet?
Yeah, I haven't done it yet. I don't want to get in too many details with the Zoroark because it's a bit of a gimmick. So if you kind of know the openings, it will be too easy for your opponents. So yeah, but I really enjoy playing Mousehold and Annihilate. It's something me and my brother has been playing the first 3 season in Scarlet and Violet. So it's something we are really comfortable with. And then you can combine it together with Blood Moon too. It's just awesome in Reg 8, Reg J. There's so many opportunities.
Was kind of surprised to not see a Sneasler on your team, seeing as you were so used to using it across the last regulation and at Worlds as well, on that kind of Miraidon team that you were so great in piloting into it to such good consistency. So what made you not want to bring Sneasler to?
Of course, Sneasler is a really good Pokemon, and if I could have 7 Pokemon, I would put it on the team, but we don't have room for it with the kind of stress we have on the team right now. And also, Annihilape is already a fighting Pokemon. So, yeah, we don't need more fighting. Either it feels good to click Diaclaw sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. So, going up against Thomas Dowling, though, in that matchup, though, how did you feel about going up against the kind of position that he had, and obviously a Ribombee?
Yeah, I wasn't sure what Ribombee did. I wasn't... Yeah, I should know what Shield does do, but I didn't do that before the game. I just heard him afterwards that you can't figure it out, but I didn't know that. So, yeah, it was lucky for me that I didn't click fake out on the Ribombee on stream, because then I would look silly. But I felt pretty good about the matchups, because I could... the plan was to build up around Annihilape, try to protect that, and I have some good Pokemon that can defend it, like Sinisha is really good against normal Ursaluna, because the best move they can click is like Earthquake, and then I can just heal my Pokemon up. So, yeah, it was just to protect Annihilape, that was my plan.
Yeah, and it worked out very well, obviously. Yeah, so congrats on that win, Nikolai. Now, have you got any goals for this season?
I have one goal for this season, and that's to qualify to the World Championship. I don't have a goal to finish top 16 or anything. My main goal is, to get a big result at the World Championship. So I'm just happy that I've got a good start in this tournament and also in the Global Challenge. So, yeah, that's awesome. And also, I just want to have fun. I want to play teams that I like to play, and don't just play the best team because it's the best team. I want to be creative, so I'm having fun when I'm playing these tournaments.
Yeah, you're a bit of a hero when it comes to using teams that are really unusual, but also doing phenomenally well as well. So I'm sure there's a lot of people that look up to you for that. What advice would you give to players who want to build a bit more creatively and still do well?
The thing that me and my brother do is that we start to find a core, like 2 or 3 Pokemon that we feel are really strong, and then we build a team around that. And in this case, it was Annihilape Mousehold. We really liked these Pokemon, and we also liked Bloodmoon Ursaluna. And then we try to find the rest Pokemon to fit. And then if we have a bad matchup, we can't win, then we try out a new Pokemon. So, so that's how we normally do it. Find something we feel is really strong and build the rest of the team with Pokemon who can help with the bad matchups. Yes.
Fantastic. Okay, that's great advice. Thank you so much, Nikolai. The round is up, so we're going to get straight into our final round of Phase 1. Nikolai, thanks so much for talking with me.
Thank you, man.
Let's get into it.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。
Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Now Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。1戦目はもうその想定していた選手と違うものが出てきてしまってかなり厳しい状態になっていたんですけど、パオジアンのつらら落としに助けられて1戦目を取ることができて、2戦目は、想定していた対戦内容だったので、その想定していた通りにことが進んで、勝利を収めることができて嬉しかったです。相手のパーティーのリキキリンとウーラオスをどのように倒すかが鍵となっていて、それらに対抗するためにテラスタイプを変更したモロバレルが、鍵になると考え、臨みました。なんだろう、勝利することも大事ですが、その対戦相手がいることによって、得られる、友情だったりコミュニケーションが僕の中では一番、このゲームの大切なことだと思っています。次の大会も、参加して、もう一度2度目の、ワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Hello trainers, welcome to the Frankfurt Regional Championships. My name is Lee Provost and I'm here to give you some insights onto what goes on at a regional event. Over here, of course, we can start off with the main event itself, the stage. We've got VGC on the far left. In the middle, we've got TCG, and then on the right, we have Pokémon GO. So all the action happens up there on the stage, featuring our best players of the tournament, and then finally crowning our champion on day 2. Then over here, we've got the Hive. This is the yellow zone here. This is where all of the brains of the tournament happens, where all of the matches get registered, all of the rounds get paired, and then down in the bottom right-hand corner, left-hand corner down here, we have the fun zone. This is a really great place to go and just kind of relax, kick back at tournaments. There are retro games, there are competitions happening all the time, speed runs even happening. So lots of fun to be had down in the fun zone. That's not all. Over here, we have a VG. This is where the red zone is. VGC takes place over here. All our VGC players will play their games if they're not on stream in this section of the hall. We've got TCG. You can see how busy it is here. TCG has just been called, so all of the players for TCG will be going to this blue zone here. This is the area where they play, and because there's so many of them, there is a bigger blue zone, mainly at tournaments more than the other zones. Over in the far side here, we've got the green zone, and that is Pokémon GO. So you can see our Pokémon GO players will be playing over this side of the venue. Of course, that is not all that's going on. We have a drawing area as well. There is competitions where you can draw your favorite Pokemon, color in, and do a lot of fun things, meet other people, and there are prizes online as well. So you can take part in those. Maybe if you're a very good artist, you can win some prizes. We've also got vendors dotted around the venue everywhere. So if you want to pick up some merch, buy plushies, buy cards, or just memorabilia to remember your regional experience, you can do that as well. And on top of that, you can meet a variety of different players from a bunch of regions from around the world that are here to compete, to have fun, and all enjoy Pokemon. So this is just a little insight to give you an idea of what goes on at a regional championships. Hope you found it useful and hope to see you at one very soon.
Are you guys ready for the Pokemon Center? Yeah!
What are you gonna get at the Pokemon Center? I'm gonna get the Jigglypuff. What are you gonna get? I'm gonna get the Pikachu. Oh, I'm so excited!
Okay, let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Tough choice. Remember, you can only have one.
What did you get from the Pokemon Center? I actually got something for you. Thank you! That's so cool. I actually also got something for you. I got a Pikachu. Thank you!
Oh, let's head to the arena, okay?
Okay! How many Pikachus do you think you have?
Too many, can't count.
What are you gonna name your Jigglypuff? Probably Iggly Biggly Bob.
So much fun to be had at all of our Pokemon events, honestly, Lee. I was having a bit of a walk around, and there's a lot of colouring going on, there's a lot of board games going on, some puzzle making as well, and all the side events that are really on as well here. And oh my goodness, we've also got still more major twist rounds of the actual Frankfurt regionals, of course, as well. It's kind of hard to pick what to do, really, Lee.
Well, yeah, when you come out, you know, you're never at a loose end for things to do at an event like this. Like you say, you've got the side events, the retro games, you've got the drawing, you've got just checking out the other games as well, and taking a moment to see how Pokemon GO is getting on, how Pokemon TCG is doing, and then come across to the important area where you all are right now. VGC is the place to be. I didn't mean that to rhyme, but it went.
It did very well.
Oh,
No, take it, Lee. Take it. Own that.
Like a Malmar. How are we feeling about?
Oh, Malamar's kind of well, it's all right, you know.
It's all right.
It doesn't get a lot of use, to be fair.
I wonder how those two Malamar are getting on in the field.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but we'll see how they're getting on, I suppose, once the kind of event is ended, maybe. I haven't seen any kind of on the top tables, unfortunately.
Oh, really?
But, like, when Mega Malamar's on the scene, well, that's a different story.
Different story altogether.
I'm not taken quite yet, I'd say. Thank you very much. But soon, exactly.
Soon.
Now, obviously, being our final Swiss round here of Phase 1 on our Saturday here, you have the opportunity at home to actually have a bit of input as to who we're actually going to be featuring as well. So, like, as to who particularly really shines to you. It might be a player, it might be the team that's there, a particular Pokemon, and here are your options.
I know which one I would choose, but yeah, David Maraglia.
Oh, yes, Davide Maraglia. He is a phenomenal player and won the Dortmund Regionals last year.
Yeah, with the Espathra, the Hisuian Arcanine, the Hydreigon as well. So, yeah, great selection. You're going up against Benjamin Thanar as well. That is going to be a great matchup. The Dragapult there, not something that we've seen too much on broadcast this weekend so far, but plenty of time. But how can we ignore Francesco Rossini with that Weavile? We see so many Sneaslers in this format.
Yeah.
But a Weavile, the choice for Francesco, and doing so well for them in this tournament so far. Going up against Matt Maynard, had a really breakout season last year. Matt played him phenomenally across a number of different regional events and playing that Tyranitar Excadrill combination with the Como, and I really like that call there that Matt's been able to use to good effect in this tournament so far.
Yeah, really great players that we can highlight here. And by the way, all of these players are win and ins as well. So if they get that win, they're into Phase 2 for tomorrow as well. So it really is a lot on the line for all of these players, and it's going to make or break their weekend. So, like, no matter what we choose, there's like a lot of hype to be had. Now, Lee, you did touch on that Weavile as well. I've been doing a bit of practice with Sneasel, actually. When I was using in the GC, which was really fun because it gets inner focus, which no one expects. So the number of times people faked out my Sneasel and it would just immediately not be be and just get a KO was amazing.
It's pretty fast as well for being an unevolved Pokemon, of course.
Pretty fast.
Did you play the Eviolite item?
No, Focus Sash.
Ooh, very nice. Just for that extra security, knowing that it doesn't matter what comes out, I'm going to be able to stick around on the field. And but it's more really about the Sneasler for this event, isn't it?
Unfortunately, yes.
Regulation H is Sneasler's playground, of course. For no surprise, it's been one of the highest used Pokemon coming into the event again now that we are in this format. And it has a lot of options that players can lean into as well. Cater it for the exact partnering Pokemon that they're using, and it's no surprise we've seen the Flying Terror Sneasler today with Swords Dance. But more commonly we see that Diaclaw, the Fake Out, Coaching is an option as well to support those big powerhouses and bolster those defenses where necessary.
And where usually you've got ghost types that are really comfortable to sit in front of fighting and poison types, sometimes we see a Sneasler that has Throat Chop, as we saw earlier on today as well. Especially go with that Terra Dark, you suddenly threatening one-hit KOs on a lot of ghost types and getting a lot of damage on the Golden Ghost as well, particularly. Really scary and really piles on the pressure without even needing its ability pressure that it has.
Yeah, and you can see that the lengths that players go to. I think it was Bartosz with the Misty Terrain on the Klefki earlier on. The players are going to get around this Diaclaw, the secondary effects that move has, because, it can put you to sleep, it can poison you, paralyze you, all things that you really don't want to have to deal with the Misty Terrain. A really nice way to prevent all of those things happening.
Yeah, it's a really good point, actually. There's so many players trying to think of something to kind of have something against it, which is why Dragonite with Scale Shot and the loaded dice got really picked up, partly because you could have the chance of getting a one-hit KO on those Sneasers through its Focus Sash, those multi-hitting
really
moves. So there's so many other options that players can use too. So yeah, it was really interesting having a chat to Nikolai, the winner of our previous round, who was so well known for using Sneasler, and then he hasn't even brought it.
Yeah.
So
decided not to this event. Enough of that Pokemon. We want to try something different. But it is time to see the results of our community choice. Thank you all so much for getting involved and choosing which match you would like. We can now reveal which match. Ooh, well, we might be able to reveal which match very shortly. I think we are waiting on it. Which match we'll be able to feature for our next one. And remember what David has already mentioned. This next match that we will be featuring in round 8 here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships is a win and in for all of our players. So if they win, they will progress to phase 2 of the tournament. If they don't win, unfortunately, that is it. That is curtains, and they will have to come again to another event to try once more time.
Win equals in.
Win. I like that,
Yeah, I like that. Okay.
I just skirted around it quite a lot. You just cut straight to the chase.
Win good. Yes.
Win, yes.
Yes,
Very
yes,
good.
please, I would like. Yeah, okay, so, yeah, obviously a lot on the line here, and potentially a lot of championship points.
Here we go.
There it is, yeah, what we've voted for. It's Davide Fazio versus Alberto Cagno, which is going to be an amazing matchup, honestly. We've got rain and snow.
Yeah, we love to see a weather war, and what a way for us to end day 1, phase 1 in great fashion as well. We've seen a lot of these Pokemon throughout the broadcast today. We're going to see a mix-up of some slightly different mix-ups of these Pokemon going into this next one. Like you see, we've got that Rain, we've got that Maud with the Archaludon, the Pelipper that is so prevalent, but also that Basculegion that can take advantage of the Rain that the Drizzle ability from the Pelipper brings. But on the other side of the field, you can disrupt that. You can bring your Alola Ninetales, and it has its own disruptive tools. Encore Disable we've seen on that Pokemon. Aurora Veil is so strong as well, just to bolster those defenses, get those screens set up on the field, help things like that Blood Moon Ursaluna just to be able to stick around a little bit longer, maybe get an extra Blood Moon off, which can be the difference between winning and losing. More importantly, Goldengar really appreciates that extra support to allow those nasty plots to get going and that special attack sky high to drop some Make It Rains.
100% there, Lee. And interestingly, 2 teams which have no common Pokemon on either. But arguably, that could be the top 12, like, usage stats. Like
it could
Pokemon.
be, yes, it could be, yes.
These top 6 are the bottom 6. We'll have to check, like, specifically.
Take those 4. There we go.
There we go.
But we do have an Amoonguss as well, which is really...
Yes.
We haven't seen much Amoonguss so far in the tournament, and it's going to be interesting to see how it kind of faces up against the opposite side of the field with some big threats that we've seen pretty dominant throughout today.
Yeah, and I think one of the key things as well is Davide Fazio on the left is the Grand Challenge winner with what looks like pretty much the same team they've been using as well. I think it is probably the same 6 there. So we're going to find out a little bit more about how it's actually played and what it's like in that best of 3, which we probably already know is quite good because we've seen this team all of last year. And the fact that it actually has done well in the best of 1 is maybe the more surprising thing. That, like, this is probably what everyone was preparing for, and it's still won. So, yeah, congratulations to Davide.
Yeah, and it's an incredible record when you look at the heights that they're nearly getting to that, like, 1850 mark as well in the GC. And, yeah, I think a really good testing ground for teams. We saw Wolf Glick last season have that GC win and then go on to EUIC with the same team and also win that event as well. So it is a good testing ground in these sort of tournaments to try out strategies, maybe tweak things before you come to a big event, and hopefully it translates into a good performance here. And see, Davide is having a good start to the tournament. Got a little bit to go to get into phase 2 of this event here in Frankfurt, but doing all the right things at the moment to get himself in the good positions to do that.
Yeah, can you imagine getting number 1 there? Because as you're going through the Grand Challenge, like, I don't know if you've played it yourself as well, Lee, like, you're getting to the point where you're wanting to finish your run, but maybe you've got a few games left.
And you just
don't know whether to play a bit more, and it says number 1, but by the end of the day, that may not be number 1, and so you don't know when to stop, when to, like, and pause, or...
And knowing in the back of your mind, 1 loss will put you right down.
Yeah, you need
rankings.
another 3 or 4 to catch up. Yeah.
So yeah, it must be really nervy being at that number 1 spot, especially with time to go on the event and whether or not push on 1 more or just stick where you are and hope that no one else can catch you.
I mean, imagine being in that 2nd place, for instance, wondering what if you had done maybe 1 more to get to 1st, and that is exactly...
That's probably the worst position to be in.
And that's exactly what this player has been in the exact position of. So
yeah, there we go. On Ozol. We've not really seen many paired up with Tatsugiri this weekend, but we do see that combination there with a lot of really good picks, I think. You've got the Volcarona, the King Gambit as well, that can both set up. Really appreciate that support from things like that Sneasler and the Enabler and Dragonite as well, that probably has Tailwind there, along with that Scale Shot and a loaded dice that we've already talked about. But Dondozo Tatsugiri, always one of those Pokemon. It doesn't always have an impact in games, but it has a massive impact in team preview, and your opponent cannot ignore the fact that those two Pokemon are there, because if you disrespect it slightly, it can just be too much and things can go the way you don't want them to.
It really can, to be honest. Like, and a really scary team to go up against, especially when you don't know what it's doing. And that was Hector Sanchez, the second place finisher of the Grand Challenge. So congratulations, though, obviously.
Oh yeah, massive congratulations to both players.
Exactly.
That is an incredible achievement in itself, you know, just being so close as well. You must, you know, push you on. You want to go to the next one and see if you can just get that little step further and get that #1 spot.
Yeah, and a lot of championship points too. And
oh yeah, well that's the bonus about it. It steps towards that Worlds invite, which is what all of our players are wanting to do. You know, they want to come to regionals and hopefully get first place, get that golden ticket. But if not, you've still got to have those contingency plans where you play the GC, you're getting that practice in, you're refining your skills, and you're able to get a step closer to that Worlds invite, hopefully by the end of the season.
Well, I wonder how third place feels, for instance, of getting third as well. Are we happy with third? Let's have a look, see who...
Always happy, yeah. I mean, you have to be happy with third, but here we go. And another interesting team, Talonflame. Love to see it.
Love to see it. And of course, that is Suika there. Joji Kaeda, who consistently does so well in all of these online challenges, and like winning also a lot of them in the past as well. So almost doing it yet again here in our Grand Challenge 1 of the season 2. So, and again, with a fairly kind of straightforward team, and particularly from the items point of view, nothing kind of outrageous either. So just showing what consistent, really good play can really get you.
Yeah, I like the Choice Specs item on the Golden Go. We haven't seen much of that this weekend. More options of the Life Orb than anything else, I feel, so far in the tournament. Maybe the straight Choice Scarf, but Choice Specs is so powerful, and it just enables the Golden Go to get that big damage off when it needs to early in games, can then switch out, come back in, and if it has got the option to trick, like the Choice Scarf item there, you can really lock out opponents and those troublesome Pokemon that do like to kind of disrupt your side of the field.
Yeah, 100%. And the other thing that is kind of worth mentioning about the Grand and Global challenges this year as well is that the CP payouts are now based on region too. So you've got a particular winner for EU, got a particular winner for NA, etc., which makes it a little bit easier actually to get those championship points that you want.
Yeah, that is nice. I think when you don't need to consider for the rankings how NA players are doing or how players from LATAM are doing, you can kind of just concentrate on your region and say, okay, well, I'm just going to do the best I can and hope that, you know, for my region, I'm going to get top place, and then you'll get that reward of those nice championship points. So I do like the change there. And the championship points this season, though, aren't as heavily paid out. They don't have as much weighting as they did last year.
Yeah, to balance it out a little bit.
Yeah, a little balance. So, yeah, it's swings and roundabouts with those. But we are allowing our players just to get set up now. We'll be into the match very shortly. But how are you feeling at this point of the tournament when you know everything hinges on the result of this next match? It's hard to kind of keep the noise out at this stage because you've really got to do just block everything out, concentrate on the game in front of you, and not really think too far ahead, because I think when you start doing that, you can get a bit complacent and let other thoughts come in when you really need to be just locking down and trying everything in your power to get that little step forward so you can make tomorrow.
Well, these players may have been in this position for the last few rounds, for instance.
Yeah, that is very true.
If they've been on the cusp of that, just not knowing that if they need to get one more win or one more loss could knock them out, this could just be the kind of the same thing again. But of course, they are on stream now, but that would make the win all the sweeter here.
Yeah, it would definitely. And I think, yeah, I'd rather be here where we are with your lovely self and having the pressure right now of these players. That can, be indescribable at times, but you know, they've done so well to get to this point in the tournament. It's the first regional event in Europe this season, and everything to play for going into this next one. Potentially, there is a possibility you get through this match, you get into tomorrow, you could potentially take the whole championship away with yourself. So yeah, everything to do for both of our players, and we'll have a look at accomplishments, and we'll get into teams and talk about the match itself very soon when we get closer to getting into round 8 here at the Frankfurt Regional Championships.
Oh yes, the first of the EU season and the entire season as well, which we're very proud to have. And there it is out on your left, Alberto Canio, with a top 128 at the Dortmund Regionals last year. And that's it so far. That's the only thing. So perhaps a newer player to these major events here, but like it's still a very good start to get the top 128, potentially at one of their first regional level events there too. And on the right is the Grand Regional Champion themselves, Davide Fazio, with the EUIC top 16 a couple of years ago, which is pretty cool, and a top 16 and another top 32 as well. So still no stranger to the best of 3 open team sheet, as well as that closed team sheet. And speaking of team sheets, Lee, there on the left is Alberto's team.
Yeah, we can take a look at this really formidable combination of Pokemon. You've got that Pelipper, it is going to be the enabler with that Drizzle ability. It's going to make sure that the Swift Swim is activated as long as the Rain's active on the Basculegion to allow it to outspeed pretty much everything on the field and then hit for increased damage with those big wave crashes, the Aqua Jets, the flip turns, and then even if the Rain's not set up, you've got that Last Respect. It can be a last-ditch option for you to close out games because it increases in power with every fallen ally in battle, getting to a huge base power attack by the end of it, and then that's boosted even further by that choice band. You've got that common combination of the Annihilate, the Mousehold that we've seen have so much success in the tournament so far, and then the Amoonguss and also the Chaladon that takes advantage of the Rain as well. So some big combinations in amongst the team there for Alberto, and very flexible with how he wants to approach it depending on the opponent.
Yeah, some really good points there, Lee. It's just such a flexible team, and it's one that's really well known. And there's Davide's team, which I imagine is the Grand Challenge winning team. I did hear that Yorn was on the Ursaluna. Obviously, there may have been a little change-ups here and there for the best of 3, but at the end of the day, these are the same 6 Pokemon, and we get another Swords Dance Sneasler with that Terra Flying that, like what we saw earlier on in the stream, along with that Ninetales that's so good at supporting, especially setting up that Aurora Veil, which makes everything just so much bulkier, threatening with those Encores for any potential shenanigans where anything wants to set up, namely those Annihilapes that's been going around everywhere. And again, Ursaluna with that Yawn also to punish that setup, because the only thing to get around that Yawn is to switch out.
Yeah, and interestingly, we've got another flying Terra-type Sneasler here with the Sword Stance setup, so you can't give that Pokemon too much room, because if it does get the room to set that Sword Stance up, it is going to have the Unburden potentially activated with that Seed, and then it's going to be a very big threat, hard to take down, especially with that Unburden ability active. Even with a Tailwind in effect from your Pelipper, you're probably not likely going to be outspeeding it after that combination is set up, being a big threat. And you can see why that Pokemon in particular probably did catch a lot of opponents off guard in the Grand Challenge online. Whether or not that's going to do the same here at this event because of the open team sheet environment, maybe players are a little bit more aware of it, but it did have success earlier on when Shohei was on stream.
But we're getting straight into the match right now. Here are your leads. It's Annihilate and Mousehold once again for everybody, and it is that Rillaboom and Sneasler too for Davide's end. So there's the Grassy Seed being procced immediately to get that defense boost, and of course proc that Unburden ability, so it's blisteringly fast going to this turn.
Yeah, and it is putting a lot of pressure onto that Mousehold immediately here with, you know, the close combat in particular. It does threaten the Annihilate. The Acrobatics now going to be doubled in power. It will be threatening super effective damage into that Pokemon, whether or not it's going to be able to pick up a knockout, but also the Mousehold is going to be subjected to potentially a fake out from the Rillaboom if that is what's opted for from Davide's side of the field. So you've got to be careful. If you are Alberto, you might want to adjust, or you might want to try and stack up a bulk up early on. If you feel like there's room to do it, utilize the Mousehold, maybe with that Friend Guard, maybe with the Follow Me here, if you don't suspect a fake out coming out. But it could go wrong if you see that fake out and then the Sneasler just goes straight up for that Acrobatics.
Yeah, that could be really scary here. I don't know whether that Friend Guard does make a difference to the calculations, but we'll just have to find out. Mousehold going for that Terra Ghost, getting around any sort of potential fake outs that could come out from this Rillaboom. But there is no Rillaboom fake out. It is just straight up that Swords Dance here, leaving itself maybe slightly vulnerable going into the following turns. But Beat Up comes straight out first of all. Annihilate could be going on the offensive here. And with all of these boosts, it may even be enough to get around that Grassy Seed boost on that Caesar and get a KO, depending on what Alberto has locked into here. And it is that Rage Fist, but it's into the Rillaboom instead. Does it take this at all? No, it doesn't. A one-hit KO.
That is a massive knockout here for Alberto. Great start. Now, the Sneasler hasn't attacked. It has set its attack up to +2 now, so it is going to be a big threat going into next turn. But now, the mouse hold has done its job. It's got that beat up onto the Annihilate. It's powered up, and it's sitting in a really good position. Now, you've got the option, if you are Alberto, to potentially protect the Annihilate and get something a bit more preferable to support against the Sneasler, because it is threatening pretty hard, especially now the snow's on the field. Can you switch out, get the Pelipper in, get rid of that snow so the Auroraville isn't an option?
So we'll see how this turn plays out as there is that Terra, the first one of this final Swiss round of Phase 1. Sneasler going for that Terra Flying, boosting up that damage immensely of that Acrobatics, which is also already such a powerful move without an item. But Mousehold is prepared to take on this attack that's going to come out immediately. There it is, Acrobatics boosted by that Terra. It's jumping right onto that Mousehold and getting that one-hit KO again.
Yeah, that's a big knockout there from the Sneasler, and it's starting its onslaught in good fashion, but it is going to be open to taking an attack from this Annihilate. Can we see that Auroraville? And that's exactly what we see. That's going to bolster those defenses on top of that Grassy Seed defense boost. Can it take a Rage Fist? Because that's the big question. It is boosted by the Annihilate from those beat-ups, and it is able to take it pretty comfortably.
Yeah, that's really nice there. Having the Auroraville plus that Grassy Seed boost is even more defense than just having 2 defense boosts on your Sneasler. So having that amount of bulk is actually really, really nice, because Sneasler's defense is not great at all. So showing how much, like, support this Ninetales and this Rillaboom has also provided for the Sneasler.
Yeah, now Alberto's got the option here to maybe even switch out that Annihilate here, get the Rain onto the field with a Pelipper, attract all that attention, because the Sneasler's in that spot where it is going to be able to threaten super effective damage, potentially a knockout, or definitely a knockout into the Annihilate here with the Acrobatics, because there's no Terastallization there. The Ninetales maybe suspecting that Pelipper coming out onto the field now, wants to preserve that snow for later on, does switch out, and we are going to see the introduction of Gholdengo once again. No switch outs from Alberto though, and the Acrobatics coming straight out into the Basket Legion, and will be enough with another one-hit KO.
These are super popping off right now. This is not what I expected going into this format whatsoever. But here's another Rage Fist, something we maybe did expect a little bit more. Getting a KO right back onto that Sneasler.
Yeah, and that's a good trade though. The Sneasler has picked up 2 knockouts in this game already, doing all the work that Davide wants it to do. Now got to consider what and how can I deal with the remaining Pokemon. The Annihilate is still a big threat. Of course, that Rage Fist going to threaten big, super effective damage into that Gholdengo. And now the Pelipper coming onto the field, going to override that snow, and does have access to Tailwind. It is going to be able to potentially get that set up, but you have to be worried about the Ninetales. Can it lock you into that? It doesn't have Freeze Dry, so there's no super effective attacks into it. The Icy Wind not really going to be that useful here, and that Blizzard also not going to be the best option. It's shaky accuracy now that the snow is not in effect.
But you're probably going to hit one thing, and at least then you do have a chance of a freeze. As we've seen early on in the stream, that has definitely pivoted games here. But Alberto doesn't want to play that game. Going for that wide guard, blocking any potential blizzards, and of course those Make It Rains as well, which we do see coming out here from that Ninetales.
Yeah, we do see the wide guard, a very useful option there, not wanting to go for that speed control, detecting the options coming out as the Rage Fist in response. Now into the Gholdengo will be more than enough to pick up another key knockout, and this Annihilate is quickly running away with this game 1 for Alberto.
Yeah, 100% there. Alberto's been playing this so well, just going straight for those Rage Fists and getting no setup in the process other than that beat up, and so that allows for this encore pressured Ninetales to do absolutely nothing in this game. So a really, really well played set by Alberto.
Yeah, just absolutely out of the traps from the start. start there. I think, you know, the Annihilate was a big threat, just wasn't dealt with quick enough, I think, from Davide's side. You had the option there with the Sneasler a multitude of times to go for the acrobatics into the Annihilate, but because of the threat of Protect there, you don't want to waste the turn, so more than likely why we didn't see the acrobatics into that slot. Now, I think you have to be very aware, and I'm sure Davide is aware, that this next game, you've got to be careful of not falling for that, where you go in to protect this next game. You've got to be very, very careful with where you're targeting that Sneasler once it's set up, because it's easy to get set up with that grassy terrain, with the grassy seed, and then that sword stance, of course. After that point, you've got to be picking up the key knockouts and make sure that you target that Annihilate at the right time. If it goes for a Protect, you've got to target it down the next turn. But, of course, it's not going to be that easy because you've got all this redirection on Alberto's side that they can lean into. The Mouse Hold, even the Amoonguss if it does come to this game. And you can't forget about the other big powerhouses that really didn't have much of a showing there, more of a distraction. But the Basque Legion, if the rain's up, that choice band can be a big threat as well.
So, Lee, do you think that Davide's going to still lead Rillaboom Sneasler and go with that same plan? Or do you think we might see something slightly different?
No, I think you probably go with that again, because I think the pressure that the Sneasler puts on, I just think you need to chase down that Annihilate a little bit quicker than you did. It's a double-edged sword, though, a lot of the time, because you go after the Annihilate. If you miss the knockout onto it, you're essentially powering up the Rage Fist, and you want to try and prevent doing that as much as possible. And you also want to try and prevent the Mouse Hold from going for that beat up so freely like it did in that game one. But I don't know how you get around the Terra Ghost commit on the Mouse Hold. Then the Fake Out's not really an option to help you there, and then the beat up's a pretty free option for Alberto. And you can see that the commitment to that Terastallization was the right call there in the end game, because the Annihilate just from that point on ran away with the game.
Well, the main things you can be threatening it with is that big damage, right? As we saw, like, even with all those boosts in that Rage Fist, that Caesar was really key. And I think you said earlier, Lee, honestly, it's just about getting that hit on the Neolite when it's not protecting.
Yeah, definitely. And I think you've got to utilize your Aurora Veil as well if you're going to allow this setup to happen. You kind of let things play out like they did in game one. We've got exactly the same leads from both players. Berto's side, we've got that Mouse Hole, we've got the Annihilate, and then on the opposite side, Davide's side, we've got the Rillaboom and the Sneasler. Now, this time around for Alberto, knowing that you potentially went for that Terastallization on game one, do you have to commit to it game two? Maybe you could preserve that Terastallization for something later down the line, get that beat off into the Annihilate, because is it too risky to go for the Fake Out from Davide's side into that Mouse Hold in case the Terastallization comes out?
Yeah, it's true. And, like, it still worked out going for that turn one Terastallization for Alberto, obviously. Often, you don't want to use your Terra too early because it gives your opponent so many more options, but suddenly having all of that damage is so good. But actually, we don't see it this time, Lee. It's that Sword Stance immediately still for Davide's end here, and the beat up going straight in for it here, going, right, I've Terra Ghosted before, are you really going to Fake Out me this time? Probably not. So there is that beat up that's going to boost up this Annihilate to catastrophically high levels. And is it going to be Rage Fist into that Rillaboom once again? It is not. Into the Sneasler with a critical hit as well, bypassing that Grassy Seed boost as well, going completely down. All of that setup gone to waste. Woodhammer into the Mouse Hold, though, also with
another hit. Critical hit after critical hit.
Goodness me, this game has turned up to the highest heat I've ever seen. And we've got the healing of obviously both sides here. Rillaboom, it does get that KO, but at the end of the day, Lee, this Annihilate does have those boosts now from the beat-up.
Yeah, I was going to ask, who do you think came off the better end of those trades? Now we are seeing Davide bring in that Alola Ninetales at probably the worst time when the Pelipper enters the field. Now the snow will get set up, and because of the speed interactions, the rain will override that, and now you're in a really awkward spot with the Ninetales where it's not really going to be that effective, and it is going to be a sitting duck almost, no pun intended, Pelipper, for that Rage Fist from the Annihilate.
Yeah, it was a really good call, actually, for Albert to actually bring in the Pelipper right there, because Davide didn't have to bring in Ninetales at that point. You could have left it in the back to kind of bring in later, so and then that would have then overridden the rain itself. So actually, really nice play for Alberto to actually bring it in right now, and which is most likely going to be staying up for a decent amount of this game. But what I really like from Alberto is he's still just going for that Rage Fist, because he knows that if he goes for Bulk Up at any point, Ninetales can switch in and encore it.
Yeah.
Now it can't.
Yeah, and you've got to be very careful. So we are going to see an Icy Wind come out from the Ninetales. very dangerous in front of an Annihilate as well, because not only do you lower the speed, you activate that Define ability and give the Annihilate a +2 to its attack stat, which is huge when it's already got those Rage Fist power up. We do see the Wood Hammer come out from the Rillaboom. It does pick up a key knockout onto the Pelipper before we can move, and now this Annihilate can act, and it will go for another Rage Fist. We know this one, boosted by that attack, it is going to be enough to pick up the remaining health of that Rillaboom.
Yeah, obviously going to be the KO there, I think. But Davide's playing this nicely, though, I think. You definitely want to have the speed advantage here. And as long as we know this Annihilate is probably going to get a one-hit KO on anything it hits anyway with all of those boosts. So going for these Icy Wind makes a lot of sense. And now you know your Golden Go is going to also outspeed it and threaten that KO. But the thing is, Alberto has not gone for that Terror yet. So being able to threaten that and potentially take a hit is going to be really key.
Yeah, and especially with the Basculegion now, with the rain up, it's got the Swift Swim activated. It is going to be the fastest thing on the field. It can target either the Ninetales that has no protect option or go after that Goldengo that could be a big threat offensively. Once you've removed one of these, then it becomes a 2-on-1 situation with, like you've said, that Annihilate that's already boosted up to the hilt. It's got that Defiant boost as well. You really need to get rid of that as soon as possible, so that's the next job. And it's easy. Alberto here can maybe even just protect the Annihilate because it's just bringing in so much attention, and then utilize that Basculegion to pick off one of the bits of Davide's side of the field. Everything to play for here, as we do see a Terastallization from Annihilate.
Yeah, and this makes a lot of sense as well. It's the one thing that's going to be slower than Davide's Pokemon, and definitely wants to be able to take those Ice and Steel moves, and Ghost moves even, a lot better here. But there's the Protect on the Golden Go, scouting out for what Alberto wants to do with their Pokemon this turn, but it's not into the Golden Go, it's into the Ninetales instead, knocking it down to Focus Sash with a Wave Crash here. So either way, this is going to be a very good turn here, but Davide, can they respond, say, with an Encore or an Icy Wind this turn to lower this Basculegion speed enough? But with the Swift Swim, it's going to be so fast. Critical hit on the Icy Wind, probably not going to matter too much right now.
Man, not enough, no, and I think you've got to really stall out these turns of rain as you activate that Defiant ability once again. So that Annihilate now +4 in its attack stat, so whatever it hits, even before that it was going to knock out, it will be knocking anything out on the opposite side of the field, so you need to get rid of that Pokemon as soon as possible. Have you got enough in the tank with Goldingo to pick up the knockout? With the Make It Rain, you haven't now because it's that water typing, so you're relying on the Shadow Ball and then a double up from the Ninetales. But does the Basculegion still outspeed everything after one speed drop?
Well, we saw from the grassy terrain that turn, it confirmed that the Ninetales is now faster. So Ninetales is going to be threatening a little bit more damage, but as you said earlier, there's no freeze dry either. But we could see a second Icy Wind, so this Golden Go might even be able to outspeed. But it's just going to be the Blizzard here. Do we have any freezes?
Oh,
yes, we
it's
do.
a huge freeze. It's a huge one.
No, it's gotten frozen so many times, over multiple sets even. But the Shadow Ball is outspeeding either way. Not getting a KO though at this point yet, thanks to that really nice natural bulk. And of course the Citrus Berry, which it's somehow eating behind the freeze here. But next is going to be that Basculegion, still thanks to that Swift Swim, nailing on that KO onto this Ninetales. But it's going to be whether this Annihilate does indeed thaw on this turn, which is very, very possible. There's still that chance at every turn. And
it does,
looks like it does as well.
Here we go, the Rage Fist pulling through, Annihilate saying, no, I'm not having it. Here's your Rage Fist. Let's lock this up.
Locking it up and going into phase 2 is Alberto Cano, your winner of Swiss Round 8.
Wow, what a way to end phase 1 of this Frankfurt Regional Championships. Congratulations to Alberto for an incredible showing in that round 8 to move into day 2, which will be tomorrow, and progress deeper into the tournament. What a way to finish, and the Annihilate there at the end. The freeze coming out. You thought that Ninetales has done everything it can here. It's dropped the speed at the risk of activating the Defiant ability, and then it goes for the Blizzard. It hits the lower accuracy and gets the freeze on the Pokemon that you want it to freeze. Then Annihilate was like, nah. I've carried this game so far. I'm finishing this one off.
For all the other Annihilate this stream already that have been frozen, which is like at least one, which is not very many, but it's still quite significant.
Yeah, I think there's Zoe interestingly mentioned, I think, is it every Ninetales that has used Blizzard today has picked up a freeze maybe every time it's used it, which is crazy. I have to go back through the matches in the broadcast today. I mean, could it be Malamar magic? I don't know. Zoe might have something to do with it, but here we go. I mean, the big thing is, David, from the start, Alberta was just so easily able to get those beat-ups off into the Annihilate, and there was nothing really to prevent that. I mean, you know, there was options there with Fake Out to potentially slow down the mouse hold, but it was risky going for it, right, because of the turret goal, so you can't commit into that, but there wasn't any other adaptations to get around that, and once that was in effect, the Rage Fist, as we saw, just picked things off one at a time as it wanted.
Yeah, it did. And we can't forget, obviously, those two huge critical hits on, like, turn 1 of that final game as well.
Yes.
There it is,
Yeah.
that Rage Fist into that Sleazer, and then followed up by that Wood Hammer on top of that too.
Yeah.
It making such a difference to this game, which otherwise would have been very different.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see the calc there, whether or not the Sneasel would have taken that. More than likely would have done with that defense boost, and then the game might have played out slightly different, because then we go into that next turn where the mouse hold isn't in play, you haven't got that redirection. The Annihilate then becomes a bit more threatened by the Sneasel that's now +2 with that Unburden ability activated, so it is that naturally outspeeding everything, but of course that isn't how the game played out, and the Annihilate took full advantage of the position that it was able to get in, and that's all down to credit from Alberto for setting that up in the first place.
Yeah, and like, this seems to just be happening every round, Lee. Like,
yes,
Annihilate and Mousehold, it just seems to be taking over this weekend.
It really is, isn't it? I expected to see a lot of it, but not as much as we've seen, and not to the point of how successful it's actually been today, because I felt, you know, maybe I'm a bit naive in thinking that more players would have been prepared for that combination coming into the event, but maybe it's just such a strong combination, and it's been played so well by our players that, you know, it's hard to really have a definitive answer for in your team building without sacrificing a lot of other matchups as well at the same time.
Exactly, and it's obviously spread damage is something that can really get around all that follow me direction stuff, but
need a Charizard like you've got there. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
The hidden answer this whole time is there.
The amount of times in the GC I was going Torkoal Charizard, Helping Hand Heatwave was like insane. Like, it was just so easy to click that button in front of Mousehold and Annihilate. And even if they go Terra Fire and they Annihilate, they've spent the Terra. Sometimes they go down anyway, and yeah.
Sometimes they go down anyway. I love that.
Yeah. Like, it's just,
Charizard is that powerful.
It really is that powerful. So I was literally expecting to see some today, especially with the success that Marco Silva had, especially at LAIC last year with that Torkoal and that Charizard team, which was he used to such good effect, and alongside like Jumpluff and Ursaluna, but we see none of that. It's been rain and snow. I mean, I guess it's the time of year, I suppose.
It is, but do you think there's much waiting in and the kind of like Tyranitar potential that we might have seen coming into this tournament, and players being, I don't really think that Charizard's the right play here because I might run into too many Tyranitars throughout the tournament, and that becomes very difficult to get around, and I've got to tech specifically against those specific threats if I'm bringing the Charizard, and then it's not really a full Sun team at the end of the day from that point on, so I don't know if that has any weighting in it, but there's definitely legs there, and I think throughout the broadcast today we've seen Volcarona in particularly do very well against those Mouse Ape combinations where it can set up with the Quiver Dance. It does threaten with the Flame Body as well, so attacking into it, there is the chance of burning your Annihilate if it isn't terrestrialized, and then it can do big damage in return as well with those Heat Waves. It can get around that redirection, which is a really nice option for, so maybe we see a little bit more of that from players.
Well, it depends what we might see tomorrow. It might be that we've seen...
It can all change up, can't it?
We've seen the Annihilate and the Mousehold, we've seen how great it is, but maybe tomorrow is where we actually see the counterplay. This is where all the meta calls come in. We usually start to see it in Top Cut as well forming, where all of these teams that have maybe had a little bit more kind of practice around and going, right, I know what's going to be used a lot here, and actually this little tech is going to give me the edge. And that's when we start to see it. Stuff that breaks stuff like Mousehold and Annihilate become completely apart, and then something brand new hits the scene, and that's all very popular again, and we begin this all again for the League Regional Championships.
Yeah, that is very true. It could end up exactly like that, and you're so right to point out that between Phase 1 and Phase 2 of a tournament, things can be so different because the usage stats give us one perspective, but then when we get into Day 2, those usage stats will give a different picture, and by the end of the tournament, when we're at that top 8, when they're at that knockout stage, the teams there could look vastly different to what we've been able to feature for the majority of today, because like you said, there could be those just a couple of Pokemon in these odd teams, a couple of techs here or there that could just flip everything on its head that no one's really seen yet.
Yeah, exactly. We just don't know what's going to come up next, and
could be Malamar.
It could maybe. I don't know if it's going to be Malamar. I'm not sure about that. I don't want to break Zoe's heart.
I think it might be Malamar, you know? I really do.
Okay.
I think it could be. I believe that.
Odd thing to say, Lee, honestly.
Is it
Yeah.
odd?
I feel like your analysis is usually just so on point, but we've not actually seen many Malamar, so...
Yeah, but that's because it's that secret tech waiting to come out tomorrow, you know?
Oh, is it? Oh, okay, fine.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Should get on board that, actually, then.
You should. Yeah.
Okay, all right, fine.
Get on board.
Yeah. The Malamar train.
Yeah, the Malamar train.
Well, we'll see. I don't know. I'm yet to be convinced at the moment here. I think some spell's been put on Zoe, I think, but
I think you just...
Not me. Not me. Nah.
No?
Nah, not at this point yet. No. Not I'd say.
Soon.
I can get behind Mega Malamar, sure, yeah, but there's plenty of other Pokemon, like Mousehold, for instance. Who doesn't like Mousehold?
A mouse Malamar.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a little bit different from Malamar League.
Rascalation is the fish Malamar.
Okay, all right.
Murkrow, the bird Malamar.
Right, okay. Something's weird is going on this weekend, honestly.
I don't think so.
No, tell me though, you must be hyped for the new Megas of, like, the starters.
Of course.
That will last in CA.
Yes, very exciting.
Yeah, Delphox on the broom.
Yeah, very cool,
Yeah.
yes. And then Chestnut.
Chestnut the staff as well.
And then Greninja on the water shuriken upside down.
I was about to try and do that as well, but I don't think I can.
Can we see it?
I don't think I can quite backflip.
Topsy-turvy.
I could do, yes, like Malamar.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I'm saying it now.
There we go. That's more like it, David. What's been your highlight from today, from day one? I know we cover it on the couch, but we might not have a lot of time to go into it, so I'd love to know what your big point from today has been. What's your favorite moment?
My favorite moment is
You can say Malamar as well if you want.
Well, I wasn't going to say that, to be fair. No, it wasn't. My favorite moment was Jamie Boy earlier on, where usually he feels like he's been so unlucky on so many other tournaments as well, and then suddenly all that turns around. He gets the freezes with his Ninetales, he gets the sleep with the extra sleep turns on the Diaclaw. That was kind of cool to see as well, because that's what a Reg Age is all about.
Yeah, it was nice to see Jamie, and it was great to have an interview with him. But talking about interviews, we have Alberto ready on the couch. We can get some insights from his phenomenal play and how he'll be progressing into Phase 2 of this tournament. So we'll wing it over to the couch, hear all about it.
Thanks very much, Lee. I am here with Alberto, the winner of our Swiss Round 8. You've now qualified for Phase 2. How are you feeling?
Me siento muy nervioso y a la vez muy alegre. Es la segunda vez que hago día 2 y la última fue el año pasado justamente en Dortmund.
So I'm very nervous, but also very happy. This is my second time on day 2. Last time was in Dortmund.
That's really amazing. You played so well on that game. Just want to know, what was your approach to the matchup?
Precisamente este match lo afronto con Annihilate y Mousehold porque sé que va a salir con Nizzler y Rillaboom y tengo que jugar un 50 de si me tira Acrobatics o no a Rilla y a partir de ahí con Rain intentar tener la máxima superioridad numérica posible.
Okay, so I go first with Mousehold and Annihilate because I know he will start with Sneasler and Annihilate, Rillaboom.
Yeah.
So I go for 50-50 to see if he goes with Acrobatics to Rillaboom. And then, Annihilate, sorry. And then try to match with the Rain.
Well, it looks like you got all those 50-50 calls correct. So let's look into that game too. When your Annihilate got frozen, was that a bit worrying for you?
La verdad es que sí, me preocupé bastante porque siempre esos congelamientos nunca se despierta, pero esta vez la primera se ha despertado y era muy clave eso para ganar.
Yeah, so I got really worried because at first, you don't know if it's going to defrost or not, but I was lucky to have it on the first turn.
That's really amazing. And do you have any shout-outs you want to give to anyone watching at home?
Sí, quiero agradecer a mi hermano pequeño, Manuel, a todos mis amigos de la comunidad de Pokémon, a Álvaro, a Regino, a Gabriel, que está por aquí, y sobre todo a Kikigor. Un saludo desde aquí.
So I want to thank you, especially my little brother, right, Manuel? Right. My friends from the Pokémon community. And a lot of my other friends, if you want to say the names again.
Álvaro, Regino, Gabriel, es que son muchos.
A lot of them.
A lot of them. Y toda la gente que ha estado aquí en este regional y en los que he estado hasta ahora.
So yes, to all his friends, and especially to the people who are here or have been around all the regionals.
Well, best of luck for tomorrow. So, trainers, that's all we're going to have the time for today. We're going to let Alberto and all of our players who have qualified for Phase 2 of the Frankfurt Regionals to get their well-deserved rest and get refreshed, ready for tomorrow. But don't go anywhere because we'll be back wrapping up the results of Phase 1 today, back on the couch shortly after the break.
I record my gameplay and watch it afterwards to see what I'm doing in the game and become more aware. I don't really think about it in the moment, I just perform. So I record it and then watch it afterwards to actually, have the practice mindset, see where I can improve.
Bom, eu amo muito Pokémon e uma das coisas que eu mais gosto de fazer é dar bastante carinho pra eles. Por incrível que pareça, dar carinho pra eles faz com que, às vezes, ele consiga dar uma evasiva. Apesar de não funcionar isso tanto no campeonato oficial do VGC, é muito legal ver ele saindo da Pokébola com aqueles coraçõezinhos, porque ele ama muita gente.
Para melhorar, eu sempre tento observar o estado do jogo, do oponente, sempre tento pensar à frente o que ele vai fazer. Eu acho que um treinador, para melhorar, ele pode ver os resultados de outros campeonatos, né, e sempre tentar progredir.
Eu gosto de rever os meus erros, ver onde eu poderia ter melhorado durante a partida e a partir disso ver o que eu poderia ter feito melhor naquele momento.
Bueno, para poder jugar mejor Pokémon GO es importante salir siempre a capturar muchos Pokémon, aprovechar los eventos al máximo para sacar los Pokés con mejores IVs y siempre estar entrenando constantemente en las batallas del juego para poder seguir mejorando.
We're here. We're at the end of Phase 1. A recap, of course, is imminent here at the 2026 Pokémon Frankfurt Regional Championships. What a day it has been. Of course, I am Costa, David, Zoe, and Lee. And yeah, we've had some emphatic matches on stream today. It has been a whirlwind of action for Regulation Set H 2.0.
It certainly has, Costa. My goodness. Like, I was expecting, honestly, a lot of Dondozo and maybe a lot of Sun teams, particularly, because I was like really keen to kind of pilot that. But we didn't see that at all. We just saw Mousehold Annihilate.
That's it. Finish. Full stop. Sorry. Honestly.
End it there.
Like, yeah, it kind of was, wasn't it? And like, it was only stopped in its tracks when it got frozen.
Oh, I'd say too soon, but we saw so many of those instances today.
Well, every time Ninetales went for a blizzard, something got frozen. So, you know, that 10% freeze chance, more like 100% freeze chance.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Someone was calling me a paranoid android. I don't know why.
What about those for sure's as well?
Oh, yes.
The what? Sorry?
For sure.
4 out of 5.
Yes.
4 in a row
The fissures for audiences at home.
Making fun of my accent, Costa Dynamos.
Sorry.
All people.
It's all right. No, but you're right. There were so many that connected. No, it was a pretty impressive conversion ratio. But yeah, that wasn't all the action, obviously. We know that regulation set H, you know, there's a lot more, I'd say less powerful Pokemon, which increases the chances of, you know, secondary effects, RNG, etc., just because the matches go on that long. But yeah, it's been full of action, generally speaking. Anyone have a favorite highlight from the day, which isn't a freeze, isn't Mouse Ape, and isn't, I don't know, a crit or something?
Oh, I've got one. Okay,
go for it.
Bartosz's team earlier in the Swiss rounds, where he still had Mousehold Annihilate, but was supporting it with that Clef Key. Really love that as well, with the screens, but also setting up that Misty terrain to kind of shut off the shenanigans that Sneasler was providing, and of course, shut off the potential for burns and those freezes, to be fair. So it was actually the anti-status tech that I think was I was really impressed by.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes a lot of sense because there was just a great way to be able to utilize that 4th slot that normally would be like a Thunder Wave or something like that on a Klefki. But we do have confirmation of a couple of our trainers that have been able to progress into Phase 2, which will commence tomorrow, of course. And look at the list of our battlers, and I think quite a few recognizable names, necessarily a couple that we've featured on stream as well, both international as well as local to the EU region.
Oh, look at all those players who are going to be making it into Phase 2 tomorrow. We saw Nikolai just on stream, and of course Shohei, the world champion, still in a very strong position to, you know, take that regional win, and the Europeans are going to have to defend this regional. And Giulio Talo, quite nice to see, didn't get quite lucky in that round 2, but
just a bit
making it through as well to Phase 2.
Yeah, lots of familiar faces here that we've seen in previous seasons do extremely well, have appearances at World Championships and win titles as well. You've got David Carrera there, a player that we've not seen so much of recently, but having a great start to this tournament in a brand new season. You've got Shohei as well. Yep. You know, I think probably on the tip of everyone's tongue for the player to beat this weekend. Leonardo Bononomi, though, another Italian player, another strong performance, and Fabian Braun, who came back last season after playing a little while ago, has reintegrated into the competitive scene and showing why they are such a strong player with another top performance here in Frankfurt.
Yeah, exactly that, and I'm sure they will be going further down the line, but of course we're going to have to find out tomorrow, of course. And at this point, we've got so many, not only just, let's say, international worlds caliber, we've got so many regional winners as well already on this graphic, and this is just the current 16 that we've got. The round is still commencing as we speak. It has not fully finished just yet, but of course, our broadcast is coming to a close, and what a fantastic day it has been to be able to go ahead and just check out all of the various team compositions we've been seeing. I know it sounds like a bit of a, Dosta, what are you talking about? We're just talking about Mouse Ape being everywhere. But no, honestly, there was a lot of variety and a lot of Pokemon that were so niche. But it sort of makes sense when there's more of a centralized, stable format to be able to, you know, take advantage of. But then again, if you want to make sure that you're in the loop of all of the action, make sure to go ahead and utilize our lovely, lovely hub, of which is Pokemon.com/broadcast, which we're able to essentially have as a main medium to make sure you don't miss out. You're in tune with everything that's going on, but that's not the only way there are, of course, the stream and, of course, post live recordings via the means of YouTube and Twitch. But then again, that you're already here right now, so you're already seeing us. But if you're not, hello, it's been a fantastic day. Hope that you've watched the entire thing, and there's more to come tomorrow. Phase 2 starts at 9 a.m. Central Eastern Standard Time, or Eastern Time, apologies, but then midnight at Pacific something time. I don't remember
Daylight?
the date. What?
Daylight?
Daylight, yeah, let's go with that. But yeah, no, make sure to just, follow us. We'll be posting it, no doubt about it. Follow all of the social media too. But yeah, with that being said, I think it's been a great day overall. And it's just been part 1. We've got part 2 coming up where we will be crowning our first regional champion and potential 5th person to already have their auto invite. But gonna have to check that out. Make sure you don't miss it. I will see you.
It's gonna be Malamar.
Our friend Malamar.
Oh my. I was wondering, what are you doing?
What am I doing?
Malamar.
Are you serious?
Our friend Malamar.
We are going to see.
Are you not feeling the Malamar vibes?
Okay, all right, yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Make sure to follow. Yeah. See ya.
Stream.
Have a good rest.
Malamar.
Take care.
Follow
See you
the
tomorrow.
stream.
Ignore them.
Follow the
Please.
stream.
Please ignore them. Bye-bye.